习武之人，無懼風雨雷霆。習武之心，靜看流水浮雲。習武之道，邊個先係真正嘅對手？
讓本帥看看，對手究竟有多少斤兩。
武道如水，水可乾，亦可游；水可高，亦可收。
滔滔江河，奔涌无形，无形为形，武道即道。 真正的对手就是自己。
習武之道就係戰勝自我之道。武係我，兵亦係我。
诸位，可愿为本帅俯首？
我就是你们要找的。 李星云，哎呀，人长得帅就是麻烦，走哪儿都有人惦记。
记着，本姑娘叫姬如雪，是幻音房的人。 幻音房的剑，从来不会迟疑。
从今日起，本帅心之所向，便是人心所向。诸位，可愿为本帅俯首？
我是齐王，亦是幻音房的女帝。太平只是这世间的面子，而里子早已烂透了。
As chaos tears open the heavens, the natural order inverts. My, how many journeys back and forth have you made already? Still not found? Searching for someone lost in the rifts. No small task.
It's nothing. I'm just doing my job.
Here's a small charm for your protection.
Much appreciated. This is nothing like I remember. Curious, but there's no time to waste.
All that, Justina, only to become the matron?
Traitor. I will not listen to Akira's lapdog. Today, I will purge you shun of your filth!
Go now!
You're courting death!
Justina!
Excellent. It's taken the bait. As your escort, it's my job to return you to Lenazra safe and sound. So, no matter how many times it takes, I won't stop till I find you!
That light. Does it burn brighter than I do? When you find her in the rift, I'd like to see her for myself.
风卷雷云，来者不善。老伙计，这遭又该麻烦你了。
Nights are long, trying to understand a life of words unspoken. How all of her hopes, all of her plans, told so much of what I meant to be. How some should stand, but I'm broken. Your love will help me so near. Never left enough space to hear how it tore me up inside. I've never been prepared to take the key to your kingdom's gate. The dreams wanted I'd never share. Deep down I know how you care. Only wish I had shoes your fears. In the flames I feel alive, the burden in my hands. I'm climbing up to the heavens gates, defy the fates to show you who I am.
Nbpl， 这里是2025 Nbpl 秋季赛第3双周3排周决赛的比赛现场，我是今天的主持人陈瑜，大家好。接下来，让我们有请本次进入到周决赛的3排战队们登场。好的，本次进入到3排周决赛的所有战队代表们已经来到了我的身旁。那么站在我左手边的是来自 JL 的谭旭杰。谭旭杰，你觉得以 JL 现在的状态，对于第3双周冲击冠军有着怎样的信心呢？
目标只有冠军。
目标只有冠军。那么站在我右手边的是来自积极的李新淼。在上一个双周拿下周冠军之后，对于这一次的周冠军，你觉得能否再续前缘呢？
把我们自己的东西打出来就可以了。
没错，所有的目标只有一个，那么就是冠军。所有的选手们已经准备就绪了。2025 Nbpl 秋季赛第3双周3排周决赛正式开始。
I was told to be all that I can be. You can get it too if you just focus and believe. Just as advertised, so you gon' get just what you see. I'm not you, not you. I'm M to the E, I'm me. Just as advertised, so you gon' get just what you see. I'm not you, not you. I'm M to the E.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to NARAKA Pro League Trios Week 3. I am Nbpl. I am joined by legendary Dunkin' Donuts. We're halfway through the season, Dunkin'. We are here in trios today with the new rule set. It's absolutely oogly out there, Dunkin'. I'm excited to see Bauda and TXJ go at it, VVV on opposite sides, the 2 world champs going at it, and seeing the new heads come up and then do a lot better this season, Dunkin', with the new rule set. Even more volatile than it was before. I think it's anyone's game this year. And with the new patch that we see over the horizon going to Jacob, man, what an exciting time to be alive in this NARAKA world.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Speaking of the new patch, all that new information we've gotten, that is very interesting. A lot has been flipped on its head, a lot of stuff thrown out the window, and a lot of stuff just thrown in to this giant pot of oogliness, and I'm all for it. It's going to be very exciting. We'll have to wait and see when those changes do finally drop. But for now, speaking of drops, you've got it, ladies and gentlemen. You know the drill. It is time for those bi-weekly final drops, so make sure to get your Twitch account linked to your NARAKA account, and make sure that you've done so. Go into the top right of the screen, click on the little avatar icon, and go to drops and rewards inventory, and make sure you're progressing those drop campaigns. Otherwise, you're going to be missing out. You don't want to miss out on some free goodies. But back to what you were saying, Raven. Yes, the new rule set has been giving rise to other teams. You know, the sort of fresh teams, freshly created, freshly put together. You know, not TXJ dominance that we saw in the first split of the year, but it's definitely interesting, and it's, you know, with all the goofiness happening, you know, Wu Chen, Tessa Yoto, okay, all right, that's the thing now. Liam's in there too. What's going on? This is Nbpl, right? Very interesting. But what do you think we're going to be expecting going into the day today? Because a little bit more has been established at this point.
My favorite part of the new rule set is the mirror matchup, the first 2 rounds, where the most popular compositions are forced upon the whole lobby. So it's just a mirror matchup across the board for everyone to warm up and really get down the business. I think mirror matchups is one of the best indication of a team's skill. There's no, you can do a little bit of ability differences, but for the most part, a mirror matchup is, there's no excuses at that point. It's a reflection of your actual skill. We're seeing GG at the top, JL following up, ASC, OUG, SR, and Wolves. These are the new faces of NBPL's trios right now. A couple new faces up there. SR, they did win EWC. ASC coming up as well, but one of the old heads, or two of the old heads, still dominating the league, GG and JL. Now, earlier in the week, they started off pretty slow, but they picked up, and now they've solidified a firm grasp on this rule save. Normally, we've seen a lot of other teams, Wolves last year, really punch through and establish themselves when the rules changed, when the metas changed, and took advantage of it, while a lot of the veteran teams were scrambling to catch up. They were very comfortable in their ways, and that's one thing that's very exciting about this season, Duncan. No one can be really comfortable in their ways. Even in trios, everyone's expanding their roster, their hero pool, in order to try to find an edge in this new hectic meta. In solos, it's pretty crazy, 12 characters, but in trios, still, you're working with other teammates. There's a lot more variables of how you're going to coordinate, and other teams are going to be stirring up the pot, trying out new compositions. And the other thing is, like, these compositions end up getting banned out. Well, you're not going to be able to play them as much moving forward. So innovation from a week-to-week basis is going to be rewarded a lot more. And we're seeing the team compositions that are highly picked right now. Exactly what I was saying. Something we haven't seen before. Cannonball and the Attack on Titan variation with Viper. Very, very different. And for the first time, Transformers being pushed out to the third position. It was dominating for a very, very long time this year, but finally we're seeing a dawn of new age.
The Viper Justina Syra, very obnoxious, I have to say. The V2 Syra coming in and just taking NBPL by storm is, you know, it's like, I remember when it first came out, I thought it was very good. You know, it's a Viper stun with healing, with beams and microwaves and all of that good stuff, and it's just, but it wasn't enough to be better than V1. But then when V1 gets that huge nerf that comes through, we see the rise of V2, now paired with Viper and the Viper V1, and then you just got Justina to create that lockdown potential. You know, we do see this composition get played with Tamulk instead of Justina quite often as well, but it looks as though, obviously, since that's the highest pick rate, that Justina is overall being picked more. So it just creates that lockdown potential, and then you've got two ridiculously long stuns, and it's just a full CC bot team comp, and it's very, very hard to deal with, especially with the sustain that Syra provides with that AoE healing. So definitely very, very difficult to deal with. And another composition that we saw in that second place right there was the Enor Matari Feria, the Cannonball variation. Enor replacing Yushan. Matari is sort of been picked back up again now that the budget comp, as we once called it, the Zai, Matari, Karumi, or Zipping, or Syra composition isn't getting played much right now. She's kind of found her place, still resetting F cooldowns, F ability cooldowns for herself and her teammates, but this time for Feria and Enor, creating quite a lot of pressure, with Enor's F ability already being a very low cooldown, but being, you know, very high up on the focus armor, you know, ranking, so to speak. You can, you know, armor through a lot of stuff. It's not a combo breaker, but it does set up and has a lot of peel potential for the team. So it's really, really good and allows you to set up so much. And then with Feria, with the F2, the silence, just big damage, lots of survivability as well. And Enor, I don't know. The lockdown on Enor ult. If you get the combo on there with the, you know, dual halberds RB, that guy is cooked. He's shredded. He's in the ground. So we'll see how that team performs today. But I think there is something that counters it. I just don't know what it is yet. We'll have to see.
It doesn't surprise me how popular the new Cannonball variation is. When it came onto the scene, it shook up everything. It took down all the Takedas. You were able to execute Takeda and Siphon where he thought he was invincible. Just like before, I think the core of the idea with playing with Feria and Matari is like using abilities to just make neutral, making that fighting, even without ability or without ultimates, just unlosable. We called it all the time an unlosable team neutral, where as long as you guys synergize, and facilitate Enor's F ability, you're able to win a lot of situations using team play before your abilities even get involved. Now, what's exciting to me, I was talking about this before, the Dittos, the mirror matchups, the first 2 rounds. Rarely do we really get to see Vipers in the past 4 years of NARAKA really go at it in fair 3v3s. Usually, Viper's always been a hit and run strategy, rush down, very strong off spawn, very sneaky, like just ambushing you from the top of trees or when you're at stores and stuff. Not really a fair post-up mono-e-mono fighting. But now, because of the new rule set, we're going to see, I think, a lot of the dueling and maybe even new ideas that we've never really thought of before of just how powerful Viper can be going inside the realm of Yang. And I think it's going to really change the mixture of how teams operate leading into Jacob. We did see Ferio compositions in the past go into Yang and really push it further. But with Enor, it's going to be very, very different. And unlike we were saying, I said in the opening, there's going to be always a really, really big patch as all this kind of climaxes towards Jacob every single year. And there's always a lot of curveballs, a lot of new fun mechanics that the devs push that reach and really get showcased at this Jacob. So new rules, new comps and everything. I think NARAKA is in a spectacular place, and I just can't wait to see what the new spectacle is. Even today, DXJ, his posture,
impeccable.
Yeah, I feel like it's the posture wars. They're just iconic BBB chin up and the iconic just straight TXJ general posture. But SR, I was saying before, these guys, the new hitters, they won EWC, showed the whole international world. First time NARAKA's out there, over in Saudi, off the homeland. And then they came back and they absolutely dominated. Even back home, they kept their momentum. Will they be able to go back to back? That's the question, again. It's easy to get to the top of the mountain. It's very hard to stay there once everyone starts studying you.
Oh, absolutely. You know, I mean, we saw OUG take bi-weekly 1 in 4 games. You know, we hadn't seen that. You know, and then all of a sudden SR just won up. You know, we're going to do it in 4 games, but on the EWC stage, let's go. And then they come back and dominate, and OUG's sort of been left in the dust there. So we'll see if they're going to be able to recover at all. Another team that's been doing very well is OA. OA was able to you know, skyrocket and create such huge score leads for themselves in bi-weekly 2, I believe, where they were, you know, they were 30 points ahead of the rest of the lobby on one day, I remember. It was crazy. So they definitely got, you know, something up their sleeve, but we'll see if they're able to pull it out today. ASE, you know, you talked about them earlier. They've been performing extremely well. They won, of course, in they won earlier on in the year. They've been, you know, relatively consistent. You know, I don't think we've ever seen them sitting down below at the bottom of the leaderboard. Speaking of, right here, they've definitely been, you know, contesting those heavy hitters that we know very well at this point. You know, the GG, yeah, all of these teams. It's just it's not easy to take them down. But ASE, they're doing a really good job of it. And speaking of ASE, you know, Juan Yuan in solos as well. You know, ASE, you know, very solid up and coming team that we definitely need to pay attention to. I would say.
Yeah. Solos, SR dominated EWC. They won solos with Spider. They won trios with it as well. And I heard that Spider won last night for SR. So can SR do the same magical run again? Back to back, just the double win, solos and trios at the same time. The only other dynasty to really do that is OUG with Mike and solos and their trios team led by SS. Now OUG did win the first bi-weekly, or the second bi-weekly before EWC. Wait, mixing it up. It was before then. Anyway, they won with quick fashion, 3 or 4 rounds, and they used a lot of counter strategy within the phasing. Now, the rules are still very, very new. will a team today surprise us with some type of trick using the pick orders to their advantage, kind of goading the actual meta to go one way so they can go another. Zig and then zag to get an advantage. Now, the first 2 rounds is the mirror matchup, so we're not going to see that right away. We're going to see some nice, honest play, Duncan. You know, everyone loves that honest play, no ults, off spawn, going into Yang, full ults. And like I was saying before, their mirror matchup with Viper. Now, what we don't realize is that Viper V2 versus V1, very, very different strategy of how you have to act. And you're kind of always holding your breath to realize what the other Viper is doing. Like, you have to guess, but depending on their body language, which Viper stun they are. Because if you're too kind of loosey-goosey with your positioning and you get caught out by the V2, where Viper can throw out attacks, can stagger you, can set you up, you can just go down before you even get to ultimate. Versus V1 and F1, you can just get randomly kicked or silenced, and that stun is just game breaking. There's no coming back, there's no peeling, none of your teammates can do much for you if you get silenced into an ultimate. Especially, what's weird to me in this 2025 NARAKA meta is there really isn't a hard counter to the Vipers. Matari is over in Cannonball. She's probably the only counter run by anyone. Usually we've seen Yueshan in the past 4 years as somewhere in the meta, but really, as of late, it's mainly just been Matari. Tumult is kind of a soft counter to Matari just because when he goes into the air, when he combo breaks, he does become intangible and he can iframe fairly effectively versus Viper. But still, not a complete hard counter to the Viper. So when we see this in the realm of Yang, I imagine they're going to be very, very decisive, very, very quick. And I'm curious to see which variation of Viper actually has the edge over the other one.
Yeah, I mean, I've been thinking about this myself because V1 has been the standard pick for this composition that we've seen, leading up to this point. It's been the standard V1 Viper. The F abilities have been a sort of mix and match. We've seen a little bit of F1, a little bit of F2, and then Syra, of course, with the V2 coming in with that stun as well. It's just sort of like you're doubling up on the stun. I was thinking that V2 Viper could, catch a lot of people off guard and, be that sort of gimmick pick that you could take into a game like this where you recognize that the majority of teams are going to expect you to have V1 Viper and they're just not going to be ready for the V2 execution all of a sudden. But the trouble with that, though, is that you are going to have your, chase down locked in, because if you mess up and your V2 Viper isn't able to maintain line of sight on enemy Viper or even the enemy Syra at all times, it's cooked, because they're just going to respond. They're going to press V1 with the Viper as soon as they break line of sight, and then just turn around and say, and now what? No, okay, you want to keep going, buddy? Alrighty, keep going, get stunned for 5 seconds, and then another 6 seconds by Syra ult. Oh, and then you're in the ground. Okay, I see how it is. Very nice. Yes, nice V2, buddy. So you gotta not mess it up, because if you do, you're in for a bad time. But Justina, for example, and Tumult, the other character that gets used with these two, with Viper and Syra, is able to lock a lot of lock people down quite effectively. Justina, I would say, is a little bit more for individual lockdown, which might be the play. We'll see. I'm definitely excited to see whether or not it plays out that way, whether we see a couple teams go for that V2. But who knows? Who knows really at the moment? F2, another interesting, potential, pickup for these teams. Syra is going to be doing a lot of healing when she pops her ult, and if her teammates are inside that, AoE. So if you manage to catch that F2 onto one of those players, the Syra is not going to be able to heal them at all and not going to be able to sustain the fight. And you might just be able to eliminate one of them while they're trying to set up for their CC, execution.
Yeah. But I was just looking at the team compositions. They're showing all of the highest scoring team comps for each team. GG had a composition I haven't seen ever before, zipping Hadi and Kylan. Hadi's been out of the meta for quite a bit now just because his kid was gutted where he cannot heal in his ultimate. But I always thought because of the amount of mobility and because of the damage he's able to output, it's very, very hard to CC him out of the air. Now, Kylan doesn't have a hard time actually swinging at Hadi. That's why we saw a fall from Hadi. But since Transformers not being played for as much, you can play the Hadi composition on different maps where Transformers aren't played and avoid the Kylan. And seeing him paired with Kylan, I just imagine it's super hard to just get away from both of those characters. If they double ult you, you're for sure going for a ride where you cannot play the game for quite a long time. And zipping, her heal is very, very reliable, so you don't really have to worry about consolidating, playing inside a Kurumi circle or staying close by. So the sustain of that composition, be able to hit and run, very, very strong. But I'm curious to see how they're going to fight against a lot of the main compositions inside Yang for them to get that many points. 22 average points on a very, very strange compositions. Looking like a rank comp, Duncan, not going to lie. But we are going to be starting out on this game 1. Jory, I believe. Viper running a Musk. I expect the game to go fast, you know. Usually first game, everyone likes to play slow, warm up. But last time I was for the second bi-weekly trios finals, it was actually on the contrary. Everything started out super, super fast. Everyone just immediately dove in. Everyone tried to really take advantage of every little opportunity to take more fights than usual off spawn and even transition to that first Yang.
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of been a little bit, you know, every so often it's sort of, we just get a little bit, you know, just out of nowhere. Wait, we thought it was supposed to be slow. No, it's going fast. We're going a million miles an hour. We're a fast card, just fully sending it. And speaking of, SS1 Luo Ye is going to be running that F2 on the Viper. The only one in the entire lobby not running Silence F is going to be Luo Ye. I like it, buddy. I like it. Be you, buddy. That's how you want to play. Let's see it. Let's see if you're going to be able to pull it out and do something with this. SS1, although, you know, they're not at the bottom of the pack, they're definitely in the bottom 6 at the moment. But 14 points to start off the day is not too shabby, and it looks as though they're going to be starting off in Arcadia, contesting OUG and OA for the Red Jade, the Vulpine Essence, the Jade that is just, it's Mortal Defiance, just juiced up to the moon. Instead of healing a little bit of health, it heals you 1,000. Gives you a little bit of damage reduction, knocks people back. The surprise trap card. Ha ha ha! I had Red Jade. You're not killing me, buddy. But we'll see if they're going to be able to get their hands on it, if they're going to be able to take it forwards in the game and potentially make use of it later on in the realm of Yang, for example. ASE going for a rather quiet off spawn, close to JL down in the south. GG and Wolves looking to potentially contest each other in the Jellyfish Nation down there in the bottom left. Very Grief, very Oogly. Could be fun, could be not so fun. We'll have to wait and see. But we're kicking off game number 1, ladies and gentlemen, with 521 and FPX scrapping it out off the rip with the Fireflies. They're jumping in. Pampy's got no weapon. It's looking a little cooked for 521 right now. They might be in a pretty bad spot considering that Kiki already has ultimate.
Oh, 521, Pampy uses those hands, able to slap and roll through, making their way in and out. They don't get the initial weapons, but they are able to salvage it with great positioning team-wise. OUG's SS is going to be taken down by OA's AB. First blood in the bag. OA going to take down OUG off spawn. Maybe you in a 1v3 situation. We've seen him win this before. He's looking like he's going to be staggered, crossed up, and cooked up. Nothing he can do in that situation. We're going back to the 5-2-1 fight. The no ult zone has been hit, and FPX is going to find a nice timing onto them as the no ult zone can be seen across the map.
Yeah, they can indeed. It is like a dinner bell, but it looks as though it may have been turned on its head. SR is jumping in with the third party, taking down one of the members of FPX. Soon to be 2. ZGE goes down at 17S. Beautiful little parry, jump parry there, catching 5-2-1, slacking. Fat Milk is on the defensive right now, trying to kite away. His Justina is going to pop ultimate to try and keep him alive, but it's not going to be enough, unfortunately. And now the 3 versus 2. It's already over, ladies and gentlemen. A little bit of montage Justina gameplay, perhaps. Billy Justina, cue the music, ladies and gentlemen. Dashing, dash. No more dashes. He has 1 left. Gets the freeze. Boom. 17S. Oh, another one. Rico. Guys, stop grouping.
I've been very move right there. Fakes the heal, gets the dash, gets the freeze, gets the focus attack, but now gonna get surrounded, and SR is gonna make quick work for them with 3 kills on the board. Away with 3 kills. 5-2-1 does pick off 1 and then get out of there. But we are going to move over to GG and Wolves. These two, kind of 2 sides of the same coin. We are going to get a ult off from GG's 330 on Syra. DJS on the Justina, trying to lock down Viper. He is going to find a kill onto ZK. Now, with that first kill, it looks like Wolves doesn't want any part of this anymore. Disengage has been called. NHQ heading for the hills right now, trying to get out of line of sight, trying to avoid this next grapple, but he is going to get chased down. Now Wolves U in a 2v1, doing well right for now. Has Alex in the combo, is going to be chasing him down. Looks for the light attack, crosses up, delays, finds another light attack, but 330. No more of that shenanigans. He's coming over with the focus flank. Alex M trying to create some space, trying to get an armor reset. He does. And now the pressure has switched over. You with no momentum going into his favor. Alex M goes for the app, but he's doing a really good job with the staff, using the distance it creates to fight them both back. And with no armor, he's turned his back, stripping both of their armor off. One heal's gonna be going through. 3-0 gets a juggle for LXM. He's trying to get the finish off, and now holding off. He does cling.
Oh my god!
Another R&B, and he does get a soul bloom. Another 2v1 situation, but he does have ult up now. You absolutely going crazy right now. Doesn't look like he wants to invest his ult, but he is going to be holding his ground a little bit. He does invest his ult, looking for the kill. He tries to bring them, he tries to lure them into the corner, but no. He will not be lured into that lair right there. Nice ball back here, but can he find another 2v1?
Oh my goodness. How many R&Bs did he send? He sent so many. I think it's 7 in a row. Is that a record? Can we get the stats? Oh, wait. The jellyfish is coming him. I'm going to poison all of you. Justina ult has been sent. They're just like, they're fed up. It's like, okay, stop it. You're just making us work way too hard for this one, buddy. Please stop. CJS has had enough. He pops the ult and takes him down finally. But a valiant effort, to say the least, from Wolves there. Oh my goodness. What a hey, you gotta respect it. Gotta respect it. Over here on the other side of the map, we have SS1 taking down ASE Mist, who's all on his lonesome. His teammates nowhere to be seen, committing the ultimate as well from SS1. Not gonna bother, you know, they're not gonna repeat the mistakes of their fellow peers on the other side of the map right there. They're just gonna send the ultimate, confirm the kill, get the soul bloom, and you're chilling. JL picked up 2 eliminations so far, a purple armor and 2 blues, not too shabby. We'll be doing a little bit of praying, try and get some jades, a few extra resources before the realms of Yang pop up on the map. SR in a pretty solid position themselves, 6 eliminations with 2 purple armors right here. And I believe they are currently the kill leaders of the lobby with 6 eliminations in total. GG on 3, JL on 2, OUG on 3, OA on 4, Wolves on 1, 5-1 on 1, SS1 on 1 as well. And the rest of the lobby with nothing so far. And it's looking pretty good for GG if they're able to, maintain and accelerate moving forwards. Considering the number of pre-posed points they were able to carry into this first game of the day, They could be looking at a potential early MVP threshold, but that's, you know, we're getting ahead of ourselves right now. We're getting ahead of ourselves. SS1, JL, looking to scrap it out right here. SS1, Lord, yeah, he's just dead. Wait, no, the red jade. I don't know.
JL, they just hit the no ult on. They're ready to take this fight. No abilities, locking everything out right here. One Pong doesn't get a parry. Two people very, very low, but TXJ is going to get traded out. Now 2v2 situation. JL versus SR. Wait a second, SR with the third party coming in hot. A little bit of an overextension by JL. They wanted to take a fair fight, but there's no fair fights in Battle Royale. The no ult zone just ringing the dinner bell, and SR came over to feast. We are going to get Junks on the outside versus Yuan right here. Justina versus Justina. Dash going to come through. Nice off on Junks, turning the focus attack. Not going to get parried for that, but Junks keeping up the pressure right here. Yuan in a tough position. Does go for the overhold into the uppercut, but combo breaks him come out. Junks does cancel his ultimate now. Tough position. He dodges the first dash. Second dash gets third dash comes through, but TXJ is going to come in with the rest, and TXJ does get the stagger. JL has to salvage the situation as SR is going to pick up another 3-piece to go before they head to the first realm of Yang.
They are looking very solid right now. 9 kills before first Yang is kind of crazy. With triple purple armor, they are absolutely stacked right now. Absolutely stacked to the teeth. JL looks as though they are going to be able to fully recover right here. They did have reses available for their team, so they are going to come back, you know, clean up those kills right there, and grab a couple more, but nothing in comparison to SR's loot right now. That's a lot of attack jades for Rico right there on the Syra. Now Syra, you know, you might think, yeah, he's more of a support character. No. When you pop that ultimate, you're unkillable. Essentially, you're basically unkillable when you pop ult. You're going to be healing yourself. You've got ultimate focus that's uninterruptible by virtually everything in the game, bar a couple things. So, having more attack jades, you're going to be able to do a lot of damage with the beams, with the pulses. But here we are going to the realm of Yang. We've got GG up against SR. SR completely stacked. Are they going to be able to beat them out here? But GG looking like they've got the execute down pat, and they take down one already.
Yeah, GG, they get a stagger in midair. Accuse LXM to pop the ultimate. Nice focus fire for them to quickly take down one of the SR members. Now 2v3 situation, SR against the wall right now, literally, figuratively. LXM does find the silence onto 17S and his teammate Rico. Rico's going to go down, and now 3v1 situation as GG is going to keep them alive, delay their inevitable win. Really cool stuff. We see just how decisive you have to be inside the realm of Yang. The smallest stagger in midair leads to the execution of your teammate. Right as they land, GG's able to close the distance, surround the one member staggered in midair. They're not able to fight back. He didn't even really need to even kick or silence one of them. Just knowing that the player can't get away, is going to be staggered, and with that stun coming through, no counters to Vipers for this composition besides the actual barrier of the Syra, but Syra still would get V1 stun, so it's not really a true counter. Soft counters can easily, things can go wrong for you, so I would say it's whoever's willing to pull the trigger quicker and more accurately. That's who's going to really take these Yang fights. But we'll have to see how the second realm of Yang is going to go, and whether or not it's really going to be that decisive. Ulting off spawn.
Immediately, frame 1, XLU, extra large U, as I like to call him. We've got that ultimate, just sending it straight out there. Unfortunately, not all that much value. And it looks as though Wolves is going to be able to respond with their own, catching the stun onto one of those players with the Syra ultimate on top of it as a deterrent. They're not really going to be... neither team is going to be losing all that many members. The Justina is now pulling the trigger as well, though. Wait a minute. Bowder, NY7 coming in with the third party, dropping in out of nowhere. ZU with the Viper ultimate. They do have Yang depletion, and it looks as though they're going to be able to cleanse very, very easily here, coming in at that opportune moment. But being able to find this fight in the first place, certainly rather difficult to say the least. Why are people fighting up here in the first place, to be honest with you? They may have found a bounty. Who knows, really? But again, looks as though frame 1 Viper Ultimates is the way, Raven, because it's just every time we swap, it's just insta Viper ult. Justina looking for the knockdown is going to be able to find one onto AB. Are they going to be able to follow it up, though? I don't really know what's happening on my screen right now. That's a lot of shiny stuff. Everyone's stunned. Pukutu looks for the follow-up on Baby U, but he can't. And then, oh, there's Justina freeze. What is happening? Oh! And the Viper ult again!
Oh, Baby U barely survives the stun and the execution by picking up one of the soul blooms. At this time, the third party from GG is going to be coming through. We saw some Justina dashes coming in hot from CGS of GG, but now another stun coming out from 521's Pampy, catching the Justina of Team GG. CGS staggered there. Now ASC coming in, watching over the hills. They want to.
Oh my god.
Get completion, but now 521, nice cover for their teammates, not letting anyone go down right here. But ASC's Miss has something to say about this, trying to find the Sagger onto GG CGS. Xiaowen is going to find the kill onto Tudik, but Miss with the RMBs of this staff looking to finish off GG. But now another third party is going to be coming in. JL comes in with the vengeance as Xiaowen and Miss go down very, very low. Miss barely holding on by the skin of his teeth. Can he keep it together? He is going to get parried right here with LXM on top of him as TXJ leading JL to find the last remaining players of GG. They're going to clean this up, and JL finding a lot of success, even though they got griefed right before their Realm of Yang. They are up to 8 kills. GG up to 9 kills. OUG up to 8 kills, and OA at 9 kills. Absolutely crazy. And look here, Duncan. SR, they had everything going, but their luck has changed, and they are going to be one of the first teams eliminated today.
They are. The thing is, when it comes to compositions like this, one mistake in execution can mean everything. It doesn't matter what loot you have. If you're stunned for 11 seconds, it doesn't matter, bro. You're just dead anyway. It doesn't. No amount of loot is gonna save you there, unfortunately. And SR making that one mistake in the Realm of Yang, losing out to GG, has cost them this first game of the day when they were so unbelievably ahead. Now, taking a quick look at a replay from the first Realm of Yang, we have a DRG up against Bowder. Bowder, XEM, and NY7 trying their very best to win this 2 versus 3 situation. The Justina all doing quite a lot of work to create a lot of space, potentially set up a little bit of damage, but unfortunately, it is not enough there. They do eventually go down, and there you have it. DRG able to win out their Realm of Yang, claiming those 3 eliminations and golden halberds, I believe, for Kakaishi. Now, we do see the second set of Realms of Yang pop up on the map at DRG. Back at it again in the Realm of Yang, up against OA. Relatively even loot situation. And of course, we are seeing the mirror matchup, because it is the mirror matchup game. Everybody in this game is playing exactly the same composition. And OAAB grappling up the sky, looking to drop down with that Viper ultimate. Going to see if he can find a lockdown. He does onto extra large U. Are they going to be able to actually follow this up, though? Doesn't look like it. Justina. Kakaishi comes in with a peel. The uppercut into the freeze. Big damage. 1 HP. Just barely making it out of there, and immediately to the other side of the realm is going to be able to come in and take that down at the armor drop. Going in to save his life. Kakaishi, 1 HP, no longer.
Yeah, the armor drop, absolutely crazy. Bring down 2v2, but away with that momentum shift, able to bring this back. Wait a second, DRG. They were not able to lock it down. Always able to clutch up the 2v3 situation. The armor drop barely keeps his teammate alive, but I don't know if that's always the play, Duncan. I think sometimes when you're 1 HP, you just got to accept that you have to get traded out. You have to buy time for your teammates to find that nice flank as the other team tries to fiend you, tries to secure the kill. so much to direct the attention of the enemy team. Now you have abilities, you have your ultimate, but something that you also have is just your actual focus, your actual attention.
Presence.
I mean, you only have a limited amount of attention, only so much you can focus on. So that 1 HP player can create so much distraction and open up. I think that's just a slight misplay there. But, you know, maybe next time.
It was almost clutch. It was almost clutch. But it just, yeah.
I think it's a lot stronger play when you have higher armor rarity, when you have that gold armor, when you have that purple armor. But with blue armor, I just don't think it's worth it. It's just not enough to keep your teammate alive. They're still basically one hit to your opponent. We are going to see SS1 backing off here. They lost their Justina Zhuan. And going back to the first Rumble Yang, the drop down ultimate, I didn't get to see the exact execution that GG did, but OA, it looked like they just opened up with the double ult of Justina and Viper. The Justina dashes through, and FPX is doing the same strategy here.
Oh no.
Open up with the drop down Viper ult with the Justina trying to lock down Wolves. They try to line of sight. They do get the stagger off. They counter ultimate, and then from there, FPX is going to pop their Siren ultimate, but the Justina of Wolves, that delayed ultimate turning the momentum back in their favor. Oh my goodness, they just take all of the momentum, suck the air out of the room. But wait a minute. Water with the double parry, able to break the armor, but NHQ not going to let this one go down, not going to let the 2v1 happen. Jumping light attacks, looking like they're able to secure the kill. But wait a second, you see Water here. Water 1 HP that entire time, like I was saying before, just playing his life.
Example.
Creating that opportunities. Your opponents can play very predictable when you're at 1 HP. So as long as you counteract that and just roll the dice, you're able to create so much opportunity for your team to close out the fight.
Yeah, it's actually quite funny that was the perfect example of what you were talking about beforehand. It's showcased right there by that realm of Yang. Now we do have OA and DRG going head to head. Once again, DRG having committed that Justina ultimate, OA having committed everything, it looks like, but they do have Mystic Might for a little bit longer. Perhaps the deterrent they need to demotivate DRG from following up there. Not looking to fully chase it down, not looking to risk it right then. Wolves also on Yang depletion, looking to try and take a fight against SS1 or FPX right here. Bit of a sus G opener, I would say, if you were to just fully send it right here with all of these buildings. With Viper, you do want a little bit of open space at the very least to make sure that they can't kite away and break line of sight from your ultimate, but it doesn't look as though it's going to matter in a 3 versus 1. Yuan just gets caught slacking, gets taken down, and allows them to cleanse one of their members. 1 minute, 45 seconds left. They do have some time, but I'm not too sure if it's going to be all that easy to fully cleanse here with GG looking in to see if they can spot any weakness. What do you think the play is at this point when you get to 1 minute 30 Yang depletion?
What we've seen in the past is teams try to pretend, try to cozy up to a lot stronger teams. They'd be like, yeah, we're actually chilling. Like we don't have Yang depletion, and then with like 45 seconds to a minute left, just full all in. Would they lower their guard now? I feel like teams have wisened up to this betrayal strategy, this sneaky beaky strat, where especially when it's a Viper composition. Not gonna lie, no, Viper's getting a little bit too close to me, especially with the silence. Like, nah, Viper, you gotta keep your distance. I got one Viper in my life. I can't have another Viper in my life. You gotta keep your distance. We are gonna see Wolves get frozen up. That Justina Viper combo coming in back and forth, staggered over and over. But the rest of the lobby looking in right here. GG has to be careful, as now they have to pop the Siren to try to recover in the situation. DRG's on Q, down to his last leg. He's going to try to maneuver out of there, but GG got what they wanted out of this. Now they just have to stabilize and survive the burst here, but DRG going to stay on top. The Syra does get the stun onto LXM right here. Tap dodge roll. LXM desperately trying to get out of range of this Viper stun. He's not able to get that. He does make it to the rock. So the explosive armor creates a little bit of space, but it's not going to matter because on the outside, we don't see him on the camera, but FPX is going to range him down, and DRG is going to come out on top of that skirmish. GG didn't want to overcommit in that spot. Unfortunately, they do get taken down. Now going over to the Spirit Ball, we got OUG challenged by Bauda, but letting them know this is their Spirit Well. We are going to make our way back to FPX. They were on the outside, ranging in, and they are going to get a kill onto DRG. DRG's Kakashi on the Justina being harassed by OA. Two of their members, Donkey and Kakashi, managing to live through the rest of the lobby. Looks in, but now that everyone does have Yang depletion, it's going to be a scramble to see who is going to make the first move. Can a duo kind of like bring it back in the situation? We haven't seen, actually I take that back, we have seen duos clutch it up, so maybe they're able to. We are going to move over to one of the favorites of the lobby right now. OUG looking very, very stacked, having Draco Storm now going to be jumping onto the remnants of GG. CGS just absolutely getting harassed by the Justina ult of Baby U. They clean him up decisively as they look around. And that's the tough part of these Viper lobbies, Duncan, is that it's so easy to get third party. The composition is literally designed to third party you and take you down as quickly as possible. That 1-2 punch that we've been seeing with the Justina and Viper ult coming out, just really, really hard to live, especially when you don't have a Wu Chen in this composition. You're all in, baby. You just gotta hope that your Syra is able to peel for you as you try to navigate and not get surrounded. We'll have to see how this endgame is going to be playing out. I don't even think we even get to an endgame. There's just too much vulnerability between everyone. Now, we are down to 15 players. This is probably one of the smallest lobbies we've seen in a finals weekly. On an opening round, like I was saying before, usually the first round, everyone takes it nice and easy. Everyone wants to play it slow, play out a very stacked end game, try to eke out every advantage they can. But like I was saying before, all of these Spirit Well and rule changes really incentivize you to risk a lot more, to try to sneak in flanks on the other teams, and once the ball starts rolling, we start rolling down the hill, it starts snowballing out of control, and everyone just starts feeding to find some kills. We are going to go back to OUG, the favorites of this lobby. They do not have Yang depletion, so they get to really just referee and cherry pick which engagement they have. Everyone else, though, they got to choose something soon. 2 minutes ticking down. The clock is ticking.
It certainly is, and it's very oogly. I mean, it makes sense because, as you said, this comp is just made for third partying. So it's very sad for GG as well, because I think they got catfished. That team, like, oh, we're pretending as though we don't have Yang depletion. All of a sudden, just boom, out of nowhere, they let that Viper get a little bit too close, and they paid dearly for it, getting caught out in the open, unable to go anywhere. Speaking of getting caught out in the open, 5-1. They are smack bang in the middle of that Moonbane, but it does finally go down. It has dissipated. And OA looking to pull the trigger on this Spirit Well. Kakashi bites off a little bit more than he can chew, and he goes down out of nowhere. We've got DRG as well. Getting fiended by 5-1. The extra large U also going to be eliminated. OA 2-tick does get caught by the Syra ultimate, but Dongqing is not going to be able to follow up with this one. Gets parried on the entry. OA's teammates are ready and waiting, and it looks as though 5-1, having not invested their Viper ultimate, not invested any of those resources, are going to potentially be able to claim this Spirit Well for themselves. Pampy's going to take the initiative, jump in onto the enemy team, act as a deterrent perhaps, utilizing that Viper ultimate. We see the Syra ultimate get popped as well. They're going to try and create some momentum for themselves moving forward. Dongxing still on the run, running away from OUG. Up, down, all around. The buttery rocks are his friend right now, but perhaps not for long. OA is going to be the next on the docket. He does go down along with Dongxing, and this lobby is getting thinned out by the second. Players going down left and right. 5-1. OUG still standing strong. I believe FPX may still have all three. They do indeed. All three members are still alive for OUG and FPX right now, but FPX do get stunned by the Syra ultimate. The enemy Syra ultimate is about to pop though, the Viper ultimate as well, but the crossbow does come in and take him down. Water not able to get value. And OUG look as though they've got all the momentum moving forward right now.
OUG keeping on the high ground. They almost dropped in on 5-2-1. They opted to just try to control the high ground, cherry pick their next engagement, but now OA, seeing the cooldowns being used, making a move. We're going back to 5-2-1. Can they capitalize? They play the spirit wall situation perfectly, as Ivan's gonna be dashing through in and out, trying to lock down one of these players at 5-2-1. Hunting, looking for the scuff players. They are gonna find FPX's Kiki on the top of the hill, but Kiki able to line of sight for a second, make his way out of there as he rides the edge of the zone right here, using a little bit of cover to his name, but 5-2-1's Fat Milk is gonna find him, securing the kill. We're down to 8 players right here. It looks like 5-2-1 with the momentum, with the ult advantage, not the loot advantage though. Back-to-back parries though from Fat Milk, setting up Pampy perfectly. V1 Viper coming through. They are going to find the stun onto OUG's leader. SS is going to get taken down by Pampy's cannon as 5-2-1 closing the distance. It looks like they're going to be able to secure the kill, but are they going to have enough points to steal away the MVP? Because OUG and OA both have 15 kills, and 5-2-1 up to 8, but looking to close out this lobby.
They are indeed. OA do find that stun. Pampy does get locked down there for a moment, but are they going to be able to follow up? It doesn't look like it, because Fat Milk has his Syra ultimate ready and waiting. Pulls the trigger. Going to be trying to chase these players down. The microwave coming through. Not going to catch any dazzles. Unfortunately, though, OA 2-tick does have ultimate, but not able to move. I believe he may have been silenced right there. Pampy's F is on cooldown currently. The armor pierce coming through. Baby U stuck in the F right there. He's gonna go down momentarily. I believe the freeze comes in. He's trying to disengage, but the 1-2, the jump LMB is gonna finish him off. And OA, AB, the last man standing. Standing strong, but not for long. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. 5-2-1. They're going to be able to claim that first place placement in the game 1 for the day. Bi-weekly 3 trios finals, and 5-2-1 kicking it off with a win.
11 kills wasn't enough with the placement point to take the MVP away. I know that the other 2 teams are going to get placement points. Yes, Barry, but it looks like they do. The multiplier plus the placement points. 5-2-1's able to secure it. They only had 4 kills going into that end game, and looking at how they secured that spirit wall, they've been working on this all year. Now, the Vietnamese team is 5-2-1 in BBE. They had a mix-up. They had a roster shake-up this year. Now, all those players are very familiar with each other, but it takes a while for a new team to gel. But even beforehand, they had such a good endgame strategy. They were really coming together, building from the ground up, not really trying to play super fast, play super risky to find kills. They wanted to lock down the fundamentals, and in that endgame, you see them patiently waiting. They don't go in when the first team runs the first ult to defend the spirit roll. They don't go in when the second team responding that comes in with another ult. They come in third, and they don't invest all their cooldowns. They only invest 1, and once they see they've secured it, everyone backing off, they're able to go back to back. The spirit roll refreshes your ultimates, and they min-max every single ultimate as much as possible, and they snowball it. They just keep it going for the rest of the lobby. They never overcommit to their ultimates. They always have 2 safety nets guiding them, and they're able to secure the kill versus very, very solid teams at endgame. We see OA over there. We see GG lasting through those endgames, but 5-2-1 looking very, very clean, Duncan. Is it the year that a global team makes a run at the top? We haven't seen a non-native team win an NBPL And 5-1, I'm not gonna lie, Duggan, that was impressive to see them do very, very well. Usually when we're talking about a team who wins an endgame like this, it's usually GG or Wolves. But 5-1 looking very clean for the first game of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I think that they're the kind of players that excel in this meta. You know, back in the day when they first came over to Nbpl, you know, SEA, very, very go fast kind of region. They love to just fully send it in the mid game, and that's what it used to be. SEA came in with multiple teams trying their hand at Nbpl, and at very beginning they were doing quite well, but then they got checked by the whole lobby, forced to slow down, forced to chill out. But this kind of meta certainly does benefit them. They can go back to their old oogly ways. But here we are once again, ladies and gentlemen. You know the drill. It's time for Answer for Treasures. If you want to get your hands on a special gift box, make sure to get your answer to this question in the chat. And the question is, which hero will be the MVP of game number 1? Will it be A, Viper Ning, B, Justina Gu, or C, Syra? This is a bit of a predict angle. You got to predict it. Are you going to be able to do it? One lucky winner out of those who choose correctly or answer correctly will be messaged and whispered in the chat. But here, taking a look at the total scoreboard off the back of game number 1, 5-1 just barely managing to secure that MVP with 0.9 points of a lead above OA. They didn't have as many kills, 11 eliminations, but that first place multiplier doing work for them there, able to secure the MVP. And taking a look at these stats for the players, Pappy, Ivan, and Fat Milk. 4 kills for Pappy, 6 for Ivan, and 2 for Fat Milk. Doing solid damage. They didn't have, you know, a crazy number of kills. They didn't have the most kills in the lobby, but able to jump in and take those kills away from the enemy players. Work smarter, not harder. Am I right?
We saw Ivan going absolutely crazy earlier, where you said it, going in the montage, cue the music, Justina dashing through, getting the resets. If you don't know this, Justina, when she dashes through, if she hits multiple targets, the dash is free. So she's able to do that infinitely as long as she still has her ultimate up and as long as she's hitting more than one target. This allows you to set up your teammates for kills, but more importantly, sets up Justina to finally secure kills. Anyone not holding focus will be frozen. Now looking at the overall scores at the top, GG still with a very solid game holding onto their lead, but OUG is going to close the distance a little bit. 5-1 is going to jump up out of nowhere into the top. And it's neck to neck in the top 5 teams. Everyone around that 30-ish mark, just plus or minus 5 points. SR also having a solid first game. And this is just a general trend we've seen in the league that the top 8 teams usually, actually I wouldn't say extensively, the top 10 teams usually are scoring between 6 and 12 points every single game, having a lot more consistency. We are going to go to the highlights of the first round of the day, brought to you by China Unicom. We are going to be looking at OA off spawn to find the kill, cleaning up OUG. Viper versus a Viper off spawn, very, very volatile. It's all about securing that first kill and then finding a nice light stack staggers. Now, that mid game was absolutely hectic, just non-stop Viper bombs from left and right. Inside Rumble Yang, we did see a little bit of some upsets going down, a lot of clutch ups going down water. Holding his ground right here, 1 HP situation, sneaking in the focus attack right there. Boom, staying alive, distracting, reacting, finding value where he can, holding through. You see him sneak 3 focus attacks in with a light attack as Kiki perfectly plays off of him, and they find that clutch up. Now going to the end game, the clean play from 5-1 to find all these stragglers to make sure that they don't get surprised by a Viper staying alive. Cherry picking and picking off the right targets from multiple teams in endgame, very critical to securing endgames. And we see 5-2-1 do such an excellent job for their first game. Are they going to be able to keep up the momentum, though? Remember, Viper composition, very different from Cannonball. So in the mirror matchup, no excuses here. This is an expression of skill. There's no excuses. Everyone playing the same comp, pretty much the same abilities. We only saw Luye front F2
Yeah.
Viper, but everyone else was literally exactly the same thing. And you are going to see the answer to the question. I'm going to go to that. Justina, the heart and soul of rushing down and securing each kill. So no surprises here. We saw Ivan flying through these team fights, locking everyone down, getting multiple dashes in these team fights. And he is going to be your MVP for 5-2-1.
He certainly is, and yeah, it's good to see. It's good to see 5-2-1 continue their rise, because we've seen them play, achieve greater and greater heights as time has gone on. The bi-weeklies, as they've played out, we've seen 5-2-1 consistently being able to climb the leaderboard and do extremely well. First bi-weekly, they were in first place after the first couple games. They've been doing very, very, very well for a long time, and it shows the amount of work and study that they've been putting in to make sure that they can make that happen. So definitely very nice to see that finally take place, because originally back in the day when we saw these SEA teams coming into the Nbpl, they weren't performing all that well, and they just couldn't compete on the same stage. They stuck with it though, and all the fruits of their labor are finally paying off. So we'll see if they're going to be able to actually continue along this path for the rest of the day, and perhaps collect a few more MVPs for themselves. But it's quite sad to see that that GG, they were in such a good spot. Same thing with SR. They were in such good positions in that game one, and then it just all fell apart at a moment's notice. GG making a mistake in endgame, or going into that endgame, and getting a little bit too close for comfort and paying dearly for it. SR making one fatal error in the Realm of Yang fight up against GG, and it just fell apart from there. Getting Yang depletion is far more devastating, is far more, is far more detrimental to your potential success in a game than it was than it once was. Nowadays the Yang depletion is killer. If you get stuck with that, there aren't very many ways to actually cleanse it. They are still playing on the patch where you can claim a spirit well and get a buff to cleanse Yang depletion. However, that is also going to be removed. You're not going to be able to do that for very much longer. So perhaps we'll be moving over to that patch next week. Who knows? But for now, they still have that one thing. But even then, it's still very, very difficult. Yang depletion, time's ticking down, you're getting desperate, and teams know this. They can make sure to keep an eye on the kill feed. They know who's on Yang depletion. However, that is one thing about the mirror match games. It's a little bit hard to tell who's on Yang depletion, because everyone's playing the same comp. So it's it's a little bit, it throws a spanner into the works, but still it is very, very difficult nonetheless.
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned it, Duncan, that it is a lot harder to actually know who is playing what. Have you ever seen eye tracker in other games, or even in NARAKA? One of the big things as a top player, you actually look at the kill feed a lot, because it reveals so much information on the map. It reveals how an opponent was killed. Now, they don't see anyone's names now that it's changed, but when the Realm of Yang fights are going down, you can still deduce which teams find the kills when there are different compositions. You would be able to see which abilities killed what. But in the mirror matchup, like Duncan said, it's a lot harder. I don't think you can deduce what inside of Realm of Yang. It's just all the same. Besides, there's one Viper with F2. So if she gets a nuke off and finishes someone up, like, oh, there's a Viper who doesn't have silence right now. But other than that, everyone is running exactly the same thing. So it's very easy to blend into the crowd. That makes a lot of the mid game situations very, very tricky to play. There was a lot of consistency found in the past under the previous rule set. And when there are different comps in the lobby, you can make different plays and kind of deduce, like, oh, this team lost in the Realm of Yang, so they're gonna be a little bit desperate. Let's just watch them. We don't have to be the team to jump on them, but we can just watch them until they get desperate. A lot of teams got to the point, and even in solos we've seen this, that they wait for the last little bit of timer for Yang depletion Because as long as they stall out, they don't even have to use their cooldowns to finish you off. They can just sit there, hold their ground, play very, very safe. And unless you like hard commit, jump in, drop all of your cooldowns onto them, you're not going to really find much success on their defense. And when you do that, it's very, very hard to get value if you're going to just triple ult if the terrain doesn't benefit you. So that's a lot of those ways that we've seen teams kind of deal with this mid game, is be very, very selective of where they take fights. Not just when, but where. They use towers, they use cities, depending on the compositions. It allows you to control that mid game chaos. Now, there's only so much you can control on Perdoria, because as you saw there in endgame and even in mid game, there's just so much cliffside. There's so much wide open area on Perdoria that Viper's V1 is just nowhere to run. There's nowhere to hide unless you're going to sit in the city. But these teams that are hunting are on the outsides, are all on these cliff sides, especially the red buffs, where all the action is happening there. So when you get committed, you just got to hope that you're not going to get third party, fourth party, fifth parties as we saw previously. Now that was the first round. You know, we're on to the second round, and we're on to the cannonball strategy, the Faria strategy with the Enor, with the Matari. We're gonna get the double skewer, the lightning kebab, as Matari's ultimate does reset your ability.
The lightning kebab.
Lot of what we've seen, the 1-2 punch of Viper Justina. What we've seen so far in the cannonball strategy is the 1-2 punch of Enor and Faria. Dari will go for a reset outside the ultimate sometimes with her ult first. Usually there's two different strategies, either the double ult of Enor and Faria, the transformer rushdown, or the ability rushdown with Matari leading on the outside, where it's not an ultimate rushdown, it's a double ability rushdown, conserving their transformer ults. We'll have to see how this kind of plays out in the mirror matchup. And one thing I've always loved about mirror matchups is when all 12 teams are working on the same strategy, you really see a lot more innovation very quickly. And what's exciting is that it never gets stale for any of us. Is it going to get banned the next week anyway? It's going to be the new composition the next week, so we're going to see a brand new mirror matchup. So I feel like because of this new rule set, we're going to see an elevation of strategy as we kind of keep going throughout the year leading into J-Cup. Everyone's mirror matchup is just going to be so refined going into it. Now, will that be the same for their other matchups? Maybe, maybe not. Maybe they're on the flip side, their multi-way, their different team composition will get weaker. But for the at least we'll see some very, very fun dittos moving forward.
Oh, absolutely. It's not just this new rule set, the new mechanics, the new Spiritual, everything that's been added to the game over the past 6 months has changed so much for the players, and it's just a constant evolution of strategy and meta for this stage, and it's very, very exciting to say the least. And right now, we're already in game number 2. ASC and SS1 taking a scrap off off the rip, and SS1 were originally in the driver's seat. They originally got that one pickoff in and created a 3 versus 2, but a triple parry coming in is actually able to turn it all on its head for ASE, and able to clutch up and reverse sweep them, committing one of their rebirths to get that res off and clean it up, claiming 3 eliminations off the rip. And now heading on over to Metab, we have OUG going up against OA. The lightning kebabs have emerged. I love that. That really made me chuckle, that one. Jinyu and Tutik going at it, throwing all the sparks across the field. Are they going to be able to close any of these players down, though? Trying to hold one of these players down is not all that easy with the other Enor coming into Peel. It's somewhat similar to the Yushan mirror, because you kind of don't want to be the initial aggressor as the Enor, because the other Enor is just going to be watching and waiting to try and prevent anything anything you do. The CC coming in from the other Enor, and it kind of creates this sort of weird stalemate where you're not sure if you want to be going first, not sure if you want to be taking the initiative, and in case you end up just getting peeled, and then you end up not getting any value at all out of it. But it looks as though this fight is going to continue moving forward. 5-1. Wait a minute. Are jumping in for the third party. OA has lost a member. 5-1 coming in strong. 3-man strong, going to be able to eliminate OUGSS and try and now close out this kill onto AB. AB currently invisible. His Matari has used that ultimate. The pillar is going to get dropped down. Parry attempt, not going to catch it. AB is going to be able to pop that turret. Drop it down, peel for himself a little bit longer. He does have the fan. If he's able to make it to the wall, he might be able to escape, but it's not looking as though he's going to be able to get out of this one. This is a rather sticky situation that he's found himself in, and there you have it. At 5-1, going to be able to claim that elimination, going up to 3, and a very optimal third party. Once again, from 5-1, able to play on the outside and take advantage of these other teams committing a little bit too much in that 3v3.
5-1's been landing Matap forever since they joined the league. Definitely getting the better end of that deal. I need a nice third party there. We are going to go over to the north. Wolves versus DRG. Kickoff is going to fall right here, but NHQ from Wolves very, very low. ZK trying to hold the ground right here. The dash throughs from JL's Matari. Junks going in and out, distracting him, and One Fox gonna find the bow snipe on the outside, and JL's gonna make out there like bandits. One thing we didn't mention is, even though we got the lightning kebabs going, you gotta remember everything's invisible as well, so tracking your opponents as the cooldowns are being exchanged, very, very tough to secure the kill, and it looks like most of these teams are looking to finish off the Matari after the initial engagement, just because Matari, without her ultimate and multiple dashes, becomes very, very vulnerable. We are going to go to the other side of the north. GG is going to find the kill onto FPX's water, as CGS is trying to close this out onto Kiki right here. Kiki trying to make his way to the wall to use some scale rush shenanigans, trying to make his way out. He does find a nice F2 with the Feria to create some space, but it's not going to matter. LXM going to chase him down, chop off his legs with an RMB, but he does make enough space for CGE to hide over in the bush.
The unseen kebab. Oh, I love it. I love it. But right now, OUGSS not loving it. He is going to be going down. Rico going to be finishing him off with the F2 into the quick musket shot. Very nice indeed. Having secured himself the podium weapon as well. Securing that podium puzzle gives you a huge power spike very, very early on in the game, as there are very few ways. In fact, there's only one way to get your hands on a legendary weapon this early on in the game in Immortal War, and that is getting the puzzle, securing the Salvation Podium puzzle, and claiming that box of goodies. And it does do quite a lot, but I feel as though it is somewhat cursed within the competitive environment, because whenever we see a team securing this golden weapon, it usually changes hands about 4 times during the mid game. So we'll see if they're going to be able to hold on to it. Xiao Wen needs to go and get his eyes checked. Jin Yu hiding. If I can't see him, he can't see me. Look at the rock. Look at the rock. Look at the rock. Xiao Wen, you can't see me, buddy. Ooh, wait a minute. Nope. He's running around killing the fauna. Nope, he's out of there. He survives. Lives to fight another day.
Not moving. You know, everyone's a bunch of T-Rexes. If you don't move, you can't see. JL is going to be fighting over wolves over in the corner, the top corner of the map. ZK in the Enor ult, going to get blasted by One Fong. One Fong now turning his attention to the mirror. Feria, Wolves, you getting out of a mech and immediately catching one of these. One Fong, hold this for a second. Hold this cannon shot. Now One Fong going to close the distance. Looking for the F2. Nice dodge from you. Matari ult's going to be coming out. Now One Fong does have another F up. He goes for a parry instead. Looks for a fade out light attack. Not able to get him. Gets the F. Last second. You see that Matari. Wait a second. This guy looks kind of fun, Doug, and I want to double F2 sniping on Feria. That looks like a ton of fun, if I can say myself.
And the Enor as well, dude. That cooldown on F2 Enor is already 16 seconds or something like that. Something outrageously low. and you get the reset on it as well. It's just crazy. It's so much damage as well. The gold focus, full gold focus. It's just fully send it with all the F abilities and Matari. It's very, very oogly. The unseen kebab. I know that shouldn't
more
be the name,
abilities. You just increase the skill difference you can have between other teams. That means you get literally double of everything at some point. Either the ability when you're in ultimate or the abilities when you're outside ultimate. So a lot of those like weird scub situations where you don't get the perfect execution. You're just in deep waters where Matari gets a second ult and you're in like a 2v2, 1v2 or situation. You get that second ult reset. Gonna be some. I imagine this is exciting to me. Cannonball was always one of my favorite strategies in the game. I always liked how much fun Farios plays, especially with her ability shooting. It's one of the few abilities in the game that's a true skill shot and allows you to really concentrate on just pure aiming in the game. Going to that first realm of Yang, it also provides the silence as well from range, so the lockdown potential of these compositions. Now we aren't seeing the pioneer of it, VVV. My man is not playing for Bounded today. I guess he has a stand-in for whatever reason. We are going to see 5-2-1 though versus ASC. Both of these teams up and coming so far today, heating up. What do you have to show us 5-2-1? We saw the Viper comp. Do we have a Cannonball comp? Pampy is going to get opened up. Staggered. He does look for the F, but that light attack does get him before Enor. Both ultimate, they take immediately to the barriers to force them into it. Han zipping, zagging, and now changing his attention to them. Matari trying to peel the Enor off. Fat Milk now turning his attention. We got the Enor on Enor battle right here. Han taking a ton of damage. So Fat Milk doing a great job of doing the difference right here in the Enor mirror. And Feria is going to secure the kill. Ibin finding the cannon shot from long range. Now 5-2-1's going to slow things down. Try to secure the kill, but Fat Milk taking a ton of damage right now. His teammate's got a peel for him. Missed is going to get staggered. Peeled off as Fat Milk takes to the pillars, looking to scale rush over no, but Xiao Wen able to create some space, has a health advantage on the Ibin, finds the stagger her, looks for the cross, not able to get it. One charge cancel, two charge cancel, looks for the parry, he's not able to get it. Ibin's not gonna bite right here. He does find the stagger. 1, 2, but Xiao Wen gets his dash through into the uppercut combo, into the 1, 2, 3, down to the ground, looks for the tech chase on Wake Up, not able to get it. Ibin's able to secure some distance, gets to the piddle and scale rushes through, and 5-2-1 is looking clean with it. They got a cannonball, Duncan. They got a cannonball.
They got it, dude. They got it. They are cooking right now, and that was with a pretty significant loot disadvantage. You know, 2 of them had blue armor going into that, and ASE was triple purple. They had the loot disadvantage, but the Enor mirror right there, able to take advantage of the Enor, even when invisible, able to continue tracking. You know, tracking and catching people with those jumping attacks in Enor ult is already, you know, I mean, it's not impossible. It's not super difficult, but it's definitely not easy. And able to do it when the guy's invisible is definitely very impressive, to say the least. Now, 5-2-1 having left the realm of Yang, they're going to be jumping over to this cave, trying to secure that Morris inside to potentially get their 3rd purple armor for their teammate. SROA all involved in this fight, jumping in. Oh, big damage coming out onto SR. OA's Tutik, the hero Enor, trying to do as much as he can before he goes down. It's not going to be enough. Unfortunately, OA fully died, but they do have Vermilion Burstmite. They're not going to be going down just yet, I don't think. SR trying to clean up this fight. They have Vermilion Burstmite as well. All of these players fighting with the second life. Rico going down extremely low on the side of SR, trying to stay alive. Gets one heal off inside that Fairy Mech. Going to be dropping out right now, though. Might be getting taken down, but no. Yes, now he does go down. Pampy goes down to ASE Han, though, on the outskirts of this fight. 17S trying to go for a reset, but ASE Han says no. But Ibin is going to be the one to pick up the elimination, and it doesn't look as though ASE going to be able to claim that Soul Bloom, unfortunately, as Enor still in ultimate, not going to be able to interact with that body, not going to be able to cleanse the Yang depletion, and Xiao Wen is going to be going down. Bowder looking to jump in as well. Managed to find this fight. This is exactly what they want. Oh my god, wait a minute! Oh no, it's not what they want! That guy exploded!
That's all it takes. One pair. We got no combo breaks on this team.
That's the problem with this comp. No combo breaks.
No combo breaks. It's not a problem. It's a solution, Duncan. When you don't have to worry about combo breaking, now you can do the damage and get the juggles. We gotta get DRG's XLU. Gonna be coming through with the Enor. Doing the business that I've been taking him down.
The business.
DRG though, they are going to be waiting on the outside. Ooh, ASE's Mist gonna get taken down. White XLU is gonna de-transform, try to recover here. This is early Shadow Corruption, so they're able to sustain inside Shadow Corruption. Find some heals right here. OA is gonna slow things down right now into the Fairy Mech, try to pick up their health up. Multiple players in the zone right here, very, very hectic, as other teams are going to be camping them on their way in now. 56 seconds on this Yang depletion for GG. They have to make a move here. They have to find at least one kill. Looking at their bank right here, they do have a lot of money. So as long as they get one Soul Bloom here, they're going to be able to buy back at least one teammate and survive this Yang depletion situation. We are going to move back to that hectic zone situation. Deep in the zone, we're coming back. Breathe some air, and when we breathe that air, SR17S not going to be able to get past that water. He's going to drown as he comes out of the zone. OA's Cuckoo's going to find that kill. And now SR, a little bit of shambles. They lose one of their players, but they do manage to get out of there. Hopefully be able to play for Rez in this mid-game. Man, it is so tough to find reses in mid-game now, just because the map is so looted up at this point in the game. All these teams really suck all of the loot dry from every corner of the map. Really trying to min-max, scale up macro as much as possible, get as much melee resistance, as much attack. We are going to find Cuckoo hunting the edge zone. They know potentially more than one team was out here on the edge of the zone. They do have to make their way in. They only have the Matari ult, but Matari, that double ability reset, very dangerous when you connect to a team. We are going to see OUG fighting their way out as ASC's very low, down to 1 HP. He needs to get into the zone to find a white heal. OUG hunting them down though.
On, trying desperately. I don't think it's going to pay off though, unfortunately. There we go. Unfortunately, he has no teammates around him. He is a very lonely Edor in a Fairy Mech. Goes down, unfortunately, in the 1 versus 3 with very little HP, but now we're going to be jumping into the realm of Yang. Got JL going up against 521. Can 521 continue their rise to the top and take down these kings of the scene? The Matari taking an absurd amount of damage, does manage to get up off the floor, pop that ultimate. TXJ now continuously trying to chase him down. It's very difficult to chase the slippery Matari. But wait a minute, Ibin, Pampy jumping in, Fat Milk trying to hold down TXJ, and the Enor ultimate is going to be able to peel him off, but the Matari is still going to be going down, and it looks as though JL may be the ones to slow down 521 right now. It's not over just yet, even though it's a 3 versus 2. Junks does not have very much health to play around with. That ultimate is still in play for 521. Ibin, though, he is going to get knocked up and taken down. No combo breakers. The combo start is going to be more than sufficient, and JL clean up the fight and take them down, securing victory in the realm of Yang. How many kills is that now? I believe that is 3, 3, and 6. Pretty solid. 12 limbs. 12 kills for JL. Double purple, gold armor, gold hangsword. They are looking pretty stacked right now with Mystic Might. They might spot out 330 right here. He's got no ultimate, and it looks as though he's very lonely at the edge of the zone right now. Atari on his team has gone down.
Very
it's not
lonely.
looking good. Very lonely.
3-0. A single bachelor alone in the zone, very lonely.
Alone in the zone.
He's gonna get taken down by JL's One Fong. Now the difference in that realm of Yang, the coordination of the Enor onto Matari. You see 521. They're Matari desperately trying to get away. But TXJ, the combination of Faria and Enor alone has a struggle buses locking someone down is because you can abuse verticality. You can get above his head where he's not able to find those hits up. We are going to see Shinyu come over here, secure the kill onto ZK as OUG is going to find that kill. But as I was saying before, Enor alone struggles with verticality in his ultimate, but with Faria, you got the artillery in the background. You see JL locking down the Matari, zipping and zagging amongst the pillars, trying to go up high. Every time she went up high, the Faria was either going to hit her in midair as she stalled out or hit her when she landed. Would get the follow-up. TXJ did a really good job of limiting his options. We are going to go over though, OA versus SR. These two teams also having a spectacular day. Pampy showing up as well, trying to find a kill. Tudik leading his team to follow SR's Zhao on the low ground, but Fat Milk's being like, hey, that's our kill right here. They have control of the ballista. Zhao taking artillery shots from the ballista, and it looks like Pampy is gonna secure the kill for his team, and now OA in a tough position as 5-2-1 controls this area. They do have Yang depletion right now. Tudik got his armor stripped from him right now. Now 5-2-1's gonna activate and try to chase down OA, maybe? Yes, maybe? Oh, no, they're happy with the loot. And they're able to secure at least once. No, they actually got no Soblins from this. So they're still going to have to scour the map for a kill. But they do have 3 minutes to work with.
They do indeed. Something I'd like to know. Unfortunately, GG again are going to fall in the mid to late game transitionary phase. They've gone down and are fully eliminated along with DRG, FPX, ASE, SS1, and Bowder. All of these teams fully eliminated. SR are missing one member at the moment, and Matari is fully dead. They're trying to recover their game right now. And 5-1 is the only other team to really keep an eye on at the moment, as they still have Yang depletion and are going to be forced to try and find a way to cleanse this sooner rather than later, as the timer is ticking down. JL going through the rotations, doing a little bit of questing, a little bit of PvE, getting some money, preparing themselves for that late game. It's as though OA may have spotted out SR's Rico, who's all on his own. They're trying their best to recover their game and pick up their third member. It's as though they've split up as to try and give themselves a better chance of survival. But I don't think Rico is going to be making it out of this one alive. He's trying his best to make it over to Plume Castle, trying to get to terrain that will allow him to effectively kite away from this team, but I don't think it's possible at this point. Did not get enough distance on the Faria ultimate. Rampage coming through, going to get the clank. Rico still going to try and kite, but it's kiting away from the terrain. It's not looking good for him, and there you have it. Rico does go down. Now SR only has one member left alive, and OA picking up another kill, going up to 9 eliminations. Now they can look back at 5-1 with their Yang depletion, 1 minute and counting. They've not managed to farm up money, so they're going to have to try and secure this Spirit Well, I believe, if they want to survive it longer in this game. This is their last chance, I believe.
We saw the kiting with the staff. Now, remember earlier, some staff to work in the 1v2 situation, but when we get to 3, it's pretty tough in this modern NARAKA with the light attacks just fully covering everything. We got the light attack, we got the parry, we got the focus attack. There's not much you can do. Now, we did see this before, 5-2-1 setting up for these Spirit Wells, and previous game, they had a really solid strategy in order to snowball their late game. They do have 13 seconds for their Yang depletion. They're all in here. They need to hold on to this. They need to push them out so they can get this cleanse right now. 5 seconds left. Fatmo desperately trying to push out Tudik, but OA letting them know they're not going to be taking this one for free, and they are going to go down as JL's going to show up. GXJ pops into Enor ultimate. They are going to push everyone off. They are going to alpha it with this gold armor. So much HP on them. Tudik going for a ride, getting lightning kebabbed into the ground as Junks is going to follow up from downtown with the cannon shot from the Faria, and JL is going to make quick work of them. Nice third party onto 5-2-1, getting a taste of their own medicine. Unfortunately, I don't know. I haven't seen the Spirit Well strategy work when you have Yang depletion and you just all in it. It seems like most teams are just going to take the risk if you're on it already and all in you to force you off. At least invest in one ultimate, and depending on how desperate you look, I feel like it's just kind of a freebie kill. I feel like finding an extended fight beforehand probably is a little bit better. I still have yet to see any team successfully go and grab a Spirit Well in 15 seconds and get cleanse. Haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, I think that it's quite telling when you see a team insta triple ult on a Spirit Well that they really need it. It's pretty fair to assume that team is likely still in Yang depletion. Now, in the mirror match, it is hard to tell who has Yang depletion, as we discussed earlier, because everyone's playing the same character, so you can't keep an eye on the kill feed and deduce who's going to be in that weakened state. But still, you know, if you see a team like get to the Spirit Well before it even drops, and then drop that Farrier mech, and then they just instantly triple ult, I think it's quite telling. I think one adjustment could be that you just ult in advance, perhaps? I'm not really sure. Because they waited until somebody even walked in to actually use the Farrier mech. I think it may have been perhaps the better option to simply Farrier mech like as it appeared, and then just instantly do it, giving them a harder time to actually find the way in. But I don't know. In that kind of situation, if they're stalled out for even a few seconds, it just makes it impossible to actually cap. So, yeah, but regardless, that is going to be something that gets fully removed moving forwards. Oof. On the current life patch, we don't have that. You can't cleanse Yang depletion with Bath now. I think it does extend the timer, but that's about it. We do see some more oogly action taking place right here. The Moonbane coming in as well. NHQ 1 HP, and he does go down. Quick bow shot from OUGSS. Very nicely done, but they may pay dearly for it as they're now being fiended by the rest of these players.
Yeah, we thought the Viper lobby went fast. The Cannonball lobby,
this is 10 people
getting executed. We're already down to 10. Got Yang depletion ticking away on everyone. We do have OUG losing Shinyu. We're down to 2 players. Wolves as well down to 2 players with a minute and 35. They need to find a cleanse right here. Not with the best loot. We see JL juiced up right now. Triple gold armor on them. Cheeky stuff from TXJ. You're able to dodge a lot of Enor's abilities just with chain rolling. Just walking down Wolves Enor in that spot. We are going to be launching right here OUG's SS, one of the old school IGLs next to TXJ. Both of these guys dinosaurs in the league, been here since the beginning. It looks like JL is going to be claiming the Spirit Well with 10 people left alive, securing this. Probably going to make them the heavy favorite to win this. On the outside though, the Scuff duo is trying to pick up a fight right here. SR Zhao going for a ride right here, getting juggled over and over. Rico comes over with the peel. SS now backing off, making his way to the top of this wooden tower. Lots of interesting cover right here in order to make some plays right here. TXJ going to pop the first ultimate as he gets another ult refresh. What can you show us? TXJ going to come over, find the duos, try to pick off a member of Wolves right here, jumping, kabobbing ZK to the ground. Kablowy. Goodbye, ZK. That's one more in the bag for JL as they're moving up to 15 kills right now. SR's Rico trying to make his way out of the zone. TXJ has to be careful right here. Zone's taking away a ton. SR17S going for some revenge for his teammates. TXJ does get a little bit tickled right there. Not much though. Only half his gold armor up as we go over to Wolves. You gonna be timed out with the last hit going to Junks, finding the last kill. We are gonna be down to just 3 teams here. JL, OUG, and SR, with JL with an overwhelming lead right here, but OUG is going to be trying to hold the line inside this tent for the last remaining seconds of this round.
You don't want to go inside that tent. There's a big turret in there. And JL able to pick up the kill onto 17S, having lost all his health trying to contest OUG, or just getting caught inside that tent right there. It looks as though OUG has 2 members. SR has 1 left alive. JL gonna try and lock down SS right now. no ultimate on the Farrier is going to be able to break away for the moment. Junks sitting on top of this tent with the Farrier mech is going to be de-meching right now. Knows that SS is inside that tent, trying to catch up to him. Not going to be able to make contact just yet. Rico trying to stay as inconspicuous as possible on top of that wooden tower over there. Junks and the rest of JL going to be able to catch OUGSS. There's nothing he can do right now. The jump LFBs, the flying knives, the hang sword, making it impossible for him to disengage. And now Rico is going to be forced to move. They know where he is. They spot him out, scale rushing into the safe zone, making it into the tent, holding, trying his best. Does get the double silence with that F2 onto both these members of JL, but he's popped the ultimate and doesn't really have a way of escaping. He just slowly turns left and right. Oh, well, damn, I'm stuck.
JL
oh,
to 18
nice.
kills. Last one left alive, baby. You on the Matari is gonna invis, take to the skies, triple dash out, not giving the kill, not giving the satisfaction to the competitors, but JL is gonna come out with 19 big ones to end this game 2. No surprises here. They're the pioneers of this cannonball composition, that reset of ability. We see just the capabilities of it when you get 2 shots from the Farrier, 2 kebabs from the Enor, plus the dashes of Matari. Remember, no one has combo break too. It's very easy to get very complacent with your fighting ability when you're so used to characters with a combo break where you know you're going to get bailed out of a situation. Instead, every decision is so critical because in trios, when you get staggered once, until they implement green focus, you're going for a ride if there's 2 people next to you, especially in Pro League. You're getting comboed probably 100-0 just off 1 stagger, especially if it's off 1 ability. And we see JL walking out.
Look at that posture.
Satisfied. That erect posture. Just we're fully there. Duncan.
It's like he's got a 2x4 like taped to his back. This guy's just like, oh yeah, absolute pinnacle of NARAKA right there. But so one thing I was thinking about, right, when it comes to this, although none of them have combo breakers, all of their F abilities can be very, very disruptive regardless. You know, as long as they don't group up and all get hit, you know, every single one of them could come in, send their F in, and just fully peel. He's the Matari with the charged up Matari dash. It's gold focus, interrupts everything. Enor just on his base can interrupt everything. Farrier F2 as well can do the same thing. So it's like, as long as you're not grouping up, it's very possible to avoid those situations. But still, it is very difficult. The spacing, especially on a stage like this, it is not easy. But once again, ladies and gentlemen, here you are with the answer for treasures. You know the drill. Get your answer to this question in the chat if you want to get your hands on a special gift. The question is, which hero will be the MVP of game number 2? Will it be A, Enor 1, B, Matari, or C, Farrier Shen? And get your answer into the chat, and one lucky winner out of those who answer correctly will be chosen, added and whispered, so that they can claim their prize. Who do you reckon is going to be, Raven? Who do you think is going to be the MVP of that game?
It's between Enor and Farrier, especially because usually they just give the MVP the damage. But I feel like when I was thinking about all 3 characters, Farrier definitely has her work cut out for her, but she's never really in danger of dying because her mech gives her a lot of survivability. She's able to heal. Her F also gives her a ton of mobility. I feel like Matari should usually be the MVP. In my opinion, should always get the MVP here because when she ults is so important. You want to get maximum value, and you have to be very, very observant of your 2 teammates, your Enor and your Farrier, of when they actually use their cooldowns outside of their ultimate to get maximum value, and also not let them die as well. Then you're going to get focus fired by the Enor and Farrier, so you have a lot of work cut out for you in order to create value for your team. Now looking at the overall score, JL at the top, 26.8. They're going to be close to that match point after this round. Away, SR, OUG, 5-1 in GG. Keeping up the pace. That nice 8 to 15 point pace that all these top teams are keeping up. ASC still right on the outside. We're looking at the overall stats. TXA with the most amount of damage. When you do the most amount of damage, you're going to get the most amount of credit because everyone loves that high average damage stat. TXJ probably going to get an MVP, unfortunately. But I think Matari, then maybe area. I don't know though. Enor is still very fresh, so his ability to recast his lightning bolt over and over to create value for his team, very, very tough. And a lot of the top Enor players are going to be trailblazing. They're going to be deciding a lot of the meta right now because Enor hasn't existed until this point. It really reminds me of the old school Cannonball meta with Yodo though, where everyone, the whole idea was setting someone up to get exploded by an ability rotation. And now with Matari, you can do that ability rotation quickly twice. So very, very cool. And it makes sense why the round ended so fast with how explosive this team composition is.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You know, you get hit by Matari F into the Enor F along with the Feria F. You just, when you go, you're silenced. You're up in the air. You're hurting. If you've got blue armor, you're already basically dead. It's a lot to deal with, and then if they have that secondary rotation, if they commit the material, it is cooked if you're not able to actually get back on the ground. And within the mirror matchup, you know, you don't have combo breaks, so if the enemy team gets to use their combo, their ability rotation first, and they actually execute it correctly, then it's very, very difficult to actually come out alive off of that initial opener. But here we are taking a look at some of the highlights of the back of game number 2. MVP by JL and brought to us by China Unicorn. You can hear the comms from JL in the realm of Yang. Not too hectic. Okay, as I said it, you know. Ah! I mean, I wish I could understand Chinese. I don't think I don't. So unfortunately, we can't really determine what it is that's being said. Target selection is key. You can see the ping coming out. Able to immediately follow up, consolidate. 2-on-1, very nice, clean. See, what do you do against this? You know, like, combo break, you're just dead. You get one other player on your team to come in and combo with you. You know, that person is going to die.
I feel like this composition is a heavy teamwork composition. Most people, when they think of mechanics and skill, they always consider combos, 1v1 dueling. But there is a lot of mechanics when it comes to communication. Here, even though it's a different language for me, I can hear just the priority of targeting certain players being a little bit more vocal than others. Other players also communicating the flanks, telling people to back out of certain situations. And like you were saying before, Doug, like everyone's able to peel. All of their abilities are gold focused, so they're going to take priority and be able to stagger you if you have another teammate staggered. The big thing though, it doesn't come from you, it has to come from your teammate. So everyone's presence of mind, their true teamwork mechanics is very, very important. And I'd say, I mean, the reason why the top teams are the top teams, JL, GG, OUG, YZG, it's because these guys have played together for so long. Now, DRG and GG are one of the few teams that still have the same roster. Everyone else shifted, duos staying together with a new trio. And since these guys have been playing in the league against each other for so long, a lot of the times they gel really, really quickly together as well and create a lot of team play situations. Now, ladies and gentlemen, that was game 2 in the bag. That's the mirror matchups for the day. We're going to be into the exciting part of the day. We're going to see a lot more compositions. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. There's still a lot more NARAKA to be played.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are back after that short break. I'm Dunkin' Donuts, joined by the legend himself, Raven PLZ, and we are here to bring you the rest of today's games, however many there may be. So far, JL has managed to get a pretty solid scoreline, getting that ever closer to that match point threshold, meaning that there's always the possibility that the day ends early. Usually during those qualifying rounds, during the bi-weekly, we have a minimum and maximum of 6 games. But here in the bi-weekly finals, it's all up for grabs after that 3rd game, or at least as soon as a team is able to get to MVP threshold. As once they do, if they then MVP a game after the fact, they are able to end the day early, claiming all the prizes, all the monies, all the MVPs, and just, you know, claim the title for that bi-weekly. So we shall see moving forwards. But now, another thing that's going to be changing after this 2nd game that we just had previously is that we're no longer going to be doing mirror matches. Now, instead, we're going to be leaving it up to the players. They are going to be choosing their characters, their compositions, based off of the hero points that they have available, based off of the phasing that they're going to be in. And if all the days of trios leading up to this point is any indication, we're going to have a lot of innovation, a lot of oogly compositions coming out to play, and I'm all for it, Raven. What do you look forward to the most? I'd like to ask you here, moving into this 3rd game.
I would like to see JL win. I mean, I've always been a big fan of TXJ. And something that's new to the rule set, teams that have the highest points actually get to go into the earlier phases. So you're highly incentivized to have this aggressive play style now, to get ahead early. Before, it really rewarded you for sitting back and playing very consistent. As long as you ran a slow strategy, didn't take a lot of risks, usually you would net yourself into the top 5, and then you can wait things out to the last 2 rounds. Like Duncan was saying before, there's a match points threshold now, so if you get a lot of points earlier, you can just end the tournament outright and win. And that also means for everyone else, you need to have a bigger game earlier, because when the tournament ends, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and the rest of the rankings is decided by how many points you have. So now everyone cannot chill. There's a no chill lobby. Everyone has to get Ooga Booga in there and really try to control their destiny as much as possible. Try to get as much loot as possible and take more risk, because fortune favors the bold, and you can't really sit back and win like you used to be able to in previous years of NARAKA. I would say even earlier, before we had this rule set, it was still very, very aggressive, just because of the different design decisions NARAKA took, with Spirit Wells being added into the game and Yang Depletion being put in. Before, that didn't exist. Now you need to find cleanses. You have 4 minutes, so it's a little bit reasonable that you have 4 or 5 minutes to make a decision and pick a fight that you feel is favorable. But yeah, still, very, very uncomfortable for all these players and all these teams, just because you have to control your spacing. Everyone has a ton of really, really good range, a ton of really good coordination. You see that most teams are always on top of each other, always willing to cover each other at this point in NARAKA's evolution. So because of that, we have these fast end games now, where it's not super slow like it was before. And what's actually not surprising to me, still, the veteran teams are still maintaining their dominance within the league, but we see up and coming talents coming up, like we've been saying before. 521, a foreign team, a global team, came over to Nbpl the previous year. They worked their butts off the whole year, did very, very well with BBE for J-Cup that year. That's the reason why they joined NARAKA Pro League. And now this year, it's more coming together. The previous year, they were pretty much always at the bottom for every single game. Now we see them fighting at the top, in the top 6, top 8, and showing a lot more promise leading up to this year's J-Cup. Now, still though, all these other teams, you still got to make it through GG. You still got to make it through SR dominating WC. We are seeing some new compositions, though. I saw the zipping comp with the Hottie out there. GG Takeda Transformers. I'm not a big believer of this Takeda Monk. I know in BWG, Zay believes in this composition a lot, probably because of GG, to be honest. I just feel like that composition takes so much time to get online. Like I was saying before,
it's a full scaling. No, with Takeda's scaling being buffed, I feel like it is better than it was, because now it requires you to have fewer high tier weapons within your team's inventory to actually get to that gold ultimate stage. But even then, you monk scaling, Kurumi pseudo scaling as well. I suppose if you have better armor on the team, you're going to be able to get more value out of your ultimate theoretically. But it's just it is difficult to get online. But this comp, Hardy Kylan zipping, yeah, I don't know. Is that Cube? It must be, no? Cube Hardy, I would imagine.
Yeah, it's usually always Cube Hardy.
It has to be. And to be honest, I'm very surprised that third round selection we're still we're seeing a team able to pick Viper, Syra, Justina. This as we saw earlier, the reason why it was in the mirror match, the first mirror match, is because it's the highest pick rate team. It's the highest win rate, highest pick rate. So it's just for teams to still be able to pick this is kind of crazy. And now we're seeing DRG, instead of choosing to go for it, they're going to be going for the new Transformers with Kylan Monk zipping instead. But Wolves, they're still very happy to run this. I'm not too sure what's going on at the moment, because it doesn't look as though there's any consensus as to what people want to pick right now. I mean, it comes down to games, which maps and Fireflies, non-Fireflies, that sort of thing, and what other people are playing. But still, it's a bit peculiar.
The days of old where teams just play the strongest compositions as soon as they could are over. Match point really changes when you play a composition, because not every team feels like they can MVP every single composition. Especially depending on the map, depending on Firefly, you really want to cherry pick your composition. You want to put yourself in the best position possible for your team. You are going to see Bauna running a interesting Yueshan Valda monk.
Interesting indeed.
It's actually one NA's first Morris. Or first Morris? No, I think it was the second Morris. It's next year. We're just
a team won
composition.
A team MVP'd 2 days ago on the last day of trio quals for this bi-weekly with full Wombo Valda monk. They full Wombo, won with them and got MVP in the game. Wombo has definitely been creeping back in, it seems. But yeah, no, you're right. You're absolutely right about that. Because of the MVP threshold, it's possible for JL, for example, here they're running this composition, which, for all intents and purposes, is rather goofy. It's a little interesting, a little innovative, to say the least. And perhaps it's a composition that they're very happy to play here because they're that close to MVP threshold. This is the comp that they're gonna send and try and just get the points to get to MVP, and then they're gonna invest a lot of hero points in the following game to try and actually fully secure that MVP. But who knows, really? We're gonna see whether or not it is gonna be doing well, or if it's going to flop. Moving it forward, as we're now going to be taking a look at the ability choices from these teams, from these team compositions. Bowder, are you running the Wombo? Are we going to see V1 Valda? NY7? Is that what we're doing right now? The wave? Yes, it is. And do you want to know one other thing that actually is very good about this, by the way, Raven? It fully negates Syra Viper. Both Syra and Viper ult, both of them, the V2 and the V1 from the Viper, they get cancelled by the Valda wave. It's one of the only things in the game that actually shuts it down.
Yeah, I was thinking about this when I saw the Yueshan Valda and why it works so well. Why it didn't work well in the past is that Yueshan was always paired with Kurumi and Monk before. So Yueshan's ultimate, where he gives the buff to his teammates, denies Viper stun, denies like Temi ult, denies Aldo wave. It just denies all the shenanigans in the game. Or we say wombo, like some type of combo ultimate where a team runs 2 ultimates to instant kill you, essentially. So as long as Yueshan has presence of mind and sees the execution coming, he can protect his team fairly easily when it comes to most of the old strategies. But now, like I was saying before, because Yueshan's almost not in the meta at all, a lot of these team compositions are very, very greedy in their offensive capabilities. Like they don't really have a lot of defensive cooldowns to prevent a lot of wombo combos, a lot of that old strategy. So I'm very curious to see if they're able to get value off this Valda, and then what that means for like the global scene. Because not gonna lie, wombo combo is not that hard to hit. That's one of the first combos you play in ranked. So if you're able to get the Monk Valda double grab going, you might see that actually affect the world stage, because only one team is really running this right now. And Duncan brought up a good point. It's one of the few composition that slows down. It counters the Viper comp, which right now is the strongest comp. Everyone favors it to get the most amount of kills.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll have to see moving forward. But for the meantime, wait a minute. Fat Milk, he's been trapped out of nowhere. Wait, and he's down. He walks into the room. Oh, Scale Rush. Oh, no. He goes down and GG springs the trap. Oh, wait a minute. It looked as though it could have been turned for a moment there, but no. GG do lose all of their armor, but 5-1 lose all of their health. Everything has gone down, and GG able to pick up 3 very quick kills right off the rip with the sneaky beaky trap in the rat cave. Very nicely done. And now we're going to take a look at Zest Winery over here, with ASE OUG going head-to-head, and JL looking to try and find their way in. Get some of these eliminations, get that third party going. TXJ popping the ultimate, dropping down the cube on the other side of the building. OUG trying to cut away. SS, 1 HP in a dream. It's not going to live on, and JL has found a very solid third party opportunity for themselves. They're likely going to be coming away from this fight with 3 eliminations.
Oh, it's getting very zesty at the Zest Winery. Duncan TXA with that cube, able to get the nice opener to deny that Viper ultimate. Big plays coming up from TXJ. Picking apart OUG with this. I don't even know what to call this composition. We're going to have to go into the works right here. If it's going to be a common comp used by multiple teams. For now, right now, it seems to be TXJ's baby right here. Shinju's going to be running away, looking for some type of cover, but he's not able to get anywhere. JL going to be able to secure the kill, clean up OUG at the Zesty Winery. Now going over to the
Zest Winery.
You know, this is to the north in the corner. We got SR playing a little bit slow, running back the cannonball composition. So I'm curious to see some of these, like we're so used to seeing the mirror matchups after the first 2 games that it's almost bizarre world to see all the different comps kind of be mushed together. It's a buffet of NARAKA trios.
All you can eat.
All you can eat compositions, just all this bizarro world. Everyone just trying things out, seeing what works. We even it makes even like Siphon, Takeda, Karumi, Temi look weird compared to all the other compositions that are out right here. We are going to go to the south as B1 from ASC. Smith's going to be coming down. 330 is going to get bonked by the spear. CDS going to try to back out of here, using his Takeda pushes to create some space, trying to make his way back to the mine. Hopefully he can make it back to the caves and kite ASC through, but ASC with that Justina going to be hunting him down.
Absolutely. There's a lot of open space right there. And with the Justina ult active, they may be able to close it out relatively quickly. Back up to the north in the tree area, the forest. Wolves are going to be taking down SR, or at least one member of the team. ZK is going to be trying to chase down Rico. A lot of trees, a lot of tall trees, a lot of kiting opportunities. It looks as though there's another team will be trying their hand at this one. Ooh, grapple check. Get back down there, buddy. This is our kill. I'm taking over. And SR Rico now has 2 teams chasing him, unfortunately. Good luck, buddy! But now heading over to DRG and SS1. Juan, no armor to speak of. Kakaishi trying to chase him down. Ooh! Nice little parry, nice read there from Juan. Single hit parry attack. Gonna take down Kakaishi's armor to almost nothing, but that zipping ult was gonna top him back up. And here we go with the Tianhai ultimate, the Vajra state. Juan to Mulk ult him for himself. Get over here, boys. Get out of there. Kakaishi, hopping, skipping. Are they going to be able to hold one down? Yuan, yes, indeed. Karumi, no ult, going to die, unfortunately. And now DRG definitely going to be on the front foot. Pick up that Soul Bloom and continue the chase down for as long as they can. But wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. Come back. Bowder with the Wombo. Yeah, this monk is good.
They don't even need it. No need. No wombo necessary. They spot out. Everyone's cooldowns being used right there. So Bowda, nice with a clean up crew. We got a mess on aisle 7. Multiple cooldowns used. Bowda coming with a mop, soaking up some frags. As looking at the overall scoreboard, JL still at the top at 58.4, getting close to the threshold of 63. GG have their work cut out for them, but off spawn 5 kills with the sussy comp, able to do some cave plays with some traps, but 5 kills on a very heavily scaling off spawn team. Very, very good stuff coming on from SS1. They did lose their Kurumi earlier to try to make their way back to see if they can salvage it, though. But oh, wait, not on their watch. They are going to scout them out, seeing it's only a duo. Now, SS1 in a very, very tough spot. This is their second life. They're going to have to hold the line. No ultimates to their name. Loye goes all the way to the corner of the map, tries to create up some space so his teammate can get out of there, and always going to surround him and execute him on the edge of this water as his teammate who's going to live on, share his memory, fight on.
Oh, wait a sec. Look at the trap. NY7. He's looking for it. Oh. Grapple in. Found her up. Kablam! No? There we go. Boom! Yeah! Oh my God. They only get 1, but it's not bad. It's not bad. Looking for the double grab. Not going to find it. Going to slam now. A little bit of a scuffed execution with the Wombo. XEM did not ult when the Tumult ulted, and now NY7 is going to die for it, unfortunately. Oh! Yeah. Unfortunate. You had one job, XEM. One job, buddy. They have a Tumult. Press the button. Bowder's gonna fall, I believe. This is a little cooked. This is completely cooked, actually. XEM's gonna try, but it's just nothing to do. It's so unlucky.
Well, Tammy has a ability that allows him to iframe the wave, so.
Yeah.
Nice job.
Where's the ult from XEM? Where's the ult? He has V2 as well. He's not impaled. It's his one job. Wait. Ah, well. I mean, it's... You don't really want to be triple ulting, but you're Wombo already. You might as well just send it. Might as well. Regardless, JL, looks as though they are going to be positioning for the Realm of Yang that is going to be coming up momentarily. FBX also to try their hand, doing exactly the same. Okay, DXJ.
Yushan can still reset loops for the monk off slam.
True.
Very interesting stuff. They probably had a miscommunication there. Not ready for the all-in, like you were saying. We are going to get JL. Team on match point. Team to watch right now. TXA on the hottie. Looking for the flank. He's created a new position. The pillar flank position. SR-17S on the cannonball. On the Enor. Going to get a kebab onto Junks. Skewer him into the ground. Nice slashes. Junks getting juggled left and right. Can't really play the game. But it doesn't matter. His teammates doing tons of peel for him. Taking down Enor down to a third of his health. He is going to come in with the flank. Put one Fang in the skewer. It's not going to matter though. TXJ takes to the sky with the zipping ultimate. Going to be picking up his health as he's coming over to peel for his teammates right here. I believe 17S down to a little bit of health. His teammate perfectly peeling though with the Feria. Rico in the Feria, knocking away TXJ, swatting away the fly. TXJ trying to find the slash, not able to get it. Now Rico's gonna be coming in out. 17S does fall on the Enor. Now Rico gonna come in with the Dragon Slayer, not able to get it. TXJ covering the flank right here. F2's gonna be coming out from Rico, looks for the stun, not able to get it. Again goes for the Dragon Slayer, but he is gonna get parried down. TXJ guarding the flank, not letting SR do what they want, and now Rico, last one left alive, gonna be running away, trying to stall this out. As JL's gonna have a little bit of a victory lap here, holding him to his last little bit. Oh, actually they're not gonna stall it out. Just gonna secure the kill. JL is gonna take it versus the Cannonball. Wow.
Very big wow, much huge. But you know what? I was thinking about this earlier on. It obviously makes sense to stall out and to try and actually hold on. I'm gonna finish that point in a moment, as we do just have a fight breaking out immediately after this Realm of Yang. JL coming out of the Realm of Yang, finding FPX, and now TXJ is gonna be able to put the cube down, and there you have it. Boom! They're out of there.
Boom!
Nice Viper ult, buddy. they do have Syra ult still. I don't believe they have any Justina dashes left. ZGE trying to kite away. Kite ultimate does expire. Water going down extremely low, but there it is. The Syra ultimate is going to be popped. Are they going to be able to hold anyone down, though? Junks? Falls into stone pool. Oh, jump parries trying to catch them slipping, but no. No release just yet, but it looks as though JL is still in the driver's seat right now. Nice little release there. Cheeky one from Kiki. Oh, the clank into the combo break. A little bit of a heal from the F, but it's not going to be enough to keep him alive. Junks to be able to finish him off. A GG are going to be coming and joining the party. Third party central right now. JL, oh, manages to get the Soul Bloom. Just barely. Nice parry coming out from One Feng. The Takeda push is going to deny the follow-up, though. Junks now going to get his ultimate back online. Having got that Soul Bloom, GG going to be backing off for the moment. They do have Karumi ultimate ready to go. The Monk ult is also ready. But going for a Monk ultimate on this kind of terrain is not ideal, I would say. CJS trying his best to stay alive, but the Karumi ult is far away. Recasted and now gets knocked out of it once again, getting lower and lower. Does heal up a little bit, but the Monk ultimate is finally going to come through, and I believe JL will likely have to try and disengage this or simply commit, let themselves die to this team and utilize that Vermilion Bird's Might resurrection.
TXJ is going to get scooped up by the Monk of LXM. Punch in the face, and Junk's going to come in with the flank. They have to be a little bit wary right here, as their Vermilion's buff is going to be running out, probably down to like 45 seconds to a minute. TXJ with the parry on the LXM, big cancel into an R&B bonk. Wait a minute, we're sending them.
They actually win this.
Gonna eat a bonk. Jumping LMB, gonna close it out for TXJ, finding a kill right here. Now GG with their Yang depletion, gonna get depleted out themselves a little bit earlier from over committing to fighting JL right here. 330 is going to try to make his way out on the Kurumi, as another team, I believe, is going to be third-partying JL in the back. But we are going to go to the north. OUG versus SR. SR 17S on the Enor. Going to be looking for SS. No, he's going to make his way back to his teammates, as the call is to disengage in the spawn. Move it. Oh, drag this out in the open so Rico can get some value off the very old. SS does not carry. He's going to come flying in on... just wait on the Justina.
Matari Viper.
Matari Viper. Wait a second. Matari Viper? No, that's just Viper.
No, there's a Matari on the enemy team. OUG has the Viper.
All right, Rico, invisible fairy mech, giant mech, invisible, looking for the cannon shot. 48 seconds on.
Wait, 5-2-1.
Yang depletion. I've been jumping in, trying to find the R&B. Wait, F2's gonna be coming out. I've been to the parries, not able to get it, but his Fat Milk does get the stagger from the back, and we get the combo. 1, 2, 3. 3 players on one. Nothing you can do. SR Rico gets taken down by the nice flank of 5-2-1.
Indeed. Now, I wanted to quickly circle back to this idea that I'd had beforehand. It's it makes sense to try and stall out the Yang fight when it's second Yang, for sure, right? There's no denying that. You want to extend the effective duration of the buff. You know, you're going to get White Tigers or Draco or Mystic, whatever it might be. But when it comes to Vermilion Bird's Might, I think it might actually not be the best idea. Obviously, it has its benefits. But perhaps getting the buff earlier and being able to use that buff and, you know, take the fight immediately outside of the realm of Yang, perhaps just, you know, fully committing, letting yourselves die, and then disengaging and then preparing yourself for that second realm of Yang is the better play. Because if you know, depending on the timing of how it all works out, you know, the Yang depletion players might instantly find a fight and instantly try and find something. And then with the Vermilion Bird's Might, you can take that aggressive fight where the desperation's kicking in already. But I don't know. Well, I'll have to hear your thoughts on it afterwards, Raven. But for now, we've got OA up against FPX in the realm of Yang. And 2Tech's just getting knocked around. The Syra ultimate is going to be coming in for both teams. 2Tech does get stunned, but not all that much follow-up is going to be coming through. The uppercut from that pulse was rather ambitious. 2Tech going to be able to soft combo break out with the ultimate usage. Does get flanked. Wait a minute. The Viper V1. 2Tech trying to disengage. Viper ultimate not going to connect. The scale rush to come through. The full release the zone form. Oh, a little bit late there, buddy. Unfortunate, but the Furin Blast, the last one in the pocket, is going to save him. Oh no. Shot at the knees. FPX is probably going to come out of this one. Yeah, there we go.
FBX with the pole sword, superior power of the pole sword dominance in trios. As we're going to go over the 5-2-1. Mad Milk on the Eno. We're going to get a kebab onto One Fong on the zipping, trying to make his way away from this Feria and Enor combo. Oh my goodness, zipping, just trying to live her life, not able to live at all. Is going to get shredded up by 5-2-1. Then TXJ off his F, gonna get scooped and duped by 5-2-1 as 5-2-1 is gonna take down JL. We are gonna go back to the outside. SS1 versus Wolves. Tell me what's gonna be invested. S1's Loye trying to deny these Wolves some food as he's gonna shove them back. Get off my teammates. Loye, nice PO coming out with the shoves. Shuan on the Temi, able to capitalize on these shoves perfectly onto you. Wolf, you is gonna get taken down, but we got a third party from OA. V1's gonna come. Skedaddle, hide.
Scatter, let's.
Wait a second. We just fully distanced ourselves from that initial stun, and OA's gonna capitalize on this. Now, I have to say, Siphon has always performed very well versus Viper, just because Takeda, unless you silence him, he's always gonna be able to peel for his teammates. And then Temi's ult is able to iframe V1 very easily by pressing his ability, and then his ult peels super well. And then with the Syra buff, I mean, Syra is basically a support DPS that comes in. Viper has a tough time executing onto Sand Siphon, unless it surprised them completely, which didn't get a bit of a surprise. Nice reaction from them. The Temi coming out. Viper going for the silence. Now the Temi ult does remove all their stamina, so you're seeing water right here. And the Syra Kiki not able to secure the kill. They're not able to dodge and really get close enough. And again, OA dodges an execution perfectly. They do have 3 minutes left on their buff, but Cuckoo, their Syra does still have her ultimate. Nice jump from FBX, so they're going to drag them to this no ult zone as we're going to move on to the stage 2 fight.
Oh no! The no ult zone. They popped it, and then he stepped into it. Not ideal from OA. Unfortunate for them, to say the least. Cuckoo 2 not going to be able to take advantage of that ultimate right there. They got the parry. They popped the ultimate in response to try and lock him down, but it wasn't to be. They do still have one member on Yang depletion, but as you said, it was about 2.5 minutes, I believe, at this point for them. They've got more than enough time to salvage this one. However, for JL, haven't managed to cleanse any of their team's Yang depletions. They are pretty stacked, but with this composition, They showed the prowess early on. You know, they played that fight post first Yang really well. They were able to take down or to almost fully eliminate that one team, FPX, coming out of the Yang with them, and then they were able to weather the storm, weather the third party that turned up. GG weren't able to actually close out the kills, and they fought them off very effectively. And JL is going to be jumping in. They spot out OUG SS, canceling the Viper ultimate, but SS, I feel like he's not going to be living for very much longer, unfortunately for him, as he is going to be at a... Oh, there we go. He does manage to deny the kill, thankfully, but not going to be escaping with his life. No grapples, deep in the zone, very hard to recover from.
Real petty and optimal from SS. Get out there.
Screw you guys! I'm not giving you this kill.
As long as you get a hit in, just a slight tickle on the way out, you will be credited the kill. But SS does a really good job of breaking line of sight, denying any damage to him. So JL's not able to find that kill. Good stuff from him. And 1 point, you'd be surprised how many tournaments have been won or lost by half a point. 0.2, 0.1. So every little bit does matter when you're talking about teams at the very tippy top. You see OUG in fourth right now, JL in first. It's still very early in the tournament. We're only on game 3 right now if you're just joining us. But JL did manage to get the match point. So next round, if they get another MVP, they will be ending it in 4. We are going to see JL's TXA going to be opening up with the Hottie ult. He has 50 seconds on this Yang depletion. They are going to opt to go for the spear while pushing 5-2-1 fairly bad, but Fatmev does not care. He's going to be coming in with that Enor ult, immediately smashing and dashing onto Onefong, but Fatmev gets shredded of his HP. Now 5-2-1, very stacked, all gold armor. Kylan's going to be dashing through over and over from Jungs, but DRG is going to be coming out of nowhere and immediately ulting on top of the Spirit Well with their Monk, looking for grabs right now. He is going to catch Onefong from max range, and the Pole Sword plus flying now is going to be chopping him up as the zipping ult is barely able to save him. It's not going to matter because Donkey's going to find the follow-up and finish him off.
Thankfully for JL, the one member that was that did cleanse that Yang depletion is going to be staying alive, does not get found out just then. 5-2-1 paying for their what could be a mistake. Yeah, it was a mistake. Fat Milk unfortunately does get found here. No ultimate, no combo breakers, does get parried and gets taken down right there. They invested heavily into trying to deny that Spirit Well, only to be pushed off by a third team, DRG, coming in and ruining the party for them. The gate crashes coming in, and now FPX, they are doing pretty much exact same thing with this whole fight. They shut down OA, who were fiending 5-2-1. FPX going to be able to come in and dismantle this team. OA's Kukutu going to continue to try and chase down Ibin, but I imagine both of these players... Oh! Very nicely done by Water right there. Nice little parry. Catching him slipping. Looks as though OA is also going to be losing another member. The one last player left alive, Syra. Not sure where he is exactly, but he's still alive for the moment. OUG also on one player left alive. JL has been fully eliminated, but they are in MVP, as you mentioned. OA are the next team that's closest to MVP. Unfortunately, 5-2-1 was pretty close, but as they all just got eliminated, they're not going to be getting to that MVP threshold. OA and OUG are the next two who could potentially do it, but both teams only have one member alive. Both of them also having Yang depletion on both of those players, so it's a little sus-G, a little unfortunate for these teams, because it looks as though JL is going to be the only team on match point threshold after this game.
We are going to be moving to the end game with the 80% Moonbane coming out. 80% Moonbane takes up 80% of the map right here, forces everyone to the outside. And the terrain location looking very open, wide open area. When you got wide open area, you don't got a monk, you're gonna get grabbed. So good thing for FBX is they have a Viper. When you don't have a counter to Viper, you're gonna get stunned. Now, there are a couple bushes, a couple of trees to line of sight here, a little bit of a cliff sides. As long as you choose where you use your abilities correctly, not a lot of counterplay here. DRG very, very stacked right here. This is not what you want to see in your other compositions. You see a Monk Transformer team looking very juiced up. FPX moved over to this rooftop. Try to stay safe right here, but they are going to get cannoned out. Moved out of their situation. Cuckoo. It's left. He's going to be fighting shit on the outside right here. Shiyu. It's full of just pop that siren. Oh, nice job from Cuckoo, able to scale just outside of the sun. But you with overhaul gets a Cuckoo, gets canceled, and now you getting sauce up. Gonna put in the blender. 1v1 on the outside. We're gonna show it to you. Back under here. You saw him wants to dive back into the. He's like, wait, is it? Come on, armor reset. You. It's hit again, bounce over and over. Cuckoo just right now. But he's gonna miss whatever, and now Cuckoo lost it. Just in the middle.
Where'd he go?
Shenanigans. Where'd it go? 11 people left alive. Cuckoo trying to find you. That's not Jinyu. Cuckoo just kicked away.
This guy is just like, he's just gone to the win. He's just out of there. Like, oh, you beat me in the 1v1? No problem. I'm gonna take you over to this mess over here. Good luck finding me. He's just gone. And this whole thing is now just ensued chaos. And Kakaishi just gets mobbed by everyone. Got hit by the Syra ultimate and now got Viper. Oh my, the juggle. What is happening? FPX just taking full advantage. Jin Yu's just down there like a bandit. Yeah. There's the chaos. Some people just want to watch the world burn. He's gonna die to Yang. Oh, no, wait. No, he somehow cleansed. Wait, what? Okay. Both of these guys somehow cleanse. Both of them. And FPX just clean this lobby. It's over.
Yeah, FPX is going to be finding the rest of the kills right here.
It's just done.
When you don't have Mystic Might, there is some counterplay here. OUG Shinyu is able to clutch it out. Very rarely do we see a solo player able to navigate an endgame and not get caught out by multiple teams. But there were only like two or three teams that were still had all three members. Everyone was like a duo and solo. So navigating through the cracks there, Shinyu's able to clutch up some critical placement points for his team right here. As FPX stacked up Draco Storm. Only two people left alive. Shinyu riding the zone here along the cliffside, but it looks like XLU is going to get caught out. They want to spot Shinyu here before they finish this guy off, because if not, Shinyu's going to go in the zone and immediately deny the point. Frame one. This last place, or second place secured by OUG. And again, we're seeing a general trend, Duncan. Lobbies are not going over to heal-off situations. Everyone is getting hunted down and forced out. We thought maybe it was because of the mirror matchup. Maybe it was because no, indeed. No, it looks like it's just overall the Spirit Well and Yang depletions are putting all these teams in tough positions where they have to make a decision, or else they're going to get eliminated fairly quickly. And all these other teams, each Spirit Wall, they're not just letting one team get it for free, they're challenging it, and teams are getting cannibalized in these end games and getting blindsided. We're still seeing Viper having just so much horsepower. The 1-2 punch of Viper Justina plus the Syra ultimate coming up for the closer, basically a backup Viper ult. It's just so hard to avoid that execution. Even with Transformers and Sand Siphon, the modern NARAKA, or the modern 2025 Attack on Titan with Viper, it's too strong. The other compositions are not able to hold on to it. So that being said, JL makes it to match point as we see them walk off right there. So for round 4, they'll be eligible to win this, and the rest of the League has to catch up here. They have to get to 63 points before this next round. Now, the interesting thing, though, Mr. Duncan, is that once you meet your match point, you get forced to the last phase. So you're rewarded for doing very well early on. You get to pick your compositions early. But the second you get the match point, you get pushed all the way to the end. And whatever the lobby leaves you is what you have to pick. And this is where I think a lot of the skill of the new rule set really comes in, because you don't really get to prioritize playing the very common meta compositions. You have to really dig deep and innovate and be able to MVP rounds with a composition that goes against the current meta, the current strategy, in order to ship one of these tournaments earlier.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's like being first or last in ban pick. It has its benefits and drawbacks, of course. You know, you've said it plenty of times. I have too. It's just like being in first. Obviously, you get to choose. You know, you get to pick what you want. You know, you get to pick based off of the map, whatever it might be, whatever your objective for that game might be. But if you're last, it's obviously somewhat of a disadvantage, but it has its advantages. You know what everyone's picked. You know which characters have had their hero points increased. You can look to potentially counter comp, or you can look to invest in the hero points and try and hide amongst the crowd of teams who are playing a certain composition. Viper, Justina Cyrus +1, +2. Okay, we're gonna invest all our hero points. We're gonna double down, and we're gonna get that comp as well. And then with all these other players running the same comp, we can maybe hide amongst them. We can do something along those lines and not get singled out. Or we can look to the counter comp, go for a Matari, go for the Viper counter, go for whatever it might be. And so it's it's added a lot of depth to character picks, which is definitely always a good thing. Adding more and more depth is very, very. It adds that little je ne sais quoi to the games, But here we are with the scoreboard. FPX 20 kills, the 20 bomb, coming away with 28 game score, securing that first place finish. JL, even though they went out earlier, are still going to be securing that second place with 12, going all the way up to match point. 5-1 in third with 10, DRG with 10, OA with 9.5. Pretty solid score lines at the top of that scoreboard right there. And here we have FPX stats. 10 kills for Water, 5 for ZGE, and 5 for Kiki. Even though Water got, ZGE got 28,000 damage, Water with the 10 kills is surely going to be coming away with that MVP on the Viper. F1 V1. Big damage, a lot of CC. Very hard to surpass.
Cena still has the most damage, but securing the kills. Water on the Viper, able to actually follow up a lot of his stuns or follow up his teammates' staggers and everything. FPX, that end game, it just looked like absolute cinema. They were super stacked with the gold armor. They were able to come chomping through everyone. I thought the Transformer team had a chance there just because of how wide open it was. Like I was saying before, wide open benefits Monk, also benefits Viper. No one really has a counter to Viper, so Viper kind of gets to have her way with everyone. Now looking at the overall leaderboards, Bowda, a little bit slow to start to the day. Same thing with SS1 and ASE, but at the top, everyone's moving along right now. GG, FPX, OUG, 5-1 and OA in that 50-ish mark. 50-ish. But they want to be at the 60-ish, the 60-ish. Duncan, where JL is right now. They're waving hello at everyone at the bottom.
Hello down there!
Now, remember, they got here on this connecting composition, trying to make that last little bit for the match point with the hottie Kylan zipping. So now that they're here, now they have all the points to pick out a different composition in order to try to secure this and end this a little bit earlier. Will they opt to play it slow and try to just go points for the distance, or are they going to try to go all in and try to play their strongest comp very, very early? Now, this is the great part of getting here consistently on your game 4, is you can design a lot of good strategy here if you're used to being in this position. And only really a couple teams really get to strategize this way. It's very hard to get this many kills this early on. Only a couple teams really do this. But like SR does this well. GG has done it. OG has. OA. Now we get the overall highlights. This is the end game with FPX. You see just how stacked they are. Having gold weapons, you're able to just chop through. Draco Storm plus Dreadful Will on the dagger. Kind of a little bit of peel, you know, a little bouncing around, but do you really care when you're Justina and you got a pole sword? And you don't really care. You're just gonna dash through everyone, find the chops. You see just these chopping LMBs coming through with the flying knives follow-up from his teammate. Just so much stagger coming through. Not much everyone can do as Draco Storm with that AoE stagger. Plus the Viper rush down. Just FPX able to capitalize perfectly when they are put in this situation. 20 bomb coming out. Now you can find yourself with gold armor and still throw your end game. So not very easy, especially the different terrain situations that you're gonna have. Water gonna come out with the MVP. Rarely do we see the Viper in this current meta get the MVP over the Justina. But Water finds a way to secure a ton of these kills and carry his team to a victory.
Yeah, and most of that damage coming out from the Dagger fan. He did have Dreadful Whale after all, able to lock people down very effectively. One of the OG lockdown Jades, sectioning off a chunk of space for themselves, setting up the Justina, setting up those freezes, and then it's interesting to see that the third most damaging thing that he had was his ult, which is, I'm assuming, the proc of his ult, and then F1 damage, which is kind of crazy. You know, F1 doesn't actually do very much damage, but somehow that was in the top 3 most damaging things that he had on those statistics there. So that is very solid game from FPX. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be throwing over to another short break before our 4th game of the day. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Post Game Interview. This is Jaeger, and now I'm standing here with our player. Let him say hello to our audience. 来吧，晚风先跟观众朋友们打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 JO 的晚风。
欢迎晚风来到我们的赛后采访。哇，其实 GoL 已经是就是被采访过很多次，是很难得见到晚风可以来到我们的赛后采访，非常的欢迎。Okay, welcome 晚风 to our post game interview, and I would like to know, so because in the latest game you guys died a little bit out of our expectation, and I would like to know is it because you counting the number and counting the score that you passed the line and just rest for a while, or it's an accident? 那我特别想知道，其实刚才这把比赛最后，其实我们会有点意外，觉得这把GoL好像淘汰的跟其他比赛来说稍微早了一些。我其实特别想知道，当时是已经算好分数，我们已经超过了我们这个赛点分，然后说兄弟们其实分数够了就休息休息，还是说当时真的就是一个意外呢？
就是一个意外，因为我们第2轮回阳出来是阳虚，所以我们必须去踩那个地脉，但是有一队不让我们踩，那我们就只能跟他自爆了。
没有办法，其实是也是出乎你们自己意料。So to be honest, it's an accident because after the second realm of Yawn, we are the Yawn application, and we need to fighting, and we need to get the better equipment. And after that, a team just wanna fighting with us, and we don't have any other choice, and we just can fight with them. Really accident. 虽然有点可惜，不过我们还是要说，GoL今天是作为唯一队，也是目前最高分，超过了我们赛点，还是非常期待的。Okay, let's move on to next part. For treasure. Okay, 我们来看一下今天的题目。So we can see the question is, which hero did JL 晚风 use in the game 3? 这道题目呢是在刚才这把比赛当中，晚风用到的是哪个英雄？那么 A 是殷子平， B 是我们的哈迪， C 是张起灵。你这自己都能看懂了现在。英文也是越来越好了。OK， 那我们说回比赛当中 ，back to the matches, and because we know that 俊贤 just joined into your team, and you guys always say you cooperate for a long time. And I would like to know how's everything going on now? 那我特别想知道一下，因为其实赛季初之后，我们一直说俊贤来到了GoL之后，大家其实是在一个很漫长的磨合状态。特别想知道现在目前觉得俊贤磨合的怎么样，还有哪些地方会出现一些小问题呢？
就是决赛圈的这个沟通上吧，就是俊贤他会有点想法，但是现在的话 T 叉勾也可以把他喊住了。 对，之前就是他会直接自己去干，但是现在的话会说一下，对，就先问一下提示钩。
说了之后，我想知道你们会去在游戏当中赶紧去复盘一下，想想就是他的点子更好，还是
肯定对会去想
一下。那其实大家有更多的想法，也是选择了一个更好的路在游戏当中去走。Okay, so to be honest, it's like 郑贤 because he has also really like have a lot of like innovation, and sometimes especially in the like final circle, sometimes he have some point and new idea, and after that maybe in the matches we need to discuss for a while, and after that just choose one way to choose. But most of the time it's like we are following the TXJ. 大部分时间其实还是会去听我们一个指挥位的指挥，所以说可以看得出团队的协作现在其实已经非常的不错了。好的，我觉得应该晚风已经准备就是要给我们发出福利了。接下来先让我们用英文3、2、1倒数一下，好不好？Okay, let's count in the number, please.
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, let's find out the correct answer. 也有请晚风给我们公布一下这道题的正确答案到底是什么。啊，什么？是我玩的。对，你刚才这把玩的什么英雄？
是 A.
Yeah, the correct answer is A. And congratulations, if you are the lucky guy, you will be Whisper. Okay, and I would like to know because a lot of like our audience said maybe TXJ is a really hard-working player, and also your team is a really hard-working team. And I would like to know, Wanfeng, for you now in this team and with cooperate with a teammate, you will have the pressure or not? 那我特别想知道一下，因为我们都知道 JR 其实是非常认真，特别是谭旭杰，我们都是众所周知，在 NBPL 当中非常非常认真的一位3排选手。说实话，在这样的战队当中和这样的选手去打配合，给自己是更多的动力，还是会有更多的压力呢？
肯定是更多的动力嘛，就是踢他勾打是就是很幸运的吧，相当于对。
为什么说这个幸运？展开说一说。
因为他就是很强啊。
也是，
所以自己要更加努力。
非常的认可自己的队友，所以说也会更有动力。Personally speaking, I think working with them is really positive part because it's like TXJ is a really excellent player in the game, and I will also work hard to cooperate with him. That's why I think really positive. 也是非常感谢晚风来到我们赛后采访。哇，其实作为唯一一支我们现在过赛点的队伍，非常期待你们能否4把结束比赛，我们一起期待一下，好不好 ？Okay, cheer up to you, and thank you for today's interview. And we will take a break and be right back later.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to NARAKA Pro League Trios. I am Nbpl. I'm joined by the wonderful, the lovely, the legendary Dunkin' Donuts. We are on Game 4 and match point for JL as the rest. Oh, actually, the next 5 right on the cusp. They're in the 50-ish mark, but at the 60-ish mark, that's where you want to be. And JL leading the charge going into Game 4, though, Duncan. They're going to get forced into the last phase. And this is where the nitty-gritty comes out, where everyone saves their strategies. I'm really curious to see what TXJ has prepared for us. He really sets and defines a lot of the metas we've seen throughout the years in Trios NARAKA. So with the new rule set and everything, what's going to dominate? And I feel like my prediction, it has to be an answer to the Viper composition that we're seeing. We saw FPX come out in that endgame, absolutely decimate everyone with their gold weapons, gold jades, just rolling through the lobby. It's just that 1-2 punch of Justina Viper, really, really hard to deal with.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the rushdown, the silence, the double CC, the sustain as well from Syra. That I have to say, I feel like the fact that the Syra V2, it doesn't, like, the healing starts very fast. You know, like, you can save somebody who's essentially 1 health, 1 hit away from death by Syra ulting at the same time, and then within a second they're already at full, almost like 1,000 HP. You know, the amount of healing on startup of that ability or that ultimate is very, very strong. So it's like, I think it's probably something that will likely get adjusted. We'll see. Regardless, it's definitely very hard to deal with. No, there's no two ways about it. I think the only things that can really deal with it all that effectively are sort of gimmicky picks, like the Valda V1. You know, Valda V1 being able to cancel those ultimates, to just fully send it. As long as you don't make a big mistake, you're definitely going to be able to lock them down, especially if you surprise them. But other than that, there aren't very many things that can really deal with it all that effectively. I think perhaps Sand Siphon has a chance, because of course you have Tumulk. As you were saying, your Sand Siphon's always been able to deal with Viper somewhat effectively because of the Tumulk being able to iframe that Viper stun, iframe the Syra stun as well. And then the Kata, if he does ever get silenced, as long as he doesn't get silenced, he's able to peel for himself and his teammates. If they have a Syra as well, and they're also running BT, they also have that lockdown potential, so they can match the enemy Syra ultimate. I think this it will probably give rise to a little bit more Sand Siphon moving forwards, but I'm not really sure. It's still hard to say. Making predictions when NARAKA's current meta is in such a fluctuating state, the flux state currently, it's very difficult to make something that make a prediction that will actually hold true. So we'll have to see, but we're going to be diving into our 4th game of the day momentarily, ladies and gentlemen, and this is make or break for JL. You know, they could choose to stall it out for another game, take it a little slower, let another team potentially get to MVP threshold, and then be higher up in the ban pick phasing, because when you get to the ban pick first, when you get to the MVP threshold first, you are last in the ban pick, right? But then as teams come in and they get to MVP, they will go below you. So, for example, if 3 more teams were to get to match point off of the back of this game, then JL would actually be in 3rd phase instead of 4th. Who knows though? It's gonna be Padoria Morning Dew. What do you think, Raven? Do you think they send it for this game?
Of course, they for sure send it. Now, I don't know if there really is an answer to Viper Syra Justina. It's like I said before, it's so much horsepower under the hood, and with Padoria being primarily cliffside endgames, it's going to be so hard to dodge a lot of that V1 stun. Now, I think Edor with Matari does pretty well versus it. I don't know. I wasn't a believer of the Wombo. I was just like, I feel like when you're playing
Wombo's a little sussy
level in the game, even if someone like comes out and surprises you, there's a reason why like Viper drops are one of the few situations where you can catch teams off guard. It's just the speed isn't there. I
Yeah,
feel like after
true.
watching a ton of the Enor Matari, a lot of the
Oh
new
my
setup
goodness.
is very, very strong. We are seeing
So I mentioned this comp at the beginning of the day. What is that?
lots of chocolates right here. I mean, it's very, very strong off spawn. We say that the Enor composition, the cannonball composition, doesn't have combo break. Now you have triple combo break and a lot of sustain. So off spawn, you're very, very strong. But without a doubt, we're living in a very heavy Viper meta right now, with the first counter being Cannonball, essentially. We are seeing the old school Cannonball coming out with the UA Sean. I'm wondering if we're going to be running Skewer, like double Skewer, with the Lightning Skewer and the UA Sean Skewer, or we're going to go with the Yushan Bub. What the heck do we have?
I told you, bro, it's just goofy as all hell. What is that?
I mean,
that seems like anti-synergy. How are you gonna heal Hardy flying around with a circle on the ground?
Oh yeah, forgot.
V2 Karumi? Battle Karumi with combo break
a little
ult.
sussy, a little sussy, but I mean, it might work. We all thought Zai and Trios was crazy, and then like Zyphon just rolled around everyone for a long time. But this is the money, all of the marbles right here. What JL chooses right here? What are they gonna do to try to secure the victory here?
Full Wombo?
Wombo again. SS1 going with 2025 Siphon.
Okay.
JL is going to invest the points into the strongest composition. That's what I'm saying. They went all in.
Yeah, I was saying that at the end of last game. I was like, they could choose to fully all in, having done this connecting game to get MVP, or they can go for the counter comp. They go for the all in.
This is a good thing too, is that if you run a phase 1 competition, it's going to be a lot harder for teams to figure out who you are.
Yeah.
Remember, in your phase 4, you don't really get priority pick, just because most of the other comps are going to cost a lot of points at that point, and you don't really want to invest early. So they are going to blend in very, very well here. So it's really going to be on JL to capitalize and win this. Now remember, just because they're in position and they've been the most consistent doesn't mean that other teams weren't right there with them. Like the next couple teams in the 50 points, there are 5 teams are basically on pace with JL. So still anyone's ball game. I don't think we're going to end here in 4. I think we're going to still keep going the distance. It's going to be, they are in prime position to MVP this round, but it's very, very hard, I would say, to consistently win these rounds now with how volatile the mid and end game is. So much Yang depletion coming out. It's very, very hard to control so many different variables, as many teams are so aggressive and so clean with their executions now.
I think they manage it.
See, they win?
I think they win. They're looking very locked in right now. I think they win.
Dunkin' Donuts is going to be taking the W for... I mean, I'm a fan of JL. I want them to win. I just don't think they're going to do it.
We shall see regardless moving forward. Also, take a look at ASE's comp. They are running Cube and Karumi Circle and F2 for Zai. I don't know about that one, boys. It's a little too much, a little too sussy. But we shall see if you can manage it. Prove us wrong, ASE. Prove us wrong. But taking a look at the off-spawn situation, 5-1 in ASE over in Skygaze Cove. Bowder and FPX up in the top left. The JL dropping that smack bang in the middle with SR to contest them. SR, they've been a very strong team. They haven't had the best day so far, but they're still up there. Still pretty solid. Are they going to win the off-spawn fight? Are they going to manage it? Or are we going to see perhaps a team from Arcadia come down to Imperium after having grabbed a little bit of loot and look for the third party? Or are we going to see just an absolute mess of a fight up in Arcadia contesting that Red Jade? GG and Wolves seem to like this very grief spot down in the bottom left. I don't like this place. I feel like that opinion is shared by a lot. The jellyfish are spooky. You do not want to get poisoned when you have no health or no armor. It's just very not good. Regardless, JL, spectating them right off the rip. Triple blue armor, looking pretty good.
SR, not really an ideal team to fight off spawn. DRG, OUG gonna be kicking us off. Dom Q gonna find the first blood onto OUG's SS, and Shinju's gonna fall next. OUG baby, you quickly gonna fall as well. DRG gonna walk through OUG like they're paper thin, just rip right through them. Bye-bye. We are gonna go over now to 521 versus ASE. 521 not rushing in immediately, trying to find an opening right here as Pampy stalking, waiting to find the silence. He doesn't really have grapples to make a play in. Gets a nice R&D to open things up on the flank. Oh, he spoke too soon. We are gonna need a parry and juggled down the stairs. Oh no, Pampy going coast to coast. Goodbye, Pampy, good sir. One parry leads to death for him. We have ASC's Han now looking for the slash. Wait a minute. I've been with the flying knives flanking now. Kurumi ult's gonna be coming down. Fat Milk does have the Syra. Oh, he is gonna invest it right here. They're all in. ASC miss. Gonna move the Kurumi ult over, trying to make his way away from this Syra ult. He does get the teleport out. Now Ivan looking for the light attacks, trying to find the stagger here. Miss does get staggered out of there, and now one stagger goes through. The staggering is gonna keep staggering. He is going to fall, and 521 gonna win off their off spawn.
Very nice indeed from 521. Good for them. Now heading over to GG and Wolves in the very picturesque area, but yeah. GG looks as though they are gonna be. Wait, they have 4 kills. Wait a minute. Did Wolves run it back and then die again? I think they might have. I think, yeah, they did. Wolves are not in a good spot right now. NHQ trying desperately to disengage, but I don't think he's making it out of this one alive. 2 versus 1 situation. He does have a lot of armor swaps to play around with here, but wait, are they? Oh, JL out of nowhere, and they're stacked. Wait a minute.
Juice.
Purple armor, double blue. This is. That's safe. Like, oh, wait. No.
330 invested all of his Justina ult too.
He literally quadruple dashed the chase, but wait. Are we catapulting the chase? No. What's happened?
It'd be diabolical.
That would be insane. DRG looks as though they're gonna secure the Vulpine Essence up in Arcadia, having won their off-spawn against OUG, and picked up another 3 kills as well on top of that. Very solid start for DRG, getting the Red J too. So JL gonna find SR, looting up. You see this break out into a fight? Doesn't look like much is gonna happen just yet.
We thought we were gonna get an exciting little fight there. I don't think JL was in close enough distance to see that it was white armor. They thought probably it was just like a team not interested in fighting, setting up for Rumble Yang. Probably have compositions they're looking for to hunt here. They're not just trying to take any willy-nilly fight.
And not having ults online as well. I mean, they were about halfway charged up, but
man, you go so far. Oh my!
Yeah, the buff, the shadow buff on this thing was ridiculous. You just aim upwards and you just fly like 500 meters. It's crazy.
A true catapult now.
The Shenzhen device is our mutual friend.
We are gonna get SR versus JL2, the strongest team right here. Justina ult's gonna pop already. TXJ not gonna. Who got it off first though?
Through the
one gets anything off of it. SR doesn't get anything. JL doesn't get anything. No one gets anything, but JL is gonna delay it. Wait, they get staggered late. He gets stunned.
What's happening?
17S is gonna go through. One Fong.
Oh, this is big.
Not gonna be able to help his teammate. Wait, he does. Wait, but it's SS1. There's another team here. What the heck? JL just gets cannibalized here and slowed down. Told you, Duncan, the chances of them.
It's JL, buddy. Don't count him out just yet, big dog. It's not over yet. Plenty more NARAKA left to be played. 24 minutes, in fact. We shall see moving forwards. Bowder. This is where they've taken a rather slow start to the game. They did lose one of their reses on ZU, their monk. No kills, unfortunately. Triple blue. I imagine we're probably going to see some kind of Yang portal trap from Bowder right here. Oh, wait a minute.
They go into JL. Wait, it's a wombo. It's a double wombo.
Oh.
Lucky JL. We got that with the Viper Monk Valda. There's cliffside too. Nowhere to hide. One Fong.
Oh, this is so good.
He gets staggered here. He has no ults to his name. They're on the cliffside here. Nowhere to line of sight.
Buttery rocks.
Does get XEM off of him though. Now Bowda, they want the smoke though. They're going to be re-engaging right here. JL doing their best to stall this out and try to get their ultimate up. Valda ult is going to be coming down.
Only one.
One Fong is scooped up right here. One grab's going to be coming through. You picks up One Fong. Flying knives. Hits him once and immediately NY7's going to pop his ultimate, but he's going to be able to break out of it, but he gets staggered coming out of it, and One Fong's going to fall right now as JL is going to run away. Try to grapple max range up here. One Fong does have a res right here, so as long as TXJ is able to get out of their line of sight, but it looks like Bowda is going to keep on hunting here, chasing them down. No ultimates to their name, though. Have to be careful. JL out of grapples, though, trying to get their way out of here. Nunchucks, though. Very sussy to get away. Drop down RMB's going to come down. Silence from TXJ.
That ult is almost
chasing in. TXJ gets the 1-2 as XCM against the ropes right here, dropping down right here. Nice one gonna come up from his teammate. TXJ with a parry onto NY7, but NY7 is gonna get hit. Oh my goodness, he is gonna get shredded out. Res from One Fong, TXJ. JL's gonna turn this around, shredding up Bowda, scooping them up, shipping them. Maybe there is a lot more NARAKA to play there. JL's
I told you, it ain't over just yet, big dog.
Junks though.
Oh, he's trying to get on the catapult. Let me on it.
XCM is gonna get the parry. No! Nice grapple catch for One Fong. XCM can't get away, but FPX gonna be coming in with the flank again.
Get out of there, boys. Get out of there. Get out of there. I think the parry. He tried to parry and then get on the catapult, but he was trying to. The weapon was in the way, and I think it stopped him from getting out. Oh my good googly mooglies, Raven. JL, big 3 kills. They're back. They're back. They were basically at this loot threshold before they died, before they lost TXJ early on. So now they're the same thing with 3 kills. Not bad. Not bad.
They had double purple armor.
They had 1. They only had 1, didn't they?
Oh my god, JL just.
Ow. Nice.
They just come in there and just start swinging to build up ult. GG has 5 kills right now. They are the team to beat right now. They're also in Viper composition right now. GG also has
Justina
one of the better
Greatsword
comps. Justina Greatsword. Don't get any ideas here, Duncan. GG's gonna be grappling.
Highest damaging DPS weapon. Off of the freeze.
Syra ult's gonna be invested by 330. Off rip right here. A little bit different of an opener. Oh, but Justina doesn't have ult. That's why GG doesn't invest in the initial strategy. Pampy though. He's coming in with the flank, still has his ult up on Viper, delays it. Parry's gonna come out onto CGS. Out in the open right here, he is gonna get staggered right here, fried once. No, teammate comes and claims it, and he has explosive armor. Wait a second, GG CGS able to survive the burst right there, even though he's able to get stunned. Now Pampy in a tough position. Justina ult has been engaged. Pampy goes to the top ropes, he's gonna crouch. CGS does get staggered against the wall, not able to get any value. And GG. Wait a minute, no,
Dude!
GG is gonna fall to 5-2-1. Oof.
5-2-1's locked in, man. They're locked. 6 kills. I mean, I feel like it kind of did. It slightly came down to the fact that there was no Justina roll off the rip, and then as soon as he pops it, he instantly gets silenced. Then can't dash.
Oh, they
Wait, no, JL went. They went Spirit Well. They went Spirit Well. Wait, is that's Juggernaut on TXJ? I think that's Phantom Step on Junks as well, and Advanced Group. I think maybe. It's looking good. Looking good for them, but it's also looking pretty good for DRG. Also up to 9 eliminations, having won their Yang as well. Wait a second. JL's really close. And they're sitting in a bush with blue buff. Oh? Dongqing? Okay. Oh, wait, he's checking bushes. Oh no, wait a minute. Does Dongqing just get instantly executed by Viper? We'll have to see. It's going very slowly right now. Everyone's playing safe. They know that JL is at match point. As I say that though, wait a minute. FPX looking to pull the trigger. Spot out SR. See the other red buff team. Zhao gets knocked down by the E or F. Into the immediate ultimate. Water is not messing around. Breeze coming through from Justina. Can they lock them down though? Can they keep them? Ooh, I don't think so. And no, wait, 1 HP? No, he's down. Okay, that makes sense. I was gonna say, surely. Oh my goodness! Wait a minute. That's a lot of purple, Raven.
Oh. 5-2-1 with the drop down. Viper stun. They're going to find a kill onto 17S and Xiao SR shambles from 5-2-1 flank. We are going to go to the outside 5. JL versus DRG. Mystic Might is going to be running out here. 12 seconds left. DRG, I believe, has Dreadful Whale, or I think JL has Dreadful Whale. Someone has Dreadful Whale, but the Justina is going to be dashing through over and over. Kakashi trying to lock someone down right here for his Viper to stun. Not able to get it, and one Fang can immediately engage again. Max health on him. JL all in right here, fighting out versus DRG. Drop down flank from one Fang with a cavalry. Massive kill. Massive flank from one Fang, and DRG is going to fall, but JL is still not secure, not in the lead right now. 5-2-1, and GG in the lead, but there is a mosh pit happening in the center of the map as GG does have Yang depletion though. LXM running away. Valda ult's gonna be coming in. Wombo's coming through. LXM able to get out of dodge right there, but Bauda trying to find the Wombo. GG does a really good job of peeling Syra from 3-3-0, able to get them out of the danger zone, but SR and OUG locking horns, still trying to find the kill.
OUG with the triple blueberry team right now. Jinyu, Baby U, and SS on this Yoto, Wuchen, Tessa composition. Trying to find a way in, but it looks as though they are gonna get picked apart right now. Wuchen's not with them. Baby U drops the ultimate. He's gonna be able to teleport them, but not very far away, unfortunately. And GG will be able to immediately grapple after them. However, I think Baby U might be given enough time to get a reset off. Jinyu out in the open trying to bait their aggression, but they're gonna turn their attention over to SS in the corner. Heading into the zone. They do catch up to Jinyu. Jinyu does have ultimate. This is salvageable. I think they know. Wait a minute. I think they know that GG has Yang depletion. Surely. Wasting more and more time, less and less on this Yang depletion. They do go down. CJS gives the kill over to Jinyu. LXM does go down to Yang depletion itself. Not giving over 2. OUG gonna pick up 1 and a decent amount of loot.
SR gonna find the kill onto GG's 3-3-0. Get the leaderboard. GG is gonna get eliminated here. I don't know if they had enough to get to the threshold. They might be just short of it. 5-2-1 though, still on pace to pass the threshold. Same thing with OA and same thing with possibly FPX, but JL in striking distance to end this early right now. They're looking pretty juiced up. Looking like I'm not sure what that JD is, but it's looking like an advanced heal, maybe a group heal. If they have advanced heal, group
Yeah,
heal,
I think it
might
is.
be good. DRG gonna be holding the line, or this tournament's gonna end.
Oh, Red Jade.
Old school versus old school TXA on the Viper. What can you show us? He is going to be kind of here waiting for the opportunity. Look for the silence, gets it onto the Justina. No dash going to be coming through. Looking for the Sacker. He's not going to need to. The Syra ult's going to be coming out. Now TXA is going to invest his ultimate. Big stun going to be coming out. Does he get it?
Okay.
Tap dodge. Destruction. DRG and pure shambles. Oh my god. All of them 1 HP. They're just going to eat the stun. They don't care. There's nothing XLU can do. 1v3 situation. Gonna get fired off. 1-2, 1-2, and JL in prime position to end this. But we're gonna go over to the other Rumble Gang. FPX is gonna be slamming through that Sean, denying the Viper stun. Big damage coming out from them, but they are going to lose their Farrier right here. I'm not sure if it looks like it's a 2v2 situation. 5-2-1. Fat Milk going to be kiting this out, trying to make his way around the pillar. Coming out, Kiki now looking for the pole sword dash parry. Double pole sword. Oh, he does find the parry. Oh my god, I've been with the F. Gets in the middle of the parry. Denies the hit, but Blistering Edge is going to be cutting through. Nice play from him, but it's not going to matter. FPX is going to clutch it out.
Spicy!
Oh,
Ivan with that F, that was clutch. That was clutch if I've ever seen it. Blocks both follow-ups from both players right on top of him, but the parry against the blistering just sits there and holds and just catches him on the end frame. Very nicely done by FPX, calm and collected. The parry coming out from Kiki as well after that F2. Very nicely done. 5-2-1, you know, they're looking really good though. Even though they did lose that fight, it was still, you know, relatively close until the very end. But JL, oh my god, the monstrous CC coming through. The Syra plus the Viper. TXJ, he jumps in. I'm not sure if you caught it at the very beginning. He jumps in, immediately finds the Justina, gets the silence. And then they're just like, because Justina, we've seen the line with this composition typically be that Justina will open up with ultimate along with Viper, and it just didn't happen. But and I think that threw you know, Spanner into the mix, and then Viper didn't ult, Justina couldn't ult, and then Syra tried but couldn't do anything against the enemy Viper ult. Got stunned. It just didn't net them any value, and by that point it was already over.
TXJ just full kited and then silenced Justina. That's it. No Justina dashes for them. They are going to find OA's AB on the outskirts. Another kill on the board, and that's going to be tying them up for the lobby leading right now. 5-2-1 does have Yang depletion right now, and JL, double gold armor. They're going to be juiced up. The only way they can throw this now is if when they go for a Spirit Well, they overcommit, and they get third-partied. Now, Spirit Well is a big way... it makes you a favorite to win the lobby, but it's not completely necessary. We've seen teams not go for every single Spirit Well and still be able to take the MVP around. We're going to catch DRG loser versus JL. Yang depletion trying to find a kill onto Wolves right here. ZK trying to make his way out of here. Cowboys being threatened from XLU, trying to look for the flank. ZK isn't going to be able to pop the ultimate. Too much damage coming out from SS1, as well as DRG having to eat that one soul boom and back off, giving up the loot to SS1. FPX will be showing up to the party. Same thing with Wolves. So many teams against this cliffside. And we're going to see Loye kick this off, diving into NHQ, trying to get away from the nonsense. He tries to find his way to a corner. Unfortunately, Loye catches him, trying to sneak around. What are you doing, Buster? No hiding.
Buster!
You see Loye just says, like,
what you doing there, Buster? Come here, buddy. Oh, having fun today. And so it's 5-2-1. Seemingly, they're able to pick apart SR here a little bit into the storm. They don't find all of them, but they get all of the soul blooms, taking back their lives, taking back their souls. Now, ready to contest JL along with all of these other players for this MVP. There's a lot of kills on the board right now. JL on 10, 521 on 12, FPX on 10. Even though OA and GG are out, OA on 6, GG on 9, OUG on 3, not so many. SR 11, DRG 12, SS1 with 5, ASC with 2, Wolves with 1, Bowder with 1. ASC's not had a good day today, man. They've been looking really good leading up to this point. It's just, it is what it is. Sometimes you have a bad day. We are all human after all. Except TXJ, somehow this guy is an absolute machine. This guy is an absolute beast. Oh no. That's not what you want to see. SR dying to zone. Less than ideal. Unfortunately, no healing with that corruption building all the way up. Sadly, there are 11 kills. I mean, 11 kills is still very solid. Missing out on the possibility of a multiplier, but still a really solid game. But it's not going to matter if JL is able to finish this one off the back of this game. DRG picking up another elimination. Oh, no, wait, no. SS1 stole it away. SS1 picking up their 6th elimination, denying DRG their 13th. Wait a minute. JL. Actually, I was going to say, I'm surprised that they're taking they're the first aggressors right here, but then I saw what their Jades are, and I've realized, yeah, that's probably okay for them. Dreadful Whale and Moonshard Storm. How do you walk in there?
Ooh! 5-1 is going to get stunned here by a surprise attack from DRG. And now DRG is going to be jumping up in the points, already up to 13 kills, plus this Spirit Well. Slight misstep from 5-1, not calculating the tree plays around them. JL able to find the buff, so they're not in a Yang depletion situation. They are going to catch out ASC with the 1-2 punch. The juggle, the Dreadful Whale, the Mute Moonshard. Nowhere left to go. ASC's Xiaowen is going to fall to JL. JL's keeping up in pace. They aren't leading right now, but 11 kills for JL. 5-1 with 12 kills. DRG with 13 kills, and FPX with 10. Yang depletion, though, on multiple teams right here, with JL being able to sit back and kind of wait to see what everyone does. It's up to 5-1, and DRG, the MVP this round, or JL in prime position to end it in 4.
Yeah, they could manage it. The thing is, it wasn't something that we saw. I'm pretty sure before OUG did it in the first bi-weekly, we'd never seen it, I don't think. Maybe Wolves back when White Tiger's prowess was in its most powerful state. I'm not 100% sure. But OUG managing to do it in 4 games, and then SR doing it in 4 games as well at EWC. No, it's definitely set the tone that it's something that you can do, and it is very possible. JL could manage this one. They're so unbelievably stacked. Moonshard, Dreadful, triple gold. They have Tome from the Yang Spirit Well. And then you got OUG with triple blue. You know, it's very contrasting right now. The blueberries are going to get cannibalized very soon, I imagine. But first, Pampy is going to be going down to FPX. Kiki in that Yushan ultimate, finding the elimination. JL, wait a minute, they're looking. It's like they want to get a piece. They want to get involved. They want to get in there. Pulling the trigger on that Justina ultimate is going to get cancelled by the no ult zone. But having only utilized the actual activation, Junks is 75% on that ult charge, not having consumed any dashes, not having consumed any of that rage. OUG immediately getting fiended as soon as anybody notices they have blue armors. Wu-Chen ult is going to take them away for the moment, but I don't think it's going to net them all that much safety, as they are very, very close to SS1, right on their heels. JL looking to try and take advantage of Kiki, who has no ultimate. The Ferry ultimate is going to get dropped, but he's not right next to it just yet. They're going to try and destroy the pillar, leaving no option. I'm not chasing it down just yet.
You have to make a move eventually, because there are only 14 people left alive. JL really good at navigating though aggressive end games. Are gonna be running into though FPX, not an ideal matchup right here. TXA is gonna be taking a ton of damage right here, but they do have a lot of Jades going their way. ZGE is gonna get taken down. Nice. Blood Skyforce gonna proc up. TXA going back to full health right here. Kiki is gonna get taken down, and now JL's gonna take a commanding lead, a strong grip on this lobby. Enor's ult is gonna be popped. No ult zone is gonna be there, and now JL is gonna be looking down at this spirit well. They have the high ground. They have TXA with the ultimate. 12 people left alive. Can they secure this? Temi ult's gonna be invested. Loye on the Takeda hasn't popped his ultimate right now. Still has a lot going for him. But the cap isn't there yet. JL's TXA is scoping it out. Goes for the drop down. Loye in a tough position. Staggered up. Lifted off the ground. And now the lifeblood of Siphon. Not going to be able to do much right now. TXA is going to zone everyone out with his V1 Viper ultimate. But SS1's Yuan going to drop down with the ultimate. One Fong still has his ult. On the Syra though, they have to be careful right here. DRG is up there. Sans is gonna be coming through, but TXJ now staggered right now. One Fong's gonna pop his ultimate, try to secure the center right here. Junks though, it does look like they have group heal, advance heal. They are holding the center right here, but DRG is gonna drop down. They don't want to just give it up for free. This is for the match right now. This is for all the marbles. DRG is gonna be coming down with the drop down.
Phantom Step
is gonna take down JL's TXJ. DRG is not going down quietly. The all-in is gonna pay off for them. JL in shambles right now. DRG is gonna be claiming this spirit world possibly, but OUG is gonna be jumping in right now. They're not gonna let anyone claim this without a fight. Kakashi down very, very low on the Justina. Junks on the outside trying to survive right here. They're up to 15 kills. The DRG dies right here. They could possibly still MVP right here. Junks in such a weird position right here on the outside. He's going for a res on TXA. DRG right on the outside. Oh my god, they're gonna focus fire someone else. TXA is gonna get out right here. This is huge. Armor swap is gonna be coming down. Now they have 2 people left at the top right now. OUG, Baby U is gonna fall. DRG still in a commanding position to secure this right now, but Jinyu's gonna be all-inning them as we speak. Kakashi is gonna
Junks gets it!
Junks finds a kill. 3 teams left. 5 people left standing. Junks with the dreadful whale. JL is gonna find the kill, but they're on the buttery rocks right now. Junks at the top road, 16 kills right now. DRG at 17. JL can't secure this. They can end it in 4 right now. They have the Justina ult right now. Junks going crazy with the dreadful whale. He's gonna find the kill onto SS. Wait a second. JL from the depths with the ninja res. Looks like they're gonna be victorious here. Wait a second. Viper ult's gonna be coming out. Junks able to go to the top row, able to dodge the stun right here. TXJ as well moving into zone. It's so close right now. DRG at 17, JL at 17. Oh my goodness.
Oh no!
The dreadful whale's coming through.
Wait!
And DRG's Don Q is gonna find the kill. DRG is gonna eliminate JL and deny the victory. Shinyu now in a 2v1 situation, getting blended up by the dreadful whale and Syra ults, and the games continue as DRG is possibly going to be moving up the match point, denying JL the victory.
Oh my god, Raven!
I thought they had it.
I thought they had it too, bro. Oh my god. The Cloud Weaver coming in clutch!
He did a kajillion damage.
It was Moonshot Dreadful versus Cloud Weaver Dreadful. Oh my goodness.
They could have slowed it down. I think the moment got to them with
yeah. It was
advance heal with the V1 stun. They thought they had it, but I mean, OUD was just the wild card right there. They were just griefing everyone right there in the blueberries.
The blueberries coming into grief and they just almost killed DRG. Oh my goodness, what a game. Okay, buddy, that would be like, I told you so, when it was that close, buddy. No, you can't be saying that.
Anyone could win in this league.
Yes, only the champion. Okay, buddy. What a game. What a game.
Tease. I mean, no matter what, JL still has a commanding lead in points. They just don't end the tournament this round. DRG does an excellent job of using their Jades to their advantage right there in the Spirit Well. And not really shying from the moment. They had to fight their way in that end game in order to secure it. They can't sit back. You can't sit back in MVP rounds. And it's just very, very dicey going for that Spirit Well. It's a full slugfest in order to secure the win. You see multiple teams dive in there and just multiple flanks happening over and over. And on Predoria, it's just so hectic that the high cliff sides just give so much opportunity for flanks. But ladies and gentlemen, the question for you guys at home, how many players chose Viper Ning in game 4? Was it A, 5, B, 6, C, 7, or D8? It is still the most popular composition, and we see exactly why. It's just, even if you have 2 members still left alive, it's so powerful with the Cyber ult. Cyber ult or Viper ult plus Justina is just so strong.
Absolutely. And here we are taking a look at the teams who have managed to get to that match point threshold, match point eligibility alongside JL, and those are 521, DRG, and FPX. OUG, OA, GG, all 3, all very close, around like 3 points or less. They were extremely close to getting to that match point threshold, but unfortunately not close enough. But that does still mean that we have 4 teams at match point threshold. And funnily enough, that is actually going to put JL up a phase, I believe, since they were in last phase, since they got to MVP first. I believe that puts them up to third phase now for the upcoming game. But here you have it, ladies and gentlemen, the scoreboard. 20 kills for DRG, JL on 17. And they were even. They were neck and neck up until the moment that DRG finished off the last 2 members of JL and then picked up the kill onto OUG at the very end. They were even. It was so unbelievably close. One of the most exciting endgames I've seen for a very long time. 100%. Beautiful NARAKA gaming right there. But here we have the stats, and it looks as though Dong Xing is most certainly going to be the MVP for his team off the back of that game with 9 eliminations and almost the most damage there on the Syra. Now taking a look at the total standings, unfortunately for these bottom 6 teams, Bowder, Wolves, ASE, all below 30 points after 4 games. Not looking so good for them right now.
Yeah, 2v2 for the win. Man, if JL gets this stolen from them, they're going to be kicking themselves. Just now, FPX, DRG, 521 all have a chance of ending it. It's going to be more likely this next round that a team ends it, but you saw it there, Duncan, that we haven't seen an answer yet to the Attack on Titan. Just Viper is just so strong. She kind of gets to have her way with the whole lobby combined with the Syra ultimate. Now, looking at the highlights, man, it was just back and forth.
This was so well played.
Yeah, JL gets the best of them here. DRG gets the last laugh in endgame. The flanks there with the cavalry boom from One Fang ends up securing the kills, and then here again, TXJ runs a clinic, finding the silence onto the Justina, and then finding the Viper stun to secure the kill. Triple tap dodge right there to get around the pillar, saves all the stamina. One Fang with the cavalry boom pushes everyone in place. It's just so dominant in this execution that they don't even care. They eat the Viper stun for breakfast. They're like, do as you wish, mister. You're done.
Buster.
DRG stays in the game. They keep their chin tucked in. They keep slugging it out. and they fight tooth and nail all the way to this last bit. We didn't get to see this from there for a second, but the flank from Don Q, the back-to-back Cloud Weavers, and the Dreadful Whale secure it. Man, Cloud Weaver is so easy to parry right there, and just no one runs a parry in that situation. I mean, it is cliffside. It is very, very hectic with the comms right there to figure out who's who, who's what, how many people are left alive. But really, really good job for DRG to just keep their head in the game. None of them have gold armor right there. And JL does have Group Hero Advancio, so they had the best setup to secure their win, and they are denied by my man right here, Dong Q9 on the Syra with that Cloud Weaver, punching their ticket to another round and to match point.
Beautifully done. 21,000 damage, 12,000 of which on those fist blades, and with a Cloud Weaver, Sky Punch is just absolutely cooking. Triple damage reduction, triple attack Jades, 9 eliminations, a lot of healing as well. Look, 24,000 healing from the Syra ultimate. That is a lot of healing coming out right there. No advanced heal, no group heal, no nothing, just from the Syra ultimate. Big game from DRG. It was so close, but we moved to game number 5, ladies and gentlemen, with 4 teams now lined up, ready to take it all for themselves. It's anyone's game, you know. Off the back of that, not only did JL get so close, and it's gonna be, you know, really rough for them to have not managed to do it when they were that close right there, but also they invested a lot of hero points into being able to play that composition. Now, I think they're on 3. So now they're not going to have, you know, the agency to choose what they want, or as freely as they were able to beforehand. So having invested, it might come back and bite them.
That's the problem with going all in. I mean, to be fair, they did pretty much the best outcome they possibly could have. They just come out short. DRG just, to be honest, they just clutch it up. They're just like a wall right at the end right there. A little bit lucky, you know. I'm gonna call it a little bit lucky with the Cloud Weaver. This back-to-back Cloud Weaver release is kind of crazy. But I mean, Cliffside, it's so hectic right there. They don't expect to get the res. But still, like, JL are masters of an endgame, so there's no excuses to them. And definitely tipping the hat to DRG of doing so well in that clutch situation. Going to this last little bit, though, it'd be crazy if 521 is able to clutch this up. Now,
true.
It's looking like they don't have, they just barely have enough horsepower to kind of hold the line and keep up pace. They're not like the Ferraris and just like jet engines we have up here at the top with JL, DRG, and GG. But who knows? Maybe it's their time. Maybe they're going to evolve and break through the threshold. Maybe they, after watching what everyone else is doing, is going to be able to punch through. Now, it seems like Viper is gonna be on the back of Viper. So are they gonna all in with all their points? Are the rest of the teams on match point gonna all in, just like JL did once they got there? To be honest, I would say it's better to use all of your points now rather than later, because you never know if one of the other teams are gonna clutch up. It really shows that DRG and JL are already right there. They can go back to back. FPX is as well a really, really strong team. And what happens when OUG, OA, SR, and GG get over the threshold too? Now, like, do you really want to go one more round? You don't. If I'm all these teams, I'm not waiting another round. We got to go now. We got to win this now. And what does JL have for this next round? I'm very curious. Like I was saying, is there an answer to this Viper composition? And are these teams going to really reveal it? Because, I mean, Nbpl finals is going to be coming out. Remember, the weekly finals, they are for the points to set yourself up to qualify for the actual Nbpl finals. But that's where it really, really matters. So are you going to reveal this tactic now? Or are you going to hold on to it to a little bit later? Now,
I would say yes.
I would say you kind of have to go all in just because the future patches.
Exactly, yeah.
NARAKA is so volatile right now leading into Jacob as far as how much the game will change. And it's just, you're gonna have to adapt no matter what, and I feel like we just gotta go all in right now. We gotta reveal what the counter is. We saw, I mean, some teams are running Wombo. We're busting out the first stage of strategy, just running like the most all-in compositions. Now we did see Temmie Viper for a little bit with Syra. I feel like Justina is a little bit better because you have more playability rather than Temmie. Temmie's a little bit more all-in. There's not as much maneuverability to get through.
Sure.
Will we see Transformers come in? I feel like Transformers just doesn't have that fast TTK, that time to kill.
Do you mean with Kylan?
Yeah, with Kylan. It's just it's too slow to kill. It's very sturdy. The more Vipers in the lobby, the less sturdy it is. So I'm very curious. I think the only answer is Cannonball outside of this. 'Cause at least when you have the Matara, you can stop the shenanigan. But still, you still have to deal with Syra and the fact that you're a very big target on Feria, and the Feria mech is very paper thin when it comes to multi-way fights.
Yeah, and if you get stunned by a Viper at Feria mech somehow, then if they have a pocket pulse sword, that Feria mech is getting exploded, and that's if nobody else is already shooting at the Feria as well. And Enor as well. Enor, even though he does output a considerable amount of damage and he has elevated mobility compared to Yuishan, he's very squishy. He's not as tanky as Yuishan is. He has a smaller health pool, and he's much easier to burst down if you're able to lock him down just for a few seconds. You're able to burst that character quite effectively. Matari being the character that sort of really carries this in a few ways, in the fact that you can get a lot of siphon healing. When you pop that ultimate, you can heal based off of the damage that you do, keeping them alive, but it's just it can go so wrong so quickly, I think, because if Matari gets silenced, or if the rotation goes wrong, it can still you can't do anything. Like Syra ultimate is still going to connect, it doesn't matter if you're invisible, you're still going to get caught by the Syra ultimate if you're unhoverable.
Does it end though, Duncan, in this next round? Does it end? You said it would end with just JL, and you were wrong. Are you willing to double?
Okay, why are you rubbing it in, Big Dog? What do you mean?
Are you willing to double down and say it's gonna end?
I'm a double down. I'm a commitment kind of guy. I'm a double down. It's gonna be over after this game, Raven PLZ. I'm going all in.
Just stay in bad news again. We're gonna keep going the distance. It's gonna keep going.
What are you talking about, Buster? I love that word. I'm gonna start using it now. You just brought it into my vocabulary.
I think it's gonna end. It's not gonna end because we still got SR, the EWC champs. We still got GG.
True.
The dominant force. Like, they can still have pop-up games. We still have OUG. You got Baby U smiling right there. He's still vibing.
He's getting the head tickles from the coach.
He hears Dunkin' Donuts. You think this is gonna end right here? Let me let you know that it's not ending. We're gonna keep this one going with our weirdo Kurumi Vana. Never mind, it might be ending. Like, what does this go?
And then the hardy Kylan Zip come from GG. Why are they giving them this? OUG is he's just laughing his butt off. He's just like
vibing.
Kurumi is the one character with a point increase.
That's sussy.
ASE going for the cannonball. What is that?
Hey, this is Holoroth mech. That's why. It's Holoroth.
Still,
has always had siphon compositions. I mean, Viper has done well always on Holoroth as well. If we leave this open though, I mean, phase 3 is where it starts. What does JL go here? And then what does... Everyone wants their Viper comp for their match point. So you're connecting composition to get you over a match point.
I don't think they can play Viper comp here. They don't have material points because they played it already, no?
Not sure. It's going to be the cannonball. Cannonball. That's how they're gonna have to blow their way.
The unseen kebab.
Oh, Wolf is gonna go with Cannonball as well.
That's 3 so far. Bowder's gonna pull out something weird, I'm telling you right now. Guys?
I don't have VVV playing today. This makes me sad.
I told you! What? You're telling me that's not weird?
It is weird.
Okay.
They took a character from each strategy and just like,
They just mix it all together to see what happens.
use a character from
We're 40 points behind match point. Let's just send it. See if this works. I don't know. A little sussy, little sus G right there.
We haven't seen Syra paired with Monk in a long time. Besides like the initial Syra meta, when everyone's trying to figure out how to utilize Syra.
Yeah.
But Syra's different now because she basically has a stun and heal.
This leaves these 3 teams with not very much to work with, though, I have to say. Like, 521 still has the points. DRG, not so much.
521, it's time. It's time to all in, baby. All in. We gotta go. Oh, they're not gonna do it, though.
Okay. That was 5 points they just invested. That's all in. That's as all in as they can go, I think.
I don't know. I just don't agree with Siphon anymore on this day. Also, Siphon doesn't really do well versus Cannonball. Cannonball is designed to execute your Takeda. You already don't really get to bully. There's been changes, like you said earlier, that Takeda gets to scale up better and have gold all.
But with Syra V2, doesn't it help? Because if the Syra V2 is able to, as long as she's next to the Takeda, even if the Enor gets the full lockdown, you know, he's not dying. He's gonna get healed up for sure.
Dude, you used to be able to kill Takeda even with a Kurumi tether, denying all damage into a Kurumi circle.
No, I know, but if they commit to killing the Takeda with the Syra ult already in action, then they're not going to be able to disengage away from the Syra ult before it pops and stuns them.
How does Syra ult when she gets silenced?
Well, I mean, that's considering that the silence comes through and doesn't go on the Takeda, and then in which case the Takeda would be able to pop ult and deny it.
We'll have to see. I feel like Cannonball has always done well.
I mean, it's not things. It isn't Yushan, so it's that they don't have protection versus Tumult Ultimate. Feria Mech does somewhat get shut down by Tumult Wall, but it's still very
works versus Enor. I haven't really seen as much interaction Enor versus Takeda.
I'm pretty sure he doesn't get knocked back if he's in one of his big animations, because it just his normal, attacks, they do get CC'd. He does get knocked back, but if it's the big, if it's the kebab on the ground, the skewer, and I think if it's his ability, then he definitely doesn't get knocked back. I'm not 100% sure about the skewer on the ground. I'm pretty sure he does just get to do it. Regardless, ladies and gentlemen, we've been talking about it. It's game number 5. It's time to go back to Holleroth, and all of these players are getting ready to load in, and we've got quite the spicy drop over in the city of Tang. SS1, OA, ASE, and Bowder all going to be contesting that gold zone. We have SR and OUG looking for the Salvation Podium. DRG going to be dropping solo in Plumed Castle. JL going for a gold zone with a Firefly Cage right in the middle of it. Wolves and 521 going for Yushan Ruins. GG and FPX looking to scrap it out up in Imperial Village. There's going to be some fights off spawn here. And I think if JL gets the right timing attack, they could get a huge early game off of this fight between 521 and Wolves.
Yes, excellent point, Duncan. There will be fighting in the fighting game of NARAKA.
Yes, there will indeed,
Spawn,
Mr.
there will be
Raven.
fighting.
Hey, screw you, dude.
5-2-1 is going to be fighting the wolves right now. Pampy is looking to fight, grappling in, looking for a fight.
I hate you, bro. They get the timing attack. Triple blue.
Attack right here. But the blueberries are going to not go for the teleport. They're just immediately going to be diving in right here. 5-2-1's Pampy going to be trying to dodge the fight right now, but JL's taking the fight to them. Going to find the first stagger onto Pampy, and the F2, like I said, onto the Takeda. Wait a second here. He's able to find some distance, though. Pampy creates some space, able to get out of there. Nice peel coming out from 5-2-1, and Syra ult's going to be coming out. Comes out with the bedazzle. Dazzling JL. TXA trying to get out of the stun, but he is going to get staggered right now. Fat Milk is going to come with the Dragon Slayer, but the peel from Junks. Matari, this hero, the savior, the fighter of Spawn, and JL's going to find the fight in them and find the 3-piece.
Big fights, Mr. Raven. And we've got some more fighting taking place. Salvation Podium with DRG having looted up in Plume Castle, gone down south immediately, and gone in to try and clean up this fight between SR and who was it? SR and somebody else. OUG, but SR is going to be able to claim most of those eliminations. And DRG are left reeling. They came in with the third party and just got cooked. Didn't get any third party kills, and then 2 dead with 0 kills. This is not looking good for them.
Hey, how did I miss this guy? Takeda Ueshan Karumi. What in the Ooga Booga is that? We're gonna go over to Ooga Booga Tang with 4 teams going at about a SR, SS1, or ASE, SS1, XEM. From his perspective, looking
all the abbreviations.
The flank on the Enor, not able to find a miss, doing a great job using these walls to kite them out, but XEM going to go with a full charge. Scale Rush not able to find it. Flying Knife's going to be hitting. Missed up. He gets shredded by Bauda's NY7, but SS1 on the loader on here. Ult's going to be pressed. Buttons are clicked. Loye with the Viper stun trying to find it, but nice job from XEM. Going to be to kite that out, getting out of line of sight. SS1's Shuwon gonna pop his Justina combo break, but XEM popping the Enor ult, putting the kebab to this Justina, slamming him down, but nice peel coming out from the Syra of SS1, getting the stun onto NY7. Oh, big peel though from XEM, heroic slam, but it's not gonna matter. NY7 is still going to die to the fighting of SS1.
Hey, SS1, dude. Excellent job right there. It was the hero play coming in from Eno, almost peeling, but it wasn't enough. Too little, too late. That stun from Syra is 6 seconds long. That's a lot of CC right there. Now, a little bit of a calm before the storm. We're in the eye of the storm right now. A little bit of looting. 5-2-1. We're trying to recover their game, having died off spawn against JL. 1 purple armor and 2 common. Oh, upgraded to a blueberry. Heading over to Metab. Wolves and SR. 17S having secured that golden hangsword from Salvation Podium. And a Moonbane on top of that. This is not where you want to be with a Moonbane directly on top of you, trying to disengage from this bottom floor of Metab is extremely sus G, but Zhao has already gone down. Missing a player, 2 versus 3, trying to lock these players down. Are they going to be able to actually take advantage of this Moonbane that they have, knocking NHQ out of that F2 animation, desperately trying to get through this small window? He finds the uppercut, but the Farrier coming in, or the Farrier mech coming in to peel. NHQ finds the armor swap. 17S, no ultimate left. Sitting with the F1, trying to find this kill, trying to lock down that Farrier, still kiting away. Zhao having resurrected himself. Trying to salvage this one. They've invested so much. They need to make sure that they close out these kills and get this fight under their belt. NHQ again going to be able to kite it out. but at the sacrifice of their Matari, Yu is going to be given up as the sacrificial lamb. SR managed to find a little something from the considerable investment. Oh, Firefly Cage, very nice.
This Yueshon skin trips me out every time I look at it. I was like, what am I looking at? I
the
keep
business casual.
It's business casual Yueshon. Wow. I keep thinking it's like a mech or something, and I'm like, what character is this? And then I see the slam come out, and I'm like, huh. Interesting. Very, very shiny. Now looking at the leaderboard right now, SS1 up to 5 kills. JL has 3. GG has 3. But only JL, 521, and DRG, and FPX. If you're just tuning in, ladies and gentlemen, this is Game 5. We are match point for 4 teams. Mr. Dunkin' Donuts believes that this tournament will be ending if one of these 4 teams this time around is able to pop off and yoink the MVP. Unfortunately, though, we still have GG, OUG, OA, and SR right on the cusp of getting to that match point as well. All of these teams, heavy hitters, juggernauts, willing to fight their way to the top and MVP themselves. So, leading into this first realm of Yang, because it's Allroth, we're seeing a lot more Takedos come out. Just because for years, Takeda has been dominating this map. Different variations that we see in the modern 2025 Sand Siphon has Syra as a support with the Temi Takeda. They also recently buffed Takeda so that he's able to benefit from his teammates having weapons. He's able to get to that gold ultimate a lot quicker. And if you didn't know this, Takeda with gold ultimate, every single shove is basically a Viper stun from how long the stagger lasts and how big the radius is. It's just ginormous in front of Takeda. So a huge difference once the Takeda comes online and is able to get there. We are seeing DRG with the Takeda monk. We've seen this monk this monk composition do well in the past, but it was very niche. It never really found a foothold where the whole lobby played it from how strong it was. It suffers from a lot of different weaknesses as far as Vipers picking it apart, and that it needs so much loot. With Takeda needing less loot, maybe we see the rise of it coming forward. We'll have to see how it does in Realm of Yang, just because the 2 strongest compositions we've seen so far, the new rule set change, is Viper at the top, and then Feria in the close second with Cannonball. We are going to see all these teams posturing up, trying to get in. Stash is coming through. Wait a minute! In there. Oh my goodness. Very, very dicey right here. And now JL didn't make it in. Tough point because if you didn't notice, you got to get into Rumble Yang to get the loot. And it looks like 521 and GG is going to be going in. Remember, 521 is all in with their points for their Sand Siphon. Can they beat GG with it?
They might be able to. GG is running a rather interesting composition right here with the Kylin, Hardy, and Zipping. Thankfully, the cube is going to come out from LXM, keeping CJS alive. The Tumult Ultimate is going to be dropped down on top of the Kylin as soon as he drops down, though, having seen him pop that ultimate. 521 Pampy still holding onto this Takeda ult. Syra ultimate is also going to be in play. Do they find the dazzle? They do. Indeed, 330 is going to get staggered by the Wisp. No combo breaker for the Zipping. LXM desperately trying to stand there next to his teammate and parry, but he's just a little bit too far away. Hitbox is not going to connect, and 330 has nowhere to go. LXM now in a 1 versus 3. It's extremely cooked.
That looked very fun and interactive for the
Zipping. It did indeed.
That was 20 seconds of not being able to do anything. Well played from 521 to put GG in the blender. We are going to move over to DRG versus SR. I believe he already used the monk. Kakashi does. It's almost up to his second monk. Double parry's going to be coming out. Slicing through. No need. DRG's going to end it right there. The leading SR, and this is going to be tough for the rest of the lobby. You don't want to see the Monk, Karumi, Takeda get juiced up every single weapon. Actually, they don't benefit as much. The monk definitely benefits from having a gold weapon, but still, this team composition: gold Takeda ult, monk with armor, and a gold weapon. A lot of big damage coming from them. A lot of fightability, as you might say, once they get online.
Indeed. But now we're going to take a look at a replay with FPX going head-to-head against OA. Both of these teams looking as though they only have blue armors to work with. FPX, ZGE not going for that ultimate just yet. Finds the opener onto 2-Tick, getting that. Oh! The hit in the back. 2-Tick able to peel just barely. Smoke ultimate dropping down, slowing down the Kylan, not able to keep it going, but the cube is going to allow him to disengage. Dropping down from the skies, from the heavens. ZGE looking to try and slice and dice his way through this team, knocking them out of that Kurumi circle. And there you have it. FPX, Kylan disrupting the entire team composition so effectively. Kurumi ultimate is not going to work if they're not in it. ZGE, we immediately cut to his current fight where they're just dismantling 5-2-1 now. Nice little parry coming out from LXM. Vantress Drift's gonna allow him to hold on to that weapon right there. ZGE popping that ultimate once again. Picking up all these blooms. CJS nowhere to go. GG is looking like a GG. They have a Yang depletion right now. CJS the only one without. He's gonna have to try and find himself a bloom and try not to die here. ZGE, wait a minute. FPX only have 2 members alive. Kiki is down for the count. He's currently in soul form. They're trying to fight back, but it's not looking good. Wait, I thought GG was on the back foot, but no. FPX is the one who's losing out right here. But that could change very quickly as OUG coming in for the third party.
GG for GG's from Dunkin' Donut. They were on the back foot, now they're on the front foot, fighting their way to victory. But unfortunately for them, OUG desperate for the cleanse of their Yang depletion, trying to cannibalize them right now. But GG doing a good job of making it very hard for them, using the cube to create some space, to create some opportunities for his teammates to do damage. CJS though, stuck in the corner right here, does have the Kylan ultimate though. Get off me. 5-2-1 showing up to the party though. Bounty is up onto one of the players, I believe, of GG. Multiple teams here all looking into licking their chops, waiting to get their turn at one of these kills right here. Pampy, though, sees multiple teams lurking on the outside. Is going to just play this a little bit slow. OUG's going to make their way and diving in to GG's CJS. He gets absolutely deleted from OUG, and then OUG is just like, wait a second, what you looking at, 5-2-1? They're gonna be coming over here with the Baldo ult, with the Wombo. Pampy getting juggled right here by SS, and now Shinju's looking for the grab. He gets 1. Can he get 2? He doesn't get 2. We're gonna get settled with the slam, which bam, back to the re-grab, looking for the double. We're not gonna get the double though. Kablowy, Pampy going for a ride. That's not fun. Gets juggled one more time. That's a triple grab. Boom! Shinju with a 3-piece is gonna take down 5-2-1's Pampy, but FPX showing up to the party. They're on match point. They're up to 8 kills. As well as GG not on match point, up to 10 kills neck to neck. These two juggernauts, these two old school veteran teams going at it right now in this game 5. I don't know, Duncan, you said it's gonna end. I think we're going to distance. GG is looking to take it with the Hottie composition, but wait a second. 5-2-1 with the cheeky res. Wait a second, I've been
go for a ride
into the montage. 1, 2, 3 with the jumping aerials. Oh my goodness, baby, you not like this. Not like this. Got put into the montage down the hill. Bye bye OUG. Bye bye.
Bye bye indeed. 5-2-1 coming in and salvaging their game. It wasn't looking too good. That triple re-grab was a little sussy, but they have salvaged it. Now heading over into the realm of Yang, the soft true uppercut off that fan scale rush. Zedgy goes for it. He gets silenced though. This is not looking good. Juan with that golden great so going to do a lot of damage. He gets one of those freezes, but the cube coming out. Drops down from the heavens. The quick Brandora just for good measure. SS1 playing it slower now. Water still in that ultimate. The cube is still available for one or two of these players. The Kylan ultimate is going to come online now. The Viper ultimate to respond. ZGE looking to try and find the stagger onto one of these players. He does have Phantom Step. Can he avoid it? Yes, he can. But he loses his zipping. No healing coming out for the Kylan. This ultimate isn't going to be as long as it could have been. And it looks as though it's over for FPX. SS1 are going to be closing this one out. The Kylan immunity is going to keep him alive for what seems like an eternity. But there you go. It does expire. And FPX lose their realm of Yang. Slowing down their aggression for this game number 5. Now Bowder up against JL. JL have managed to force out that Monk ult. TXJ doesn't have the Enor available, doesn't have that Thunder Lord ready to go, as has already been utilized, along with all of his team's resources, all the ultimates. TXJ getting hit in the back, the flank coming through, the F2 ready to go, does pop it. Oh, another one! It's just out of nowhere. TXJ trying to kite away. Ooh, focus attack, catches the uppercut, combo break comes through. Can he get the scale rush? No, he's going for the kite. Bowder's also extremely low. XEM trying to kite away as well. It's very similar situations for both teams right now. TXJ needs to keep his distance. He does have F up, but it looks as though they're able to take down NY7. Woo! Out of there! Out of nowhere! Holy moly! Mini heart attack for JL, but no, it's all good. And JL are back in this one.
TXJ with the kite. I mean, excellent play from Bowder. They were both in very, very similar situations. It's just the peeling from JL just slightly better than them. Able to secure the kills as they try to focus on TXJ. Now on the outside though, SS1 versus DRG. Kakashi is going to get juggled off here. Kurumi, Don Q on white armor though. Looking a little sussy right here. They are going to be backing out, making their way towards Plume Castle, but they are going to run into the desperate Bowder as they catch Kakashi. Try to pop a heal right now. Kakashi, no grapples, no ultimate, nowhere to go. Stuck in the corner. Bowder is able to find an easy kill onto Kakashi, but now Don Q on the Kurumi, gonna possibly find a tether res right here, but FPX is gonna find him running into zone right here. FPX does have Yang depletion. This would be a nice kill for them to pick up here. Don Q tries to desperately go deeper into zone, trying to dissuade them from chasing this poor Kurumi, but nowhere to go. Kurumi is gonna get taken down. We dash over to 521, hiding in a bush right here. 5 kills to their name. Remember, 5-1, FPX, DRG, and JL are all at match point right now. But right now, fighting in contention to get MVP is SS1 at 12, GG at 10, FPX at 10, JL slowly catching up, securing that second Rumlium at 6, but still SS1 has double the points with only 24 people left alive. Now we are moving into endgame for that Spirit Well situation. It's going to be dicey, Duncan, but I think we're going distance.
Nah, buddy. I see it. I can see it. GG, even though they are one of those teams that has always been able to consistently navigate those endgame scenarios, so far today, every single game, they've had a solid scoreline leading up to it and then faltered in that mid to late game transition phase. So, and considering they're playing hardy Kylan zipping, I have to say, the odds are stacked against them based off of their performance so far today. But then again, they could have fixed it, they could have adjusted, and they could make it to that end game. But that's not the only thing to consider. FPX, also on match point, also on 10 kills. They definitely have a solid game ahead of them if they're able to cleanse this Yang depletion. They do have 1 minute and 40 seconds left and counting. They do spot out Wolves out in the open. Isn't the best fight for them. It looks like they're going to back off. There aren't very many players in the surrounding area. This may be the fight that they just need to take. Unfortunately, they might have to force this one with only a minute and 15 left. They need to make something happen. They spot out SR as well now, though. Wait, it looks like they fancy SR instead. They like the look of them instead. The Takeda immediately gets lifted. The Karumi tether does get popped. Karumi ultimate as well, but it's not gonna matter. SR 17S just gets exploded, and they cleanse a Yang already. One Yang depletion left to cleanse. And this Karumi is about to get absolutely. Oh, but it's over. Oh, wait a second. GE, 1 HP in a dream. Can he make it out of there? Can the kite come through? No, it cannot. Wolves gonna be able to come in and feast.
I mean, feast. I would say feast is
okay. A little snack, perhaps.
Yes, a snack.
A snack.
Snack.
A little snack.
They get a midnight snack. You know, just down, get to the fridge. They find a little nice leftovers of a fight, and they just pick up a quick kill because they're only at 2 kills. So you know, I mean, they got a 30 kill here. They're not really in contention. They had a very, very slow day. We are going to move over to the Spirit Well as a Bauda menacingly wants to claim this with their Syra Enor Monk. Definitely don't want to contest them on that one. That's a lot of transformation right here. SS1 going to be backing everyone off, waiting to the last seconds to claim this with their Viper composition. 5-1 playing this nice and slow. They don't want to overcommit. This is how they MVP the previous round, picking their spots very, very strategically going in this end game. It looks like, where is the zone going? It's going to be slightly left of Plume Castle. I don't believe it's going to be inside Plume Castle. Draco Storm on to Bauda. Very dicey for them. No one wants to mess with that Transformers team. To the south, though, on the puzzle, Juwon with the gold pole sword, or gold great sword, is going to find an R&B onto Kiki. Big damage going to be coming out. Triple charge going to come out. Goes for the cancel, looks for the light attack, and ooh, cutting through. Satisfying focus. LMB gonna chop Kiki in half now, going back to the north, back to Plume Castle. Bauda is gonna connect to the hottie of FPX. 4 minutes left. Water just desperately trying to get away from these teams, trying to spot if he can get a heal off. But remember, Hottie cannot heal in midair anymore. He has to break contact and find a heal. JL sees all the commotion, like what's going on, seeing if they can find a flank right here. TXJ threatening the R&B focus attacks with his fan. Multiple teams, though, holding the rooftops here. Still very, very dangerous to engage here. 21 players left alive. 7 teams in this end game. Remember, 4 teams on match point. 5-2-1. JL still in the runnings, but it looks like FPX was eliminated already, so it's up to GG and SS1 leading the charge to MVP this round. Can 5-2-1 or JL find their way to victory here and steal this tournament away?
It's still possible. SS1 are currently on that big, heavy-hitting composition that we've seen do so well so far today and in the previous days of trios with the Viper, Syra, Justina. But it's certainly possible they could falter moving forwards, depending on how this plays out. JL and 5-1 also on compositions that I would say can somewhat deal with the Viper, Syra, Justina, with Matari being able to mitigate that Viper stun, the Feria, the Enor, and then you have the, your own Syra for that Sand Siphon on 5-1. But I'm not sure if they're scaled enough to really be contesting SS1 at this point. SS1 gotta try their hand controlling this outside spot and locking down the terrain for the upcoming Spirit Well. They do find an opening onto 5-1, but Syra ultimate does not connect. 5-1 able to kite it out very effectively. Luoye not able to keep up with them. Ibin setting out a cheeky wisp. Hold this around. Wait a second. JL, they find SR. SR in shambles. Rico on white armor. 17S already down. JL might be able to pick up a couple eliminations here and go unnoticed by the rest of the lobby, who seem to be positioned on the other side of the circle. But Wolves are going to be the ones to take down Rico instead. Unfortunate for JL. But still, a kill is a kill, going up to 7. Now Bowder going to try their hand at securing this Spirit Well. SS1 looking in, seeing if they can find the opportunity. Dipping back, GG also going to see if they can find a spot. Make it in there, but immediately sent packing. Looks as though Bowder's going to be able to hold it down. They do indeed, securing that White Tiger's prowess, setting themselves up for this endgame, but they're not really eligible for the MVP unless they collect the majority of kills moving forward, considering the current scoreline that they have. Bowder being engaged onto Wolves, XEM taking it. Oh no, Xbox saying ZK taking a lot of damage, but the kill going over to Ibin on 521. 521 going up to 7. JL also have gone up to 8. In the meantime, this could still go either way, Riven. This could still be extremely close.
We see Wolves at the high ground right there. They are able to manage to pick up the rest on the ZK. NHQ with the covering fire, but the top of this cliffside getting peppered by the cannons of the lobby. So much AoE damage going down right here. Bowder's Syra is going to pop ultimate in response to this. NY7 looking to beam the low ground, baby. Or Wolves U is going to get lasered down by NY7. XEM going to find a kill onto Wolves ZK as well. Nice pickup for them on the high ground. Looking back at the points right now, SS1 still in the commanding lead at 13 points. GG at 10 points. 5-2-1 in JL though, slowly climbing up, picking up a couple kills here, a little bit there. What an awkward end game though, and a giant arc plus this cliffside. JL holding the high ground here. SS1 trying to make a move to push them off. A little bit of mistake and movement error coming out from Juwon. Not able to secure the high ground away from JL. He still has a couple dashes to his name though. Wonfang on the Feria trying to navigate, trying to maneuver his team to a new position as he heals up right here. JL making their way to the other cliffside as Wonfang's gonna join Junks and TXJ. They go back to the high ground right here. SS1 making their way on the outside, but JL all the way at the top. Is the top really where you want to be? We've seen a ton of cannon shots go to the top right here. Junksto does have Merciless. He's able to create some space and hold the high ground for them. And SS1 Loye with the Viper V1 making a move to claim the high ground here. NHQ is gonna fall to Loye. But JL on the right side right here, we're seeing TXJ with a flamethrower pushing other teams out from here. And now TXJ holding onto the high ground as everyone's forced this little canyon. Not much room to breathe, but SS1's looking like they have a commanding lead here, Duncan. I think we're going the distance.
Oh, we'll see. There's still a little bit of time left. TXJ pulling the trigger on that Enor ultimate. The Thunder Lord crashing through the lobby, trying his hand at getting these players off of the high ground, securing it for his team, or potentially catching some of these players who are low HP, trying to kite away. TXJ also going to be low, or pretty low HP himself. Throws out the F, deforming mid-air, is going to be able to get that armor back. And now going to be forced to try and heal up. But Junks in the background is going to go down to GG. GG picking up another kill, going up to 11. 5-1 Pampy still in the air, looking to drop down. CJS pulling the trigger on the Kylan ultimate. Going to be fully sending it onto 5-2-1, who's stuck in the corner there, up against the cliffside, knocking them down. Ibid goes down to LXM. GG picking up yet another kill. SS1 currently on 15, having lost a member though. It's still looking pretty even. TXJ and Wonfang still alive down below. Bowder, ZU is going to find the grab onto Yuan. Doesn't get the slam though, unfortunately. The Rupture Gale Flame Breath ticking away at his HP. Not very much. You're going to have to deform right now. The slam comes through, but the fire damage is going to cut the healing in half, and ZU fumbles. He goes down. TXJ coming in and picking up the kill with the Flamebringer. The Syra ultimate is going to be coming online. Wonfang currently in the Syra ultimate. TXJ going to try and distance himself from the Syra ultimate. and use perhaps his ultimate to reset his health bar right here. There you have it. He does come away with full HP, resetting his health, pulling it back out again. Wait a second. The Flamebringer. Let me get this kill, big dog. LXM, get out of here. Woo! He does go down. Who comes away on top? Wait a second. 17 kills for SS1, but JL get the first place placement. Is it enough?
I don't know. 1.2. That's 2
plus 4.
17, 6.
SS1.
Nah, it's too much. SS1's way too far ahead.
17 kills was too many.
And we go to distance, Duggan. 0-4-2. I'm just saying, Duggan.
Okay.
Double down. Are we
Okay,
gonna triple
Buster.
down? Moving forward.
It's coming down, buddy.
Next game. Are we gonna end next game? We didn't end this game. Like I said, multiple teams here in contention. Although SS1, I didn't really predict them to be able to bust through and steal away MVP round. I thought it was gonna be GG or SR. But SS1 also has been doing very, very well during the weekly qualifiers. Having really, really good MVP performances. So, big clutch up from them. And a little bit of an odd composition on Holorath. Just because it was daytime Holorath, no one really wanted to invest their Viper points into that day. We saw 521 go all in with the Takeda composition. And I'm not going to lie, Duncan, it didn't look like Sand Siphon had that dominance like it used to back in the day on Holorath. We saw a very similar... Actually, I can't remember the last time we saw an endgame with that particular cliffside, with like the uneven platforms, that nice round structure of stone over there. We also get an arc endgame. Pretty wild right there, as all the teams scrambling to try to control some type of position to get away from the chaos of all the range attacks, but it's not going to matter. You see SS1 navigated perfectly using the Justina composition, or the attack on Titan with Justina and Viper. They're just able to bully their way through anything. The threat of that Viper stun, the threat of the Cyrus stun, plus Justina locking you down, you don't want to be anywhere near them. And the second they lock onto you, it's really hard to get away from their bite once they really sink their teeth into your team.
Yeah, I mean, it's with the Justina being able to facilitate so much lockdown, it's very difficult to disengage. With multiple dashes coming through, it's just one freeze can spell your demise. It's just over. The Viper silence to follow up as well. Viper ult, Syra ult, the healing as well. It's just so much. It's very evident for all to see that this composition is probably the tippy top of the meta right now in terms of compositions within trios. But here we are. We now have two more teams joining those at the top within that match point threshold. OUG and wait, who? I can't. Was it GG? It must have been GG. GG and OUG making it to the top there. I believe it's a lot of teams now. Half the lobby in match point eligibility. Half the lobby at game number 5. Sadly for those teams who've already invested though, because we saw 521 invest 5 of the 6 points that they had left over. JL has certainly invested. I don't know what's going to come of this game, because what kind of compositions are we going to see come out now from the teams that have already invested? They're just going to be forced to play whatever's left. And being able to MVP with such a comp is not going to be easy, especially if there are more Syra, Viper, Justinas running around.
Question is, Duncan, are you going to triple down? Is it going to end this game? Are we going to go 0 for 3? I'm just going to choose whatever the opposite side of what you choose is. Now looking at the overall score,
all right, we can triple down. Let's triple down, buddy.
Triple down. That we're going to end right here. GG at 16 kills, 521 at 13.6. JL with 11 kills at 13.5. FPX with 11 kills at 11.5. Bauda at 7 kills at 8.5, SR at 6, Wolves at 5, DRG at 4, OUG at 3, ASC at 3. And who is going to be the MVP this game? It's looking like it's going to be the Syra. U1 putting in the work for SS1. You know, that healing, Duncan.
Juan, buddy. Juan. Juan's going to be the MVP.
Juan, U1. You know, it could be one or the other. Looking at the overall score so far, about ASC Wolves having a really slow start right now. Now, we're past the halfway point. A little bit through. We should be warmed up at this point, but at the top, half the lobby, like Duncan said, is at match point. OUG at 65.2, DRG at 70.6, GG at 76.2, FEX at 76.2, 521 at 80.5, and JL with a commanding lead, basically securing their second place at this point. Unless they slow down their pacing moving forward. And still, we could have a global team take down a possible weekly finals. We are going to go back and look at the highlights of this round. Off spawn, the fighting of JL in the fighting game NARAKA. Just spectacular. Off spawn, fighting the fights that they need. That's timing attack onto 521 at Yushan Ruins. Now, 521 does manage to put a lot of resistance here, able to get their Syra with ultimate from going into the portal, coming out. But it's not going to matter. JL just with the lucky loot off spawn, having the triple blue armor, able to leverage that armor advantage to a win. Now going into the realm of Yang, DRG. Honor Takeda Kurumi Monk, able to weather the storm versus Sand Siphon, I believe, of SR. Takeda shoving through, delaying that Takeda to the very end, and even to the point where Kakashi is able to build up his ultimate one more time. Now, this was a game of high ground control. SS1, with the threat of their Syra ult, with the threat of their Viper ult, puts himself in the best position by holding that high ground, forcing everyone off, and picking up kills as a result. They don't take the first place right there. It doesn't matter. They're able to weather the storm, keep that kill count super, super high, and keep the tournament going, Duncan. It's going to keep going. I'm telling you, Duncan, SR, someone else is going to win. It's just going to keep going. We're going to go the distance again after this round.
We'll have to see, but for the MVP on SS1, we have Juan with the Justina, 7 kills, 20,643 damage. A lot of pretty solid damage coming through there. Also, if you're ever unsure, it's for sure. They always give it to the guy with most kills, and if kills are even, it comes down to damage. And Juan was able to do more damage right there in the fighting and securing that MVP. But here you are, ladies and gentlemen, once again with the answer 4 treasures for that game. If you want to get your hands on a special gift, make sure to get your answer to this question in the chat. And the question is, how many players chose to play Justina Gu in game number 5? Was it A, 1, B, 2, C, 3, or D, 4? Make sure to get your answer in the chat. And one lucky winner amongst those who answer correctly will be chosen, added, and whispered, so you can claim your prize. But we're going to be going to a short break off the back of that game before our 6th game of the day, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back very soon. Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, after that short break. And we are here once again for some more NARAKA Blade Point. We are here on the bi-weekly 3 trios finals. I am Dunkin' Donuts, joined by the legend, the myth, Raven PLZ. And we are in for a treat for our 6th game, as there are now 6 teams on match point eligibility. And it could go to any of them. Raven, I tripled down and I said that it's going to end off the back of this game. You're saying it won't.
I mean, half the lobby is down with match point, and even with the odds more in your favor, it's still probably not going to be correct again. Just because we still got OA, we still got SR. We just saw SS1 have a massive game. Now, it doesn't look like Wolves, Bauda, and the other team I missed out there hasn't gotten anything going. But, I mean, Wolves traditionally has been a team that takes a while to heat up and to MVP around. The one thing that is going to be going for a lot of these teams is they're going to be ladder up to the phase 2. We're on match point because when you reach match point, you get forced to the end of the line for the phases. Why does this matter? Oh, well, you have a bank of points when you go beyond the first 2 rounds. And as characters get banned out, you have to use points in order to play certain compositions. Now, depending on the map, certain compositions seem to have tactical advantages, but something we've seen so far, even with the new rule change, Viper, Syra, Decina has been performing super well, even to the point where these teams are holding on to it to play it for these match point and MVP situations. Now, it doesn't guarantee that you're going to just win the round, because winning the first Rumble Yang, winning the second Rumble Yang, and then clutching out the Spirit Well situations, there's a lot of places that things can go wrong, but it also sets you up in great positions that we've seen Spirit Wells get clutched up by these Viper compositions. It's just the zoning capabilities of the Syra and the Viper stun paired up with Justina closing out the kills. It's just so much for all these teams to deal with, and I still don't see a composition that really hard counters it. It seems like Cannonball is the second strongest composition with Matari, Enor area, but still most of these teams are preferring the Viper composition just because of how mobile it is and how much horsepower it has in the early game, the mid game, and even in Yang. Like, you don't really have to wait till the end game. Now, I do believe the Cannonball does have an advantage on the Spirit Wall situation, just because it's a lot tankier. Matari can deny a lot of the sneaky Viper plays that you can do. But remember, Viper is F1, so she can still land a silence onto Matari, and then the gig is up. Your game is over. Now, will we see it end this round? Half the lobby is at match point, Duncan. I gotta say, I'm still gonna go to distance. It'll probably end in around 7, though.
Fair enough. Well, I don't think so, because the odds. I mean, thing is, it was certainly more of a long shot before when I said that it was going to end on game 4, and that was as close as it's gotten to ending. JL with the hero play, it going down to the wire at the very end, and JL just barely losing out in the 2v2 to FPX. Oh no, to DRG, sorry. And then the last game that we just had, you know, it was still reasonably close. You know, we had FPX up there doing pretty well. 521 was still in it towards the end. JL was still alive, and they didn't have the most number of kills, but it wasn't that far off. SS1 coming in clutch and being able to get a lot more eliminations in the very end. They're getting another 5 as they moved into those final moments of the game. Was definitely big from them. So it wasn't that it wasn't close. It's that it just didn't go their way. But now with more teams there, it's even more likely that we'll see it being closed out off the back of this game.
Likeliness, Duncan. That's not the same as being right about what happened. It doesn't matter. It came down to 2v2.
That's fine. I mean, we're just throwing things out there. At the end of the day, there's no way of saying whether or not it's gonna happen.
In a fighting game, it really matters who wins the fight in the end. That's what's gonna dictate who wins
and you
this
know that.
whole
You know
thing.
who's gonna win the fight in the end of the fighting game, the fight of the lobby of the fight.
I'm just saying, Duncan, that most likely because of how competitive the lobby is, a lot of these teams, the stronghold and the fact that you get forced into the later rounds, it's very hard to secure an MVP. And as the other teams get warmed up, it just becomes harder and harder to secure the MVP. Momentum carries early on, but you're running into multiple really, really good teams who are willing to play safe, and not just safe, where there's a point where they're passive and they kind of let you do what you want. They're also still willing to play very, very aggressive in very risky positions. Like the Spirit Walls are no longer just given to the strongest armored teams. A lot of the weaker teams will contest you in these situations. And that's what makes, I think, it more exciting to watch and more volatile to secure as these competitive players and teams for their match MVP. For the most part, I've also seen everything go down to 7 rounds. 7 rounds is like around the average, I would say, for trios. It did happen though with OUG securing a win in 4 rounds, but it was under a different rule set as well, and they also caught everyone off guard. This new rule set and new phasing, still very new to everyone. JL did almost get the win there, and I think they're going to be kicking themselves the most out of all the teams, that they could have ended it in 4 if they end up losing this. And it's looking like other teams are heating up, even though JL's kept up the pace and everything. You see them slugging it out to getting to these end games and still getting a lot of points, but still, fortune favors the bold. You can't take your foot off the gas. What we've seen so far, every team that MVPs really threads the needle. They're so close to just throwing and on the brink of destruction, but they're always pushing for more and finding different spots to win. And every team that's MVP'd has been put in a position where the tournament was about to end, and they still found a way to survive. So, who is going to be that team this time around? I'm rooting for 5-2-1 just because I don't think I've ever seen a global team take an Nbpl round off 5-2-1 or BBE. But it looks like, even though I would say they're in the top 3 right now for today, they need a little bit more to get over the edge. And right now, with the amount of momentum going their way, looks like SS1 could be going their way, but I still feel like if SR is on Transformers, I'm not gonna lie, Duncan, they're gonna MVP this round, because that's what won them EWC. It's what won them a ton of MVP rounds during the weekly. If they bust out the Transformers, it's looking cooked. We're going to a Game 7.
We'll see. But our Game 6 is about to kick off, ladies and gentlemen. Now, let's take a look at what these players have chosen for their abilities. I'm assuming it's going to be a pretty standard across the board, but you never know. There are some who like to rock the boat a little bit. Let's take a look. We do have a couple interesting compositions. I'd like to point out Bowder and SS1, ASE. Somewhat interesting. With Zai Monk Karumi, Akos Faria Yueshun, Hardy Zai Karumi. Yeah, I really don't know about that one. Only one Viper for OA. Only one Viper in the lobby. Everyone's used up all the Viper they can so far, trying to get as many points as possible. But now, we're going to slow down? There's a lot of scaling characters in this game. Are we slowing it down? I imagine so. It's hard to say, but regardless, and we're taking a look at the drop locations for these teams. ASC, GG, 521, all landing in Shadow Jade Mine. We have SR, OUG, and Bowder going for those Firefly spawns. JL, DRG also going to be contesting those Fireflies in that small gold zone. SS1 probably going to look for the timing attack on the fight between JL and DRG. Wolves looking for Fireflies. FPX looking for Fireflies, as well as OA in the very top in that canyon. Interesting spawns. A lot of Firefly focus. A little bit of oogliness down in Shadow Jade. What do you reckon?
Shadow Jade oogliness? I mean, everyone's roaming around the Fireflies, it looks like. Everyone has a Firefly timing, from what I've seen. The whole map is based on a Firefly timing. Wolves has a Firefly. Even SS1 will have Fireflies rotating out of there. DRG's going to have Fireflies. Everyone's playing Fireflies on this Dusk Morris right now. We are going to be opening up with TXJ on the Monk. Looking for the weapon swap. He is going to catch a nice R&B onto DRG, peeling up, breaking that up. Junk's getting focus fired right there. Nice job dodging. Use damage here. Oh my goodness, the rooftop brings his jump parry right there. Has to be a little bit fumey after that. Looks for the light attack into the trap. Doesn't get it though. He is going to get the juggle onto Don Q. That revenge for that 2v2 earlier. JL again going to get the best of DRG. The jumping smacks from TXA is just disrespectful.
Bonk,
just
bonk,
smack,
bonk,
smack, smack. Off spawn, and JL is gonna clean up DRG as we go over to the Oogly Mines, as Duncan said. GG is gonna find their kill on to, I believe, ASC. 521 now, finding a remnant of ASC, but 521 doesn't have anyone left right here. But immediately, I've been pops that gold F, manages to grab the Soul Bloom, but immediately gets cooked up and shipped out with the uppercut combo coming from the team of GG.
And the team of GG has managed to get themselves 5 eliminations right off the bat, coming away victorious in Shadow Jade Mine. JL getting 3, DRG, OUG on 1, along with ASE, Bowder on 3, SR on 2. It's as though we might see a fight break out between FPX and Wolves. Perhaps not. Wolves position themselves on top of these buildings. Not looking for too much aggression just yet. ZK doesn't have ultimate. Only about 40%. I'm not going to flip it. OA looking in on this Viper, Syra, Justina composition. If they can spot any weakness. Back down into Shadow Jade Mine, we have GG Bowder. The Moonbane coming in from Bowder. CJS. Oh, a little bit of trouble, but no longer. The Thunder Lord is coming out. Looks for the opener. Does find it. Can they get the combo? Can they finish him off before he gets the ult transformation? They do indeed. CJS is going to take a little chunk from the Moonbane. Wait a minute. Get out of there. It's a lot of damage. This is crazy. It's craziness. Okay. Ooh. Spicy. Very the Oogly Mines indeed. See, you still down for the count. Barrier ultimate is being invested. XCM is going to be popping that Echo Supplement. V1 as well.
TGS just threading the needle right there, just on the edge of all those Moonbane hits. The XCM is going to come flying through with the ACOS ult and immediately flying back to the lobby with the ACOS ult, dead in the water as GG's going to turn this around. Even though they lost CGS, NY7 staring at 330, he just catches the F2 to the face and is like, I'm going to res my teammate now. NY7, last one left standing, is going to get chased down by Alex M. Runs up and goes for the parry, and from downtown we get the support. Area shot off now. NY7 going to throw a fairy shot from himself. Nice grapple stagger. GG denying all counterplay from NY7. And just starting out this round on fire. 8 kills off spawn. Are we going to end at this game 6? Who knows? Probably not, though. We're probably going to go to distance.
Okay. I mean, it's possible. You know, it's like anything's possible at the end of the day. There's so many variables, so many things can happen. JL, even though they've only managed to get themselves 3 eliminations so far, triple purple armor for this comp, for Takeda, Monk, Karumi. We talked about it earlier. It's a very scaling dependent composition, but it looks as though they've managed to get there. They find themselves a Sand Siphon comp in the middle of wreckage. 17S sends the blue. One Fang protected by damage reduction. Junks, no tether available. TXJ is going to be responding with that ultimate. Junks also going to be popping his. Double ult so far. One Fang still has that Karumi ult. TXJ forced to slam. One Fang. Oh, wait a minute, we get the grab on the Syra! Wait, that's huge! No stun going to be coming through. Rico not going to get much value from that ultimate. TXJ now hopping away. Hop, hop, skip and jump. Right click, not going to connect. Junks does get the tether snap on him. He's going to have that damage reduction. The ultimate's coming through for both teams. Karumi ultimate coming out to play. Going to be healing them all back to full. The Wisp does come in, but there's no follow-up to be had here, unfortunately, and JL are going to be disengaging as they spot DRG coming in on the horizon. They're going to be fiending SR. SR stuck in the middle trying to disengage. 17S doesn't manage to break away for the moment. The Hardy ultimate is in play. Zhao with a nice parry, but immediately denied by the Hardy triple charge in ultimate, and Zhao is going to go down. DRG, the third party, but he's only able to pick up that 1 kill. SR losing the Tomahawk here. Only 1, unfortunately, for DRG. JL making it out like bandits. We out of there.
What are they like? Oh, that's what a bandit sounds like.
Exactly.
Now, look at the overall leaderboard. GG already at 8 kills. DRG at 2. SR at 2.
Whoa, what was that
3.
jump?
Bauda at 4. JL at 3. This is still very, very early. First Rumble Yang still not out, and all teams still alive. No one really getting too oogly boogly. GG looking very, very stacked, though. Up to 8 kills. It really depends on how that first Rumble Yang is going to go. Even having purple armor, not the biggest deal. It's really more about whether or not you get your Jade slots unlocked and you get full Jades. Having full melee resistance, like 3 melee resist and 3 attack, is going to scale you up more than just the purple armor. And the purple armor is just, it's more for looks, you know? It's really what's under the hood that matters. The quality of your Jades inside, if you know what I mean. 521. On the Kylan Transformers, it looks like slowly Takeda Karumi is being favored by more and more teams. But it could be that JL always likes doing wonky things. TXJ moved the Kylan over to zipping Hadi Kylan. One of like their connecting compositions. Now they're moving over to the Cicada composition. I really am curious to see how this does inside the Realm of Yang. One Fang with the attack of Karumi right here. Very interesting.
The attack Karumi.
I mean, they move over off spawn leading into the first Realm of Yang. You really don't have a lot of Jades that you can just do whatever you want with. Unless like you kill another stack team. A lot of the times you have to kind of pick and choose where the Jades are going to go through. Traditionally, it's usually gone to position 2 because Karumi's been focus firing. But within this composition, Monk, Takeda, Karumi, it would be very foolish to go for the Karumi over the Takeda or Monk. So I guess Karumi kind of gets to do what she would like. We are going to get JL versus ASE. ASE is not on match 1, but JL's right. JL is, though. TXA going to be opening up, looking for the flank, holding onto their ultimates. No ultimates are going to be invested by other team until TXJ connects to the Zai, immediately pumps the Monk ult. Han on the Zai is going to be moving to the other side, but One Fang going to put him in to the roller coaster. Cube in mid-air. We got the Hadi Zai comp going in. TXA looks for the slam. Not able to get that stomp into grab combo. He uses his other jump to try to find a grab here. Not able to find it. And Takeda out of nowhere is going to get cooked by the Cavalry Bloom. before he's able to get Karumi ulti. And now One Fox gonna pop his ultimate, but it's a little bit too late. TXJ gonna make his way in, but the Zai ult is just too oppressive. And even though they were juiced up, ASC is gonna win with this Zai Hadi composition.
Okay, guys, what's going on here? Zai Hadi Karumi with triple blue. Now that's sus G right there. That's a little saucy. I don't know about that one. TXJ jumping in on that Monk ultimate. I think ASC they did a really good job of breaking line of sight. TXJ with that opening Monk ult. It seemed solid, but it wasn't to be. I think they were able to get a lot of damage on Takeda, forcing out his ultimate, and then once his ultimate got, once it was over, essentially just the Zai had free reign, as TXJ wasn't able to get the value from his ult and actually mitigate anything they had. The Hardy ult forcing out that Takeda ultimate was definitely huge from them. Being able to actually grab a Hardy in the air is no easy task. But now heading to a replay with GG and FPX in the realm of Yang. CJS under a lot of pressure, forced to pop the ultimate. LXM does get grabbed, slammed out, but no immediate follow-up. Oh, wait a minute, another grab. Feria is going to be peeling, though. Denying the slam, but not fully. LXM does end up getting slammed in the end, but Matari is very slippery, very hard to deal with. ZGE going extremely low. The Enor doing work there. The Feria as well coming in with that silence, trying to set something up. CGS is just going to be able to kite. And it looks as though 3-3-0 getting the double parry is what put the final nail in the coffin for this fight for FPX. There you have it. GG do come away victorious, accelerating their lead even further. I mean, going into the realm of Yang, they already had, what, 8 to 10 kills? They are definitely set up for this game. Now we see 5-1 and FPX take a fight to the east of Eventide Temple. The Tumult ultimate does get dropped down along with those Monk ultimates. Pampy does get a grab, but no significant damage coming on through, as it is only that blue damage. Ultimate blue weapon. Ibin does get grabbed off of the Wisp. The slam, the jump is going to deny it. Not going to be able to slam it out. Water. Beautiful jump parry coming through. The combo break does mitigate it. Ibin now going to be the focus of both of these players on the Buttery Rocks, trying his best to stay alive and not take that much damage. Kiki now going to be popping that ultimate. Syra V2 is going to be dropping down on top of them. The Buttery Rocks going to be making it very difficult for 5-1 to disengage here. But somehow they get no stuns.
Yeah, the cliffside and verticality end up saving 5-1 here. It's very hard for FPX to connect to any of the targets that they have the numbers advantage on. Fat Milk with a parry, gonna turn the momentum around on to the favor of 5-1. But wait a second, I spoke too soon. Kiki's gonna find a big parry himself. Turn this around onto Ibin, and now the zone's gonna be taken away onto them, but the F is gonna be coming out a little bit too late. It's not gonna matter. 5-1 is gonna fall right here. Only one of these teams can progress when both of them having Yang depletion in this spot. Probably the best fight that both teams could have taken right there, and this time around FPX is gonna come out on top. GG, though, has a commanding lead right now at 11 kills, but DRG hot on their heels right behind them, and it looks like JL still very, very stacked after losing. Was able to find their cleanse right here. We are going to go over to a replay from this Yang DRG versus Bowda right here. Bowda in the Feria mech right here. Enor going to match the Feria mech right here. It's going to stay on top of NY7, the Feria of the enemy team. XLU keeping the stagger onto him. Nowhere he can go. He's just getting absolutely destroyed right now, using the F for a brief moment of air, but immediately going back to the suffocating pressure of the Enor from DRG's XLU. And it looks like Bowda is going to fall versus DRG. But DRG had a ton of momentum early, able to slow down JL. So this Yang fight puts him in pretty position to possibly contest to take down this third bi-weekly.
It certainly does. Now, taking a look at this fight between OA and OUG. Jinyu had gone down, but OUG able to clutch it up and confirm those kills. Team does fall. OUG going up to 4 eliminations, and it looks as though they're going to have free reign over this spirit well that just spawned in. Now we have the realms of Yang once again, ladies and gentlemen, but FPX against JL. This is a big fight that's going to be very telling to how this game may turn out in the end. TXJ and Water matching ultimates. The tether has been used for TXJ already, covering for the potential rushdown onto the Monk. Nice jump up. Unfortunately, not going to be able to avoid that damage. Water getting a little bit of a chip. Tomok ultimate is now going to be committed. They do have the Karumi ultimate ready to go. Junks has popped that Takeda ult already. Kiki has the Syra available. JL trying to stabilize, trying to reset, get themselves topped up. Junks now with the last shove, I believe. He might have one more. Does send it. One Feng is going to get juggled though. The ultimate needs to come out right now. One Feng does manage to get it off as he wakes up off the floor. Kiki now going to be popping that Syra ultimate. One Feng trying to heal up that health before that Syra ultimate does get popped. TXJ seems to be the focus there inside the Karumi circle no longer. And no Syra stun is going to come through. Not able to hold them down. TXJ's kiting's too good. But Junks now up against the wall is going to get chased down by these dual halberds. The 1-2-3 come through. Very readable. Junks is able to deny. Ice off the pressure. Water still chasing him down. The RMB is going to catch him. One Feng in the 1v1 versus Kiki. Kiki does go for the parry. But it's not gonna matter. One Fang still gonna go down, and FPX come away on top. Oh my goodness. JL, 2 Yangs, 2 fumbles. It's not looking good, Raven.
Butterfingers, Duncan. Butterfingers.
Buttery.
We're dropping the ball. We're looking not that clutch. Even though we're dominating lobby and points, it's about the W that matters in the end. If you're not first, you're last. And right now, GG at 12 kills, keeping up the pace, but DRG catching up to them. On the outside, though, OUG at 4 kills right now. They could possibly make this go the distance, Duncan. It still can happen. ASC's Han on the Zai Hadi. Karumi having success the first Rumble Yang. Second Rumble Yang doesn't really go their way, but they are going to find a lot of teams here in Celestia right now. They do have a lot of time to work with right here. So far, we've seen with the changes that a lot of teams, they don't mind really cherry picking the type of fight that they want, even waiting all the way down to 1 minute left on their Yang depletion to force a fight. Just so they can get a clean fight in versus an ideal composition. Jay out. They found a way to cleanse earlier. Can they do it again? Tough position for them, especially as GG and DRG are running away with it. Both GG and DRG are on match point. 5-1 does get eliminated from this lobby. OUG still in contention as well. Remember, they are on Sand Siphon right now. Baby U involved right now. The Syra of ASC trying to make his way away. The Monk of AS, or not the Monk, the Zai is going to get deleted right now. Baby U's going to pop the Takeda ult. Yaowen is going to go for a peel right now. Miz tries to find the flank with the Karumi. Not able to do it right now. He's getting shredded, but using the Karumi ult finds the parry. Now Baby U getting juggled to the ground. Oh no. OUG's SS not able to pop the Temi ult for his team is going to fall before he can pop the ultimate. Baby U's going to be kiting now, trying to create some space right now. A lot of room to work with. At Celestia, Shinyu comes out of nowhere, comes blasting through, knocks Mist away, and now with that space, OUG's gonna find a res right here. Xiaowen does come over, try to deny the res, and now Mist with the nice R&B flank, but Shinyu's gonna activate his Syra ultimate, looking for the stagger right now. Both of them trying to kite, trying to avoid the stun. And unfortunately for them, they are going to spot SR coming in. They
No.
down, immediately fiending OUG to Shinyu non-stop barrage of focus attacks coming in, and they quickly delete Shinyu as Baby U's going to try to see if he can play this bush out, see if SR moves on so he can ninja res his two teammates, but it looks like SR is going to take their time and use the shop to buy.
Yeah, that is very unfortunate for OUG. They were certainly in somewhat of a winning position with the Syra ultimate being back online. If they were able to secure that res to Mulk having ultimate ready to go would have also been really good for them. But unfortunately, SR coming in at the perfect timing. And it looks as though they're going to be able to do exactly the same thing again. Xiao Wen gets parried and instantly obliterated. Mist coming in for the peel, but it just doesn't matter right now. ASE are falling apart at the seams and SR are cleaning this up, going up to 10 eliminations. I believe OUG was not able to salvage that res, by the way. The ninja res did not come through, unfortunately. They do still have one member alive. We've seen it happen time and time again where these players have gotten so good with their recovery strats that they're able to resurrect their teammates. But that remains to be seen. For now, SR seem as though they're in full control of Celestra at the moment. DRG looking to get involved on 8 eliminations, looking pretty solid, but unfortunately Dongxing still in that blue armor. Wait, ASE came in for the res, and Wolves picks up 2 quick kills. ASE going out of the lobby, fully eliminated with 5. JL now, they have managed to cleanse 1. It's as though they're going to be committing for this fight. Spirit Well on top of it, no. Oh no, wait, it is. Wait, it didn't show on the map. I don't know what. Oh, it's the Yang Spirit World. That's why. Because the circle is so huge, it doesn't fit in the map. It makes sense. JL gonna be able to secure this Spirit Well. It looks like I don't think anyone's gonna be contesting this one. They're far too far away to be able to do so. TXJ, nice cancellation of the ultimate. Gonna be able to get his ult refreshed. They secure themselves gold armor. Another gold. Oh, a little bit of gold here and there. They're still in it. 4 kills, looking not so good. But GG on 12 with Yang Depletion. SR on 10 with Yang Depletion. As we've talked about time and time again, Yang Depletion has become so much more difficult to actually get rid of.
Is it though? I feel like you just have more Yang Depletion situations though. Getting rid of it, not the hardest task. I mean, in this lobby, it's definitely very, very hard. We are going to see GG get hit by one of the Temiwis and immediately lasered up. LXM immediately tries to go into the house as both his teammates covered him. He would have popped the heal. CGS was debating on the armor swap. FPX doesn't give chase right here. We got 23 people left alive. And GG up to 12 kills, but they have Yang Depletion. Same thing with SR. Very, very dicey position. And this is what the weird part in these lobbies is if you get complacent, you take your foot off the gas, even though you have 12 and you can cruise control to secure the 20 bomb. A lot of these endgame situations come out to you making a very, very clutch play in a dire situation. It's very rare that we're seeing teams just play it extremely slow and finding MVP wins, especially on match point. You know, at 12 and DRG closing the distance as well, so still not secured. Even though they're in prime position to win this, it's still a couple teams game, and with 23 left alive, remember, all of these teams have it in them to pop off and just wipe 3 teams. That's 9 kills. So I still feel like there's a good chance that we'll go the distance, even though half the lobby is at match point.
I mean, the team that I'm looking at who could extend the day further would certainly be SR, but they still have Yang Depletion right now. They're gonna have to cleanse very soon if they want to have a chance at living on. So a fight breaking out between SS1 OUG and Wolves. Wolves being able to snipe away the kill onto Baby U. DRG going to be coming online now, pulling the trigger on these ultimates. SR as well. As I said, they needed to find Soul Bloom sooner rather than later. Otherwise, they were going to be going down to Yang Depletion. Extra large U is going to be going to the skies with the cube, just barely making it out alive. The Moonbane has been dropped by the gods. The big purple snake is going to be shutting them all down, and DRG loses 2. Woo! Oh my goodness! The turret shot into the Moonbane combo! And Yu, he's trying to disengage now, having been forced to pop the ultimate. JL immediately jumping in, not giving XLU any time to think. Immediately has to press that ult button. Now trying to get somebody else lobbied. Wolves was his focus, but now having forced the Syra ultimate, he's going to be disengaging, trying to distance himself. SS1 are hot on his heels. He's heading right on over to SR though. Could give a kill over to SR and extend the day. JL. So they found Bowder. Bowder, NY7 goes down to TXJ, picking up their 5th kill. SR will be consolidating on this Spirit Well, cleansing their Yang depletions. SS1 going to try their hand at contesting. Monk ultimate does come out to Monk ultimate as well, but it's not enough. Too little, too late, and SR secured the Draco Storm. Wait! Zhao's running V1! He's running V1 to Monk, no reload. He's got the floaty in the air scale rush thing. What?
We get to see it. SS1, they go to challenge, but really good job by SR to be able to cleanse right there. That was a big play for them in order to MVP this round. First cleanse we've seen, but they had 48 seconds left, so they had time to fight for it, and no one else really fought them for it. Every other team is playing this a little bit slow. JL is at 5 kills right now, but in order to MVP, they're gonna have to step up this aggression. Definitely been a little bit shaky on their Takeda Monk so far, losing both Realm of Yangs. SR on the bottom though, they're gonna pop out of this hole, and JL's gonna sense the vibes. That's a triple gold armor team. Looking kind of cooked here, but Duncan, GG was leading the charge. SR coming up, the EWC champs.
And they just cooked SS1 that was sitting underneath, and Wolves. They literally, SR was on 10 like 30 seconds ago. They just got 5 kills out of nowhere. I mean, what on earth?
G is in a really good position. They're known for their end game, but they haven't played their end game super well today. And SR, no slouch themselves. They are on the Siphon composition. This is the slowest end game we've seen so far today. 4 super stack teams all holding their corners. It looks like they're okay with going to a heal off situation, but it's gonna be an awkward terrain situation because we have this underground tunnel area versus like this cliffside right here. So it's a lot of uneven terrain, a little bit of verticality. We got a tree involved right here. Still anyone's ball game right here. It's just GG. They have a chance to end it, and SR has a chance to climb into match point for game 7. It's gonna be really close as we close into our last 2 minutes, potentially our last game of the day, Duncan.
Potentially. We will have to see. SR's Draco Storm has now expired. They are very kitted on the Jade, so it's definitely possible. Cavalry Bloom on the Takeda, Merciless Havoc for that Tumulk, and I believe that's... Was it? I'm not 100% sure what the Syra is running, but he too has something up his sleeve. It's as though the fighting is starting to creep in. JL taking a little bit of damage, trading blows with FPX on the high ground. FPX with Dragon Rod trying to push them back. We see Moonshard Storm to respond from JL, forcing FPX to be careful about engaging here. Zhao with the Merciless down below, trying to force GG into this corner. It's a constant stalemate right now. Zhao constantly sending out the Merciless. Is he a Farrier F attempt? No big damage. Wait a minute. Oh, no way you did that! JL just went in and popped the no ult zone. What?
Surprise, surprise. Nobody gets to ult right here.
No one gets to ult. Oh my goodness. What is that?
A wrench in everyone's plans.
That's
We're
crazy.
going to a heal off situation. How long does no ult zone even last?
A long time. A TXJ might have just paid dearly for doing this. Yup.
Oh, we're gonna get juggled out.
Oh no!
SR is looking like they're gonna win this. Nice.
16 kills, but GG's on 13. They picked up another one.
Yeah, but I feel like
GG picks up one more. Kiki goes down. 17S running around with a lawnmower. He's got that cavalry bloom, knocking everyone into the zone. GG picks up another one. Zhao with the Flamebringer is doing damage. GG CGAS right up in the sky, trying to stay alive as long as possible, but SR gonna pick up another 2. GG still have a chance. Can they make it out of the no ult zone and pop the ult and win the heal off situation? GG trying their best. They get one more kill, but 20 kills for SR. Oh my god.
What did I say, Duncan?
I hate you, bro.
What did I say? 0 for 3, baby.
There's no way you could have known that would happen, bro. Shut up. Nah, bro.
Who did I say was gonna win? I was like, SR, the EWC winners.
Yeah, I mean, they had a chance, but there was no way of saying that, dude.
I legit called the
Nah.
exact team. I said, you want to triple down, Mr. Dunkin' Donuts? You triple down. We're 0 for 3 for today.
And you said it was gonna you said it was gonna end 7th game, right? So you're saying it's gonna be this game.
This game is gonna end. We're just gonna snipe it off from you, Duncan, right here. Letting you know.
Oh my goodness, what?
Yeah, I'm just one of the goats of analysis, Duncan.
I
Just
mean,
doing
you
this
certainly
for fun.
are. There's no debating that. But don't tell me that wasn't close.
Just saying, Duncan.
Should have ended in game 4. JL had it, bro. Oh
Fighting
my.
game when it's about fighting. If you don't win the fight, that's not how you end it, Duncan. Go.
What are you even saying right now?
Go the distance, Duncan. It's just game 7, lucky number 7. It is going to be ending right here. We have so many of the heavy hitters here. I believe OUG even crossed the line. Wait, no, OUG was already crossed the line.
OA was the team that was less than a point off of being match point. I think they probably made it through. I think
very unlikely at this point that we go to game 8. The other 3 teams had very, very slow starts. Not really get their footing. Maybe they even have some of their subs in, or they're running different strategies. They're trying to get their footing in the new meta. But all the teams who can MVP are now eligible to ship the tournament. And you know, Duncan, I'm just gonna say 0 for 3, and I'm just gonna snipe out this game 7, and I'm gonna be 4 for 4. Just the stats are crazy. The stats don't lie, Duncan. Stats don't lie. 4 for 4. Got 0 for 3. And
okay, buddy.
I'm gonna give you one more chance, Duncan. One more chance to redeem yourself. You get to choose one team who's gonna win it all, Duncan. Who do you think, now that we got all these teams at match point, who's gonna ship it? We're gonna redeem yourself. We can't be 0 for 3. We're gonna go 1.
I'm gonna have to have a wait. Yeah, you tell me right now. I have to make a decision, or can I see what characters we play?
No. You gotta go. You gotta get to know. You gotta trust in the heart of the cards, Duncan. 1 for 4, Duncan. I believe you could snipe this one out. You could be a sniper too. Which team do you believe? I mean, you got the J Cup winners, Wolves. You chose Wolves to take it all. They ended up taking it away from JL at the last second, but BBE was almost.
And it's not like it hasn't been close in the past 3 games either. Oh yeah.
I don't think it's gonna be close, but no cigar, Duncan. You know, you gotta win the fighting.
We'll get one more. We only got one more in match point, so it's right. Or was it 2 more? No, it's 2 more. So we're now up to. We've got 8 in match point. So that means that JL is going to go up to second phase.
I love Duncan. He's pretending to do the math. He's doing the math.
I am doing the math. What do you mean pretending? How do you pretend to do math? How does that work?
I'm doing the ratios. We're 0 for 3, so the math's
Dude,
not
you just
mathing.
okay. It's just a phenomena that always happens whenever we bet about anything. You always just pick the opposite, and then you get it right somehow. And it's so unbelievably close, and you're like, I told you so, Duncan.
Look at the overall leaderboards. SR with 21 kills at 23.5. They to get across the board, having a massive game, finally waking up. The sleeping Goliath. GG, so close. Same thing as JL. They got to be kicking themselves. They take their foot off the gas right at the end. Maybe JL didn't take out their foot. No. They definitely took their foot off the gas on their game floor as well. FPX at 7 kills as well. Looking at SR line up the damage. We saw the Temi floating in midair, as Duncan said. Zhao. Trying out the new Temi stuff. Good time gaming out.
We didn't see any value come out from it. Like we didn't really get to see him utilize it in any way. Sadly. So maybe we'll see something from the highlights. Who knows? But regardless, there you have it. 8 teams in match point eligibility, ladies and gentlemen. OA and OUG down in 7th and 8th, 66.6, 70.6. The bottom 4, it's not been looking good for them so far today. It is rough. It is what it is. JL sitting at 106.4 on the other hand. Looking good for them. GG are managing to close the distance now, though, going up to 94.2. JL having been 20 points ahead of the second place team before that game just now. And now it's been closed down significantly. But here we have it, the highlights off the back of game number 6. MVP'd by SR, brought to you by China Unicom. We see GG just popping off in Shadow Jade Mine at the very beginning, coming away with 5 kills right off the bat. Able to eliminate ASE and 521 here. Beautifully done. Nice little parry into the follow-up. There you have it, GG. They were looking good. They were looking solid for a while, but not able to close it out in the end.
SR keeps fighting the whole way through, especially that Siphon hasn't been performing well today. But SR, man, I'm telling you, they just do super well on their Transformers, on their Siphon, on their macro compositions. Now, not to say that their Viper composition didn't MVP a ton during the weekly as well. They've always shown a ton of success. Just today, they started off very, very slow, but they finally woken up at 23 kills. JL, unfortunately, not able to secure this. Running out of steam right here. FPX, same thing. You're seeing their winners. Okay, you still haven't answered my question. Which team
I think to be honest, it's between SR and JL for me. It's between those two.
Since you Hail Mary, we just don't go with the goose egg, Duncan. That's all I'm saying. Just trust your gut. We're 0 for 3 right now. Don't go 0 for 4.
Trust my gut. Well, before we load in, I will give you an answer, Raven PLZ. But for now, let's take a look at these stats. 28,000 damage, 10 eliminations on the Syra. Majority of which being done with the dual halberds right there. This Syra, dude. Syra's just doing too much. I love that you crack you up this much, Raven. Puts a smile on my face. You cheeky so-and-so. But we have answer for treasures once again, ladies and gentlemen. Lock in. If you want to get your hands on a special gift, make sure to get your answer to this question in the chat. And the question is, how many players chose to play Syra in game number 6? Was it A3, B4, C5, or D6? And one lucky winner amongst those who answer correctly will be added and whispered in the chat so that you can claim your prize. But for now, We've had our 6 games. We're going to be going to another quick break before we have our 7th game of the day. So we'll see you shortly. We'll be right back.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to NARAKA Pro League Biweekly 3 Trios. I am Raven PSZ. I am joined by the 0-3 Dunkin' Donuts. It's been a long ride. We are in Game 7. It's most likely going to end just as I called it. Game 7. I'm still waiting, just like you are at home, for Dunkin' to choose his last choice here for today to go 0-4 to solidify the goose egg. Just to make sure that all of his callouts are wrong for today. So Duncan, after this short break and a lot of consideration, who are you going to be going with for taking this bi-weekly 3? Because if there's one team that can possibly make this go to another game, it's SS1. They did have an MVP round previously, but it's highly unlikely considering how many teams are really, really heated up right now at this point for them to get this through.
I would say, thing is, I'd say it's probably JL, because even though they've not been able to close it out, even after the 4th game being ridiculously close, and then every game since, they've still been up there. They've never been eliminated, mid-game and then just, not had any points or anything like that. They've still been able to consistently do well and get to the end game. I think it's JL that is most likely to take it if we do end off this game. As you said, it could theoretically still go to Game 8, no? SS1's doing well. They like Bowder could all of a sudden, stop playing Wombo and just absolutely crush. Who knows? We'll see.
I'm not sure where VVV is today, but they have EU, I think. There's someone else standing in that I haven't heard of before.
Like SR definitely has a chance as well to take it, and I was torn between SR and JL, but the problem is that the SR is now, because they just got to match point eligibility, they're going to be at the very bottom in the last phase, and JL gets pushed up to phase 2. And considering the number of points that everyone has left, being in the early phases is going to be more valuable now than it was earlier on today. So I think, considering that, and considering that JL's still been performing extremely well, it's most likely that they will take it. And then it's still possible. It's still possible that we go to game 8 now. It's past the point where it's like everyone's used so many points trying to close it out, and now everyone's left with nothing.
I mean, JL's looking in high spirits right there. I gotta lie, GG, he looks like a vibe to me every time I see them on the corner. Even though they've been performing very, very consistent, they're still one of the juggernauts of the league. I feel like their body language, they're just not hungry anymore, Duncan. They just look satiated. They look like their belly is full.
Hungry.
You gotta be hungry. No, you gotta want it.
Wait, SR's not in last phase?
SR is not in last phase. We're in second to last phase, Duncan. 0 for 4. Adding it onto the list.
I'm still saying JL.
Dunkin' Donuts is gonna go with JL. Taking my favorite team. My heart will always go to JL first in TXJ. But if I have to pick a team to take it all right now, this one's a lot tougher to take. So many good teams. The top 8, anyone can really, really take this. Yeah, it's a little bit RNG on who's gonna take it. And if I'm gonna pick one, I'm gonna say it's whoever gets to play Viper. Whoever gets to play Viper or SR.
I mean, that's a pretty solid bet considering how well Viper's been doing.
I feel like if SR even gets to play Transformers, they're gonna win. They've always dominated when they've gotten to play their Kylan Monk zipping. Even though I want JL to win, you brought up a good point that they haven't just been, not just like, even though they're consistent, they've been dominating consistently, just like falling just short of shipping this whole tournament. GG's gonna be on one of their tried and trues, their Siphon. Their Siphon is kind of, it hasn't been as dominant as it used to be. JL, surprise me. TXA, give me the juice. What's the secret weapon?
This.
Going with the
secret weapon.
Going with the, I mean, TXA's
it didn't do bad though. It didn't do bad in their connecting game in game 3.
He countered a lot of situations with his hottie cube.
But did you see what Bowder picked, by the way?
No, I missed it. Combo again?
Wait. No. I don't know, bro. I don't know what they've been cooking, buddy. But you'll see in a minute.
Wait, everything's banned out though. I don't think SR can even pick their...
That's the thing.
Wait, it's only 1 point though. I think they could still pick Transformers here. No?
But they picked it already, no? They picked it earlier, I think.
Okay. I wasn't paying attention to what SR was doing because JL was going crazy.
So 5-2-1's going to be going for the Takeda Monkarumi. Oh, they can!
They get it. Oh my god.
They get it. Okay.
Oh my god. Just call me Prophet. I'm the goat of this. I just call it how it is. We've just been doing this for too long, Duncan.
FPX on the Hardy Yushan Valda? I think that was. I don't know about that one. Was it that? I'm seeing so many different characters that shouldn't be where they are right now. It's a bit confusing. But now, the last round, the last phase. What do we got cooked up here? DRG, OUG, OA.
I just love how intense all the teams look at it. It's like, Look at the points. We got no points. Look at the team comms. What is it? These comms. I'm excited. Are you ready for this next round?
Roll the dice.
It's gonna be silly, Billy. It's gonna be so silly. Oh wait, he gets involved. A monk. Hottie, what is that? Oh my god, we got the old school cannonball. The Yodo is gonna be coming out. Hopefully.
To be honest, I'm surprised we haven't seen more Yoto. She's been in it. She's after her buff. She's gotten a lot better generally. We saw her a little bit in the earlier bi-weekly games.
Oh no, we're bringing the closed eye meditation. That's where GG does super well. When they sleep between rounds, they go crazy.
Power nap.
They just close their eyes. They just visualize. They're sitting there, being like, not Dunkin' Donuts. No, don't go 0-3. Gotta get 1. We gotta go 1-4 for the day.
I mean, GG. They won last bi-weekly. They're looking for the back-to-back right now. I don't know, we'll see. GG also, you know, they're in a pretty decent spot. Mentally, I suppose. Considering they almost won the last game. So it's anyone's game right now. There's so much oogliness. There's so much grief potential coming out from these other teams as well. Like, look at Bowder. Look at what they picked right here, Raven.
What did Bowder pick?
You're about to see. 3, 2, 1.
What the?
What the? And it's V2, bro!
We're all in.
What?
Not gonna lie,
Tracking FF2 to Mulk with V2 Wu Chen?
If they steal this away from everyone, it just destroys the meta. It's pretty. We're out there. We're reaching crazy if Bowder just takes this down. But maybe. I feel like this is a situation where everything was banned out, what they wanted to play, though.
I mean, Bowder's been doing goofy stuff all day, though. That's the thing. It's just like...
That's true. This is a rank comp if I've ever seen one.
ASE also, by the way, Xiao Wen is also going to be running the V1 to Mulk with the dashes and stuff. I want to see that. I want to see how it does.
I want to see it in the Realm of Yang. It's very noticeable inside the Realm of Yang. So if it's cooking, it may be cooking.
It might be cooking. If it's cooking, you heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen.
But if it's
here
not,
we are.
We're getting food poisoning. It's not cooked enough. It's just
it's raw.
It's too raw. It's too raw. We need to put
it's
it back.
Raw.
It looks raw though, you know.
It looks pretty raw. Yeah, looks a little undercooked. A little under-seasoned. Oi, 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 but here we are. SS1 going for the solo drop, the isolated spawn. OUG, SR, potentially ASE, all potentially going to contest Salvation Podium there. JL looking for the Fireflies, I'm assuming, just to the west of Plume Castle. FBX and GG going to be contesting Imperial. FBX landing on the Fireflies as well. SR. Here we have it. This could be telling. OUG versus SR. The combo break coming out from Yoto. The slaps. Ooh. Come back here. Let me slap you. Oh, the fairy appeal. Very nice. Gonna stop them chasing it down. 70 gas. Under pressure here. ASE. Jump LMBs. The slaps. SR are looking pretty raw right now. I'm not gonna lie. No weapons.
Oh, the jumping R&B. ASE has the perfect timing. What a timing here, but there's multiple teams here.
So many people. What's going on?
ASE coming in hot with a nice flankery. Just picking up all the freebies right here. SR Rico gonna get taken down right now too. But ult out for SS of OUG, making their way to the platform right here. Multiple ballistas. It's about to get a little bit spicy as ASE Xiaowen's gonna get kablowied by the Faria and the ballista of OUG. Oh my goodness, big damage gonna be coming down from this range weapons right here. Now SS gonna go to the ground. Baby U's gonna pop the Enor ultimate on the low ground. That we're gonna get OA right here. Battling out as Baby U's gonna back out for his team. But OA on the monk right here, looking for the grab. Not able to get it. JL bobbing, weaving. Not gonna get grabbed right now.
Oh
wait, I spoke to two Junks. Junks cast.
Oh wait a minute.
But wait, that kill was stolen, I think, from OUG.
It was, yeah.
On the ballista, OUG works smarter, not harder. Up to a 3-piece off spawn. Shinyu fighting on the edge here. On the Yodo, dodging, weaving, dodging TXJ. Goes with the overhold for the ultimate. Looks for another slasher, but the cube's gonna get him out of that situation. One Fong Moonbane gonna get out of it, but the Moonbane is OUG's right here. Nice job from OUG, the presence of mind to quickly go over. It's not gonna matter though. JL is gonna find the first kill onto them. Shinyu is gonna go down as the cube is gonna get TXJ out of there, as JL is gonna hit and run up to 3 kills off spawn. GG with 3 kills off spawn. OUG with 3 kills off spawn, and the race starts, Duncan. The race starts for this game 7 to win. SR, it was looking really good initially, but then the timing attacks came in and they end up falling. Can they recover their game?
What do you mean it looked good initially? 2 of them were slapping.
That's good.
Oh yeah, very good. Looking very solid. The slaps of destiny. Now FPX gonna try their hand at taking down GG. CJS getting caught on the rocks, on the cliffside right here. He does have ultimate available. Kiki is gonna get deterred by the Syra ultimate, shoving him away. Kiki, he's not looking for the source. The light is too bright. GG gonna continue cutting this out. ZGE almost has that Valdo ultimate ready to go. GG, continue to kite this out. They do have 3 kills. They have a purple armor. They do not want to lose this. So FPX might be able to find the opening that they want. CJS does pop the ultimate, healing a chunk as well. The Hardy is going to have to combo break out of there, popping the ultimate, going up into the sky. Valda does get a spear onto 2. CJS still holding onto 2 shoves right now. The Fury Blast are going to go crazy. CJS eats a bunch of chip damage. Goes up into the sky, does have 1 shove left over. Is he going to be able to disengage? The F1 gets popped, and now no blue focus for you, but it's Hardy. It's all gold, buddy. Oh my goodness, into the cube. He's out of there. He's Kiki still alive. Oh, the parry. Where's the parry? They trade 1 for 1 right now. GG eating a big focus attack from the halberds. But ZGE combo breaks into the wall, and GG are cooking. And the ultimate's back online, Raven. This is so back and forth, it's crazy. Water flies into the sand wall. It's not where you want to go, but sand in the eyes.
Back and forth, I feel like that was very one-sided. Takeda.
What do you mean? Takeda almost dies. 3 dies.
Get the short end of the stick every single time in the room. JL is gonna get exploded right here, and again, the ballista of OUG. Oh my goodness, we're getting just kabooms. More kaboom. One Fog taking big hits. Oh my god, we're just burning to death. How are we just giving the freebies to OUG right now? Just OUG up to 4 kills right now. One Fog down to a sliver of health. But TXJ doing a good job appealing for his teammate. The problem though is One Fog is gonna run into SS1 right here. Possibly get picked up as OUG. Slow down, cut to the south, like Loye does find JL's One Fong. As SS1 rotates through, picking off all these puzzlers. And now JL gonna be in shambles, looking to recover their game.
They did have reses, thankfully, so they aren't fully dead.
Oh, looks like SR did lose their monk though at some point here. Tough break for them, wherever they rotated to. Still time to play for res right here, but Transformers ideally wants to get into Realm of Yang. The off spawn just not going SR's way today. OUG though has NY7 in his sights, looking for the F, gonna be coming through. Soul Break coming through. And NY7 is gonna fall. Wait a second, OUG has life in them, up to 6 kills. Same thing with GG. The race is starting, but Wolves at 6 kills. Are we gonna go to distance, Duncan? Wolves just wakes up the sleeping Wolves.
I mean, you told me that you were gonna bet that it does end here, and then said, if it does end here, predict who wins it to not go over 4. But if they don't win, then that means that you lose.
I mean, I get one wrong. I'm still.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, I mean, that's fine.
I'm 3 for 4. It's still better than.
Yeah.
Better than.
That's fine. I'll just confirm it.
1 for 4. You know what I mean? 75% accuracy, 25%.
75% luck.
I'd rather be lucky than skilled. 25% is skilled. Jeez.
Regardless, back to the game at hand. DRG currently on the budget composition, the comp that we haven't seen for a while, a comp that did take Nbpl by storm for a very long time. Is now back at it on this stage. But are they going to be able to do much with this one? They are budget comp for a reason, as they can do very well with few resources due to the synergy within the composition. But still, that's how it used to perform with fewer resources. I'm not sure if it could perform in the same level as it once did. Oh my goodness, what a parry! Mist just gets rocked.
The awareness, baby, you're gonna pop that Enor ultimate. Come slamming. But wait a minute, Yodo slashes. This building is just so grief, not getting as much value as they would like. But Shinyu is gonna find the kill right here. Baby you trying to connect to the kiting of ASC, not able to find it. We are gonna go over to the Rumble Gang. JL, TXJ gonna be slashing up OA right here. OA, Tudik, and OAAB still have their ults online though. Tudik kiting out the Hottie ulted right now. Cube's gonna be coming out, and now all the ult's gonna be going down. Tudik comes down with the drop down. Is gonna pop the monk ult as AB.
Wait, TXJ has white armor.
Looking for some spears right here. Big Slam gonna be coming down. Doesn't get the follow up though. Kylan ult is gonna be peeling perfectly here for JL. One Slam's gonna be coming out. TXJ trying to make his way to the pillar. Kiting. He's been spectacular kiting all day today.
Oh, they took down one.
Is gonna go down. Jumps with the Kylan white armor. JL greater than OA? Question mark. It's not over yet. Tudik with one parry. Boom. That's how it starts. Until we get staggered.
It's over.
How it ends. AB goes down. That's how it ends.
TXJ wins Yang with white armor on Hardy Kylan zip.
It's not the armor that makes the player. It's the player that makes armors when you loot. Remember, players gotta get kills. When they play fighting games, they gotta fight to do damage, Duncan. Now JL is in prime position to possibly take this. Dunkin' Donuts gonna be redeemed here as JL up to 7 kills right now. GG though at 9. Same thing with OUG. They're gonna be coming out. The Junks looking for the LMB focus with the Zul Blaze, looking for the flank.
But we're picking up the weapons. Not following up the parry.
JJ ready with the Hottie ult, engaging right here. Up, down, around the corner. Triple charge is going to cut him out from Jugs, looking for the scale rush. Trying to connect to Loye right here, but Loye is going to pop that U-shot ult. What can JL do as now Junks is going to pop that Kylan ult? He got tons of value in the realm again. Can he get it on the outside?
Certainly possible. Kylan does shut down Yushan quite effectively, as Yushan does not have those dodges to avoid these Kylan slashes and just gets knocked around. SS1 Matari, though, is going to be the focus right now, and that's F1 Matari. Wait a minute. I did not notice that. Into the sky he goes. Get out of it. Nope. He's going down. TXJ on the other side is somehow kiting out an Enor and a Yushan. He's still alive and kicking. Perhaps not for long. No, he is. The Soul Bloom's gonna top him up. The uppercut from the Pulse Sword into the jump LMB. Junks the menace right now. Juan gonna respond with his own F2 on the E. No, wait a minute. The Kylan almost goes down. That the cube is gonna save him. Junks heads on over, grabs the Soul Bloom, and JL go up to 10 eliminations alongside GG. And speaking of GG, they unfortunately just go down to FBX here. Just went up to 6 eliminations. Oh my oogly, Raven.
Now going back to the highlights, GG inside the realm of Yang. Cooking up, Kakashi, CGS with the fan, gets a nice focus stack flank. One, we got 2 flanks in, we get a 3rd flank in, shove comes through, shredding right now. Siren ult's gonna come, blasting through with the staggers. Just so much stagger coming down, but the Zai ultimate's coming out. CGS, 1 shove, last one to go. It's gonna be dropping down with the flank. Finds, looking for Don Q, the flank right here, gets to lift off. Oh no. Gets the 3-piece light attack from the fan, lifted off the ground with his teammate, finding the parries, and GG is activating online when it counts right here. Game 7 match point for the clutch, neck to neck. OUG, GG, and JL all racing for the top right now. No one's taking their foot off the gas as we go over to Metab, Bauda, and Owe going at it. 2 dicks gonna fall to XL's U. NY7 though gonna be on the Zai right now, getting juggled, sent down to the low ground. He does get the burn damage, gets a soul blue, but XLU is gonna be chasing him down right now. No armor to his name, but the Wu Chen F's gonna be coming down for NY7. Wants to pop a white heal here. Shadow Corruption is going to be camping out here. Needs to get 2 heals off if he hopes to survive moving forward. He does land the F onto XLSU. That burn damage ticking away. Nice clutch up from NY7 as Bowd is going to be climbing up the leaderboard up to 3 kills after their scuffle deep in the zone in Metab.
Are they going to be able to make it to the safe zone though? Because look at where it already is.
No grapples to Don Q. It's looking
a little sussy.
That heal was not worth it.
No. Oh. He's out. Wait. He's out. Wait. I thought the zone was okay. The zone. Okay. I'm just blind. I guess. There's glare on my screen.
Lay it on thick, Duncan, for the drama. I know what you're doing, but I appreciate the drama.
Yep.
It was way out of the zone though.
I thought he was still in the zone. My eyes deceived me, I'm afraid. It is what it is. But here we are contesting the second round of Yang. JL are going to be able to make it in. Wait a second. Okay, DXJ did take a bit of damage, but he's going to be joining his teammates in the Golden Arena, going head-to-head versus SR. And I have to say, they do have the loot advantage right now. Junks with Purple Pulsar and Golden Spear going to be doing the damage. Up and down with the Pulsar, doesn't manage to get it, just gets rocked, forced to use a combo breaker immediately, having lost all of that purple armor. The slight advantage he had does get mitigated, but the zipping ultimate is going to get popped to heal him on up. GXJ with the Hardy has dropped the cube, ready for any of these players to grab it. The One Fang almost gets grabbed out of the cube, but no, he does manage to break away. One Fang does get picked up by 17S. SR trying to get as much value out of this as they can, but Zhao's going to go down. It's not looking good. Junk's going to be juggling that zipping in 3 versus 2 situation. The grab comes through, but the ult expires. And now it's looking a lot more like a formality at this point. Rico goes down, and there you have it. JL most likely going to see the extending this. No, interesting.
Wow, the disrespect from Jugs. He holds onto this Kylan ult and just stares him down, just like, yep.
Menacingly.
That's 1 dodge, that's 2 dodge, that's 3 dodge, and now, slash.
You die.
Juggled. Just juggled to his death. JL is running away with this right now. The second Yang is really, really big. OUG lost their second Yang. It doesn't look like GG was able to get into their second Yang. And after knocking on this door all day today, finally JL gets a lucky break right here. Unfortunately for them, though, I see Wolves activating too. We gotta scan over to Wolves. This Wolves can possibly take this to a game 8 right here. If JL's not able to secure this, we haven't seen how Hadi and Kylan and Zipping would do in an endgame. Actually, no, we have seen it today. It's very, very durable. So as long as you got the loot and you're not getting parried, should be fine. You know, that might have cast a curse JL though. We might be getting parried now after I pointed that out.
Yeah, you might have done so. But we're going to take a look at a quick replay right here with GG up against SS1, cornering them in this house in the city of Tang. CJS just getting juggled into oblivion right now. Oh my goodness, the F1 Matarian ult knocking him up off of the juggle from the Yushan. Not able to get back to the ground, and GG just gets obliterated, losing 2 members, leaving only 330 alive with blue armor. That is not ideal. Now heading over to live, we have OUG scrapping it out against SR, and SR lose 2 members, 17S on his own. 3.5 minutes on Yang depletion. This is not looking good for SR. It's pretty cooked, I have to say, for SR right now. No money, blue armor, solo, Tianhai, 2.5 minutes.
When there's a will, there's a way, Duncan. Always winnable. You can find a way to get 1 yoink of a soul bloom, and it starts there where that person has like 15k on him. Then you get the double res. And then JL just full punts their game. Or, I mean, you're still trying to ladder up. So the fact that SR was able to activate and jump all the way into the top 4, very, very big. Now that we are down to 20 players right here, and with Mystic Might, JL's able to cherry pick their fights right here. They do find the Scuff Wu-Chen comp of Balder right here. Remember, this is DPS Wu-Chen right here. XCM is going to get caught out twice. Junks very, very good with his tech chases all day today. He is going to eat, though, this Wu-Chen V2 to the face. Temiel's going to be coming down, so FPX in the background is going to see this scuffle going down. But TXJ blasts through with his Hadi, chopping Zayu down.
Boy, no way, dude. SR got the Kylan back. He's alive with white armor, dude. He actually got him back. That's insane. Big props to 17S for managing that one. But over to the zone right here, we see Wolves taking down OUGSS. OUG currently on 11. Losing a member here, less than ideal. They were in a pretty decent spot to potentially take this one. Contesting JL's scoreline of 14 limbs. Balder XCM does go down here. I think there's 1 left. JL spotting out Jinyu. Ideal. Gotta lock this down. Lock in. Okay, Wolves has appeared. This could go very badly right now. Jinyu. Combo break. Gets forced out by Junks. Guys!
Oh, he gets away.
Just light attack. Oh my goodness.
That was a clutch parry.
Okay.
Not gonna matter though.
No, it's not. But Wolves? Oh! 17 minutes! This is cinema right now, Raven.
I'm looking at the overall scores. JL at 15, GG at 10, but they have 1 man down. Wolves, though, on Transformers up to 10 kills, but this terrain is not very favorable for Transformers. I spoke a little bit too soon. Wolves doing what Wolves does, claiming Spirit Wells. They are going to move over here. And it looks like they're pushing SS1 off of this Spirit Well, but SS1 is not going to go quietly into this good night. They are going to come slamming in, messing up NHQ. Enor jumping up and down right here, but U1 from SS1 is going to get scooped up from ZK. Not much damage going to be going down as ZK is going to be transformed. Both teams did not manage to get this, but SS1's Yuan does get a kebab through. Mess it up a little bit of Wolves, but Wolves is gonna find SS1's Yuan, but FPX, while everyone is looking away, they come in and they scoop up that Spirit. Well, FPX now looking pretty. They're up to 7 kills right now, but they got the work cut out for them. They need to find 7 more kills with 16 people left alive. That's still possible. OUG is going to get eliminated by their rivals JL, and JL is going to move up to 16. Dunkin' Donuts looking like he's going to go 1 for 4 today. JL is climbing right now, but Wolves still with the dream alive, up to 11 kills, 2 teammates with Yang depletion though. They have to make a move. Got a little bit of time to work with. FPX gonna find another kill, up to 8 kills as well. Wolves have already moved on to the next Spirit Well. Doing Wolves sings. Oh man, Duncan, it is gonna come down to the wire, I think. Wolves still could make this go to round 8. Not gonna lie.
No, they could, absolutely. ZK? What was that? He's trying to disrupt JL from buying and then just lands on his head. Junk's still free to do his shopping. 1 minute and 20 seconds left on the Spirit line buff, the Yang buff, giving them lifesteal, siphon, however you want to put it. It's as though they may have found a blueberry. GG 330 on very low effective health threshold right here. His teammates do jump in to try and make sure he stays alive. JL forced to back off a little bit, take a step back, slow down. As the game is drawing to a close, the zone is coming in 1 minute till the next zone close. JL holding onto this wall, onto this high ground, will be a very strong position for them to be in. GG spot out Zai, the last remaining member of Bowder, NY7, zipping around. Wolves looks as though they're going to be pulling the trigger on this Tianhai ultimate. Being forced to do so by FPX, trying to go for the long-range grabs, and they find one. ZGE caught slacking. No significant follow-up. Do we get the regrab? No. Into the building we go. Water gets knocked up. ZK forced to now back up. The Moonbane is still active.
Wolves with 11 kills right here. Is this terrain good for Monk? I feel like this terrain's alright.
And the zone's going to move away from where they currently are regardless. It's going to be a little bit more open, but with that giant fence cutting it down the middle, I think it's going to be a little bit... Oh my goodness! And
it looks
a very flashy parry, but no significant follow-up for anything, unfortunately.
Wait a second, JL, if they claim this next Spirit, well, it's looking cooked for everyone else.
I think you might be right.
And they have Hadi to like really secure this. Next they're gonna have Kylan, which is really good at pushing. I feel like Monk was like the only comp that could really contest them for this.
Wait, they baited Wolves into jumping in. Wait a minute, no, they actually trolled. They full trolled. They used the cube for something. For some reason, and then Wolves just jumps in and takes it. Kylan.
Wow, TXA just comes in with the deep fry. Releases the double charge too. I mean, we're shipping it. There's a Kylan
Syra ultimate.
GG GK right now. No one's giving it up for free. Everyone's down to fight this right now. Junks invested this Kylan ultimate. They still have one Fong, so rarely saying if TXA does have a Roar Burst on his Hong Sword right here. Junk's trying to zone out Wolves, but Wolves not willing to give up this Spirit Well for freezies right here. As JL willing to throw focus attacks, willing to fight for it. Everyone, though, consolidating on this last Spirit Well to close out this Game 7. Wolves, though, up to 13 kills, Duncan. Are they going to find this clutch up? They activate Game 7.
I don't think so. I mean, JL with the ult rotation so far because they were the first ones in there to use ultimates. I think they're going to get ult before anybody else who's already tried their hand at contesting right here. So TXJ about to get his ult online, going to be able to secure the Spirit Well, pushing them all out. NHQ goes pretty low right here, so they're not going to be able to really contest this one. Junks losing a bit of that armor, but not the biggest deal in the world right now. The cube is ready and waiting for him to get out of there. TXJ trying his best to section off this spot for himself and his teammates, trying to shovel all these players out. Wolves still standing strong up against the wall. They might not be able to do it, but at this point, the Spirit Well is going to be timing out momentarily. Junks now coming online with the Kylan ultimate. GG going to try their hand at making their way into this one. FPX Kiki somehow dying to the zone right here. Junks shoving them all out of there. The progression on the capture is so close. This cliffside making it very difficult if they position themselves right up against it. Junks not able to shove them out of here. ZK is going to be popping that Tianhai ultimate, jumping up to the high ground. Wolves might be able to clutch it. They get the grab through the wall. The close range grab is going to grab up ZGE. The combo break's going to be coming out. No big damage. And now the contest once again from JL is going to be coming on through.
Wow. Wolves fighting tooth and nail. They wanted that.
It timed out.
It looks like it did time out. And we're going to an honest endgame. The first honest endgame today. Junk's gonna find the first parry, but he has no more ults and no more armor pots to his name. Zipping is gonna throw an F to him, and he's gonna use the cube to back off of here. TXJ doing his best. He needs to drop some loot for his teammate right here. He is gonna pop the hottie ult though. Junk's gonna find a kill onto Wolves. Wait a second. Wolves' dream might be done with that one kill. TXJ coming in, slashing over and over, and Junks is gonna get a zipping ult, picking up his health. Right now, JL on the victory lap. It's looking like Wolves is gonna fall right now. Only a couple of players left alive, 7 left. Kiki is gonna de-transform right now. Just a little bit of health left, but JL, they've been knocking on the door all day today, trying to punch their ticket through. GG, trying to slow them down with the last ditch effort of a Cyber ult into Kata ult. TXJ slashing through over and over, trying to slow CGS down. But CGS with a couple more slashes to his name, a little bit of health, a little bit of a dream, but One Fong is gonna find a Soul Bloom right there, pick up his health. CGS trying to close the distance onto One Fong, but One Fong down the jump, gonna be able to get some distance away. Nice peel coming out from TXA, jumping LMBs to try to clog up the lane, but One Fong finally is gonna fall. His Soul Bloom is gonna be going over. Parry's gonna be coming out. Wait a second. GG fighting their way through. CGS fighting another parry, but the combo break is gonna come down from CGS or TXJ. TJ coming in with the Wolves blistering edge, but GG comes cutting through. I don't think it'll be a 1.2 times.
Is it going to be enough? Did they win it? Is the first place placement enough? They had 20 kills. No shot. They win.
Wow.
Game 8, ladies and gentlemen. Game 8. Bro, how? It must be literally like half a point. It has to be.
GG got a couple kills right there. No? Was that Wolves fighting?
It was all 3 of them, because there was one Wolves player left alive. It was just the Kylan.
Wolves activates right at the end, and they're able to bring it through. That's wild. That's wild. It comes down to the wild.
Oh my goodness,
dude! If you're a JL right now, you just to deal with the close fights over and over and over. I mean,
don't know, dude. I have no idea what's occurring. It's going crazy. How on earth does Wolves clutch this up right here? The fact that they are able to survive that long, I think JL they just went for it. They those final moments, they just thought, just send all the blues, just go for it, send the blistering. If we hit at least one of them, we've already got 20 kills. We get one more, there's no chance anyone can test. But everyone was locked in on those parries. I saw about 8 of them in those last few moments. And Wolves gets ult and then claims first place, and it must be literally nothing. It must be like 0 to 0.5 difference. I bet it's less than half a point difference between Wolves and JL right here.
Yeah, see what the overall score is looking like after that. It was so close. And man, it just goes to show that JL in the really, really tense situation, they play super disciplined. But they've given up 2 very, very critical moments with no instances, and they don't give it up because they had the health advantage. So if they hold the center line of one of them light attacks and one of them parries, like, they're a lot safer in that situation. But they're releasing focus attacks in the clutch with positioning, even though they have blistering and it's very, very fast animation, fast startup. It's the only reason that GG is able to bring that back, and Wolves is able to clutch it back. Like, they had an overwhelming advantage going on the last little bit. Now, GG did have Takeda and Syra ult, so JL had to really kite out and dodge a lot of the damage coming out. CGS does a really good job on Takeda to put a ton of pressure.
Wait.
It comes down. Oh my goodness.
It was 2.4? They must have got every kill then.
Yeah, they literally yoinked everything right at the end. And
because Wolves was on, they were on 14-13. They got every kill. Every kill.
Outrageous.
Oh. Okay, wait. Oh, I thought that was damage. But still, that's healing. 49,000 healing. And 20k damage.
I'm gonna get MVP.
He better get MVP. If it's NHQ because he has the most kills, I mean, he did do 32,000 damage, actually. I don't know. Depends on how you look at it. Regardless, we go to game 8, ladies and gentlemen. Wolves just barely able to close it out. Just barely. In a matter of moments, JL went from taking it all to losing out to a different team once again. I don't know. Mentally, that's crushing, dude.
I mean, they're doing solid over and over, so I don't know if it's that draining. It's just it'd be pretty irritating to go all this way, all the way to game 8, and just not get the MVP. But pretty much everything has gone their way as far as their strategy. They've been playing super well throughout all of it. It's just like in the very, very clutch for this end game. I'm pretty sure they just have to go back to the VOD and they could play it more solid, since in like 2v2 situations they don't have to take the risk of releasing in those spots. Because how many people are closing out 2v2s where they're throwing a focus attack to win it? Usually gonna be an overhaul.
DRG when they killed them in game 4.
That's true. They threw back. Actually, it makes a lot of sense that they. No, but then they would have parried. Then why are they throwing a focus attack? They threw back-to-back 1 charges. It would make sense to parry in that instance if they were feeling that was like weird. But that's also like a weird terrain situation. They're just sneaking in focus attacks based on uneven ground. True. Going back, seeing Wolves, they finally activate near like the end of the tournament, basically. So congrats to them taking them down this MVP and putting them. I don't think they didn't even get the match MVP, did they?
Yeah, Wolves got a match MVP. Otherwise, there was no way we go to game 8.
Match point.
Oh, they got to match point. Yeah, they went up to 65 point something off the back of this.
That would be nuts if Wolves gets this win and then goes back to back and just steals it away from everyone. I think that would hurt everyone. Everyone would be like, okay, wait a second, what are we doing? What are we doing? But this goes to show that Transformer still has a place. The Kylan Monk zipping is still very, very strong for getting MVPs.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they're extremely solid. You know, you talked about it earlier. They're very tanky. They're very sturdy, but they have a very high potential ceiling for kills and kill secure. You know, you get the loops with the Kylan Monk synergy. Kylan with the zipping online, who happens to have advanced group heal, gets the ult off at the right time, isn't under threat, etc. You know, the Kylan's able to do so much. Looks as though he's running full damage here, as opposed to any health. Triple damage reduction, triple attack damage. Surprising that we sort of moved away from taking health jades on Kylan, because I remember that was one of the tendencies of most Kylans, since having a bigger health pool allowed you to get more slashes out. But it looks as though damage and damage reduction has become king now.
Overall, almost every team is doing this, doing 3 and 3. No more health, just because out of all the games today, it almost never went to heal off. And even if it went for a heal off, people weren't playing their health pool. They're more swinging to secure kills and get more on the board. And we see that every kill ends up mattering at this level. You can't really take for granted when you hold a lead right here that you're going to just take it down. Like we saw Wolves back to back. JL was about to win the tournament and they get it stolen away from them. Multiple teams were about to win the tournament. GG was about to win and they got it stolen away from them. And it shows, like, I guess the top 10 are all match MVP quality teams. We've seen it a couple times already this year that a lot of teams are able to run upsets as everyone's reaching to get an MVP for the round. They're really trying their heart out. One of the teams who've been having a bad day ends up picking it up. And I think this is one of the good parts of having 8 rounds, Duncan, is that it's pretty hard not to warm up at this point now that we're on the 8th round at this point. So if you don't do well here, like, all you can really blame is yourself at this point.
Yeah, true. It does really suck for those teams who are, you know, ready and locked in and fully, you know, they just hit the ground running at the beginning of the day, and then because they were so fully locked, they, like, no matter who you are, after 8 games, the fatigue is bound to be, you know, getting to you at least a little bit. And especially when it comes to situations where you've done really well at the start of the day and then just simply not been able to close it out. But that's what separates, you know, the veteran teams from the teams, you know, that aren't as consistent. JL, they're one of those, undeniably. You know, they've consistently been able to do very, very well, make it to endgame every single game, and be in contention to close it out ever since they got to match point threshold. So it's it separates those teams, and you can see it with the scoreline. They're 20 points ahead of the second place team right now, going into game 8. It's just insane how well they performed today. And but considering that, you know, like let's say you're JL, you get to match point, and then game 4 you almost get it. They were almost able to do it. It was so unbelievably close. And then they're like, okay, guys, it's all right. There's still more games. We can stay locked in. And then it comes down to game 7, and they're that close again. And then they're like, oh, we've been locked in and we did it. And then they get the excitement hits, and then they fumble. That is breaking. You know, that is really hard to come back from, because if you re-lock in after almost getting it and then you fumble again, not many teams can come back from that. But we'll have to see going into our 8th game of the day, ladies and gentlemen. And speaking of, What are we gonna play? Who has the points for anything?
Yeah, I'm very curious to see which team
I don't know
is even possible at this point. NARAKA is not really a sprinting game. It's definitely a marathon game. You have to be able to keep going at it, keep chipping away, not let any moment really get to you, and just keep slugging it out. Even though we've been a little bit critical on JL's performance, they are leading compared to everyone else, so they're technically making the least amount of mistakes out of all the other teams. It's just in the big moment when they're able to close it out, they just came just slightly short. Just when they should have zigged or they should have zagged when they should have zigged. It's just one small thing just ended up costing them the tournament. You still see they're locked in. Maybe a little bit of nerves there. They were smiling before. They know that last one that was it's a little bit irritating, Duncan. You know, it's a little bit irritating that we want this one there, and you can see TXJ just like, you know what, we're just gonna kill everyone this time. Like we can't. We're not gonna let
20 wasn't enough.
20 wasn't enough. We gotta go to 30.
Oy. Oh, but it looks as though we've got another answer for treasures out of nowhere, ladies and gentlemen. You know the drill. It's a little bit out of place. Surprise! There you have it. If you want to get your hands on a special gift, make sure to get your answer to this question in the chat. And the question is, how many players chose to play Kailin Zhang in game number 7? Was it A3, B4, or C? Or A3, B4, C5, or D6? Oh, fumbled there. But make sure to get your answer in the chat, and one lucky winner amongst those who answer correctly will be chosen as it and whispered so that you can claim your prize. But back to this. Back to our hero picks, our band pick phasing. Yeah, these compositions might be even more Bowder-like. Because
Bowder-like.
I mean, Bowder? Hey, they did okay with that Wu Chen, what was it, Yushan Zai? I can't even remember.
It was Zai.
Oh my goodness. What do we got this time, Bowder?
JL went from all the way last phase, and now they're in first phase. That's tough.
Oh? Matari Zai Tamov has a bit more of a semblance to a real composition right there.
No, it
a little bit. It's a little bit better. You can't. It's better than Wu Chen V2, buddy. JL going for the Takeda Monk.
Is so buns. I'm a hater of the Takeda Monk. I just don't think it works. It just looks good in theory, but it just doesn't perform. And we haven't seen it perform all day. Not a believer. Again, I'm not a believer.
I mean, it's usually almost there, and then it just dies. That's the problem. Like, we saw JL playing it be scaled up to the moon, and then just losing to triple blue armor in Yang a few games ago. Yeah, I don't know. I might be right there with you, Mr. Raven. But it looks as though SR is going to be following in JL's footsteps, going for the Kailin Hardy zipping. We've got some old school Sand Siphons coming out as well with Tumult, Karumi Takeda.
0 points. Look at 0 points. No one has points.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Taka. Actually. Like, legitimately. Wouldn't surprise me.
Angle.
It might be a Taka angle, ladies and gentlemen.
Wait, but what would you could play Taka double healer?
I guess.
No, you can't, because Karumi...
Only one team has played Wu Chen today. No, two teams. Two teams played Wu Chen. I don't know. Oh, okay, Yushan, Hardy, and then Valda Mataris sprinkled in there.
We got a couple points left.
Oh,
investment. We get a couple points.
We can get one. Everyone's just chuckling away at themselves. They just know it's so sus G. They know it's so good. Wolves crowding around the same monitor. Okay, guys, we gotta find a comp. We gotta figure one out.
It's 8 rounds, dude. We go all the way. We got nothing left. I just want to see what their screen looks like and what they get to pick from.
Yeah. Just roll the dice and just random. Oh my god!
What in
what in the ooga booga is that?
Oh my god.
Child.
Wolf's is so cooked.
Wait, what did Wolves pick? I was too focused on the Shiol Akos monk.
I think I like Akos something. Their comp is cooked too.
Everything's cooked.
I got nothing left.
Oh my
Everyone's
goodness.
laughing. They're just like, wow, I've just never seen. Wait, no one planned for it to go 8 rounds like this.
Oy. Oh my goodness. Jinyu with a classic head on his keyboard. He's always like this. Wake up, buddy, wake up. We're about to go in.
Exhausting. These guys have to be exhausted after going this many rounds. Especially if like you're one of the teams that played every single endgame.
Yeah.
This is getting done. I feel like the end games are so much fun. I feel like being dead and watching is more exhausting. You get to sit there and watch.
I think it's both pretty exhausting though, because like when you're in endgame, the tensions are high at all times. You might be having fun, but it's like you're constantly at 110% when you're there. So it's like it is just sort of inherently exhausting. When you're watching in dead, that's sort of like it's like a boredom exhaustion. You're just sitting there, just like, But oh my goodness, Yoto, Yushan, Akos. Now that's spicy right there. V2, F2, F2, V1, F1, V2. Okay.
What is
interesting. I want to see what. Tessa Farrier Monk. V1 Tessa. It's not V1 Valda for XLU. V1 Shiol. V1 Akos. F2 Shiol. Interestingly.
Brain hurts just looking at this.
Yeah, it's just actually just hurts my brain. Look at the stats. The pick rate and average points is nothing's there because no one's ever played it.
No one's ever played any of these compositions.
No one's ever done that. Oh my god, dude. Here we go on to Morris Isle once again, ladies and gentlemen, for our 8th game of the day. GG and SR going for the Firefly Cave. FBX and Wolves going for... there isn't really much there, to be honest, so I don't know. Maybe they're going to run to Temple, maybe? I'm not sure. SS1 going for Money Spot. ASE in between SS1 and OA. DRG going for the solo drop on Wreckage. Bowder going for Firefly Cave in the south. JL going for the solo drop on Gold Zone. 521 and OUG spawning close together. I don't even know if this is Fireflies. I'm assuming not, considering that we're seeing Fireflies. I know it is Fireflies.
Always.
Yeah, it's always Fireflies.
That is very nighttime. It is.
That is very nighttime. That was just darkness.
Pure darkness. We are gonna get G and G in the classic GG spot in the cave to the north versus SR, but it looks like Zhao here is going to get the Fireflies and going to be able to activate the Kylo node coming slashing through GG. CGS buying time, going to the outside right here. Zhao making his way back and forth, just trying to figure out where everyone is. 330 with the parry, but Zhao uses his combo break, delays it, shoving 3-3-0 into the wall. CGS comes in with a late flank. It's not going to matter, though. The jumping LMB's going to close it out as SR is going to evict GG from their home turf, from their home cave. Get out of here. Our home now.
You don't live here no more. DRG over in Wreckage, Shipwreck Expanse, up against Bowder and OA. The ultimates are online. Dongxing jumping around, trying to get the slam, gets the impale. The kebab is okay. Unfortunate. That's unlucky. NY7 responds with the F2. Dongxing's just very sad indeed. Bounty on his head as well, and I believe he's about to go down. No armor to speak of, barely any HP. And oh wait a minute. Oh my goodness. OA with the grief. They just paid acting, just saves him. Oh my goodness. What is going on? OA picking up 1 kill with the Shiol Akostianai. Gets parried. Frame 1, 2 tick. Okay. I have no grapples, you chase him. Dongxing. Wait. Sends the RB? He's gaming? Wait a second. He releases this. Oh, yeah, he couldn't, unfortunately. Dongxing goes down. OA picking up the 2nd kill for their game. Heading over to JL and 521. 521 with the F2 on the Yushan. It's going to force out that combo breaker. Chasing down TXJ with the Hardy ultimate. Oh, nice jump parry coming out from TXJ, denying the damage from the Hardy ultimate. Sending the point. No. Ooh, okay. Ivan, you better check yourself. Cubes away. Yeah, that's what I thought. TXJ again. Getting hit by the F2, the parries. Going crazy. Still has the bell. 5-2-1. Sending them soul breaks. TXJ. Yeah, he's just a one-man army right now. Unfortunately, he is going to go down. One Feng can't save him right now. Trying to disengage. The F2 from the Yushan's going to come through once again. Timing the focus attacks. Very nicely done. One Feng is going to be eliminated right there. And JL, 2 members fall. The last one trying his best to fight it out against Pampy. The Valder Spear comes through, cancelling the F1, and 5-2-1 eliminate JL. They do have, oh no wait, yeah, they do have their reses, it looks like, or at least one. Oh yeah, all 3 have their reses, they're alright. 5-2-1 going up to 5 kills, not too shabby. OA on 2, Wolves on 1, ASE on 3, FPX on 3, SR on 3. This is so oogly.
Oh my goodness, JL. I'll tell you, that comp is doo-doo pie. Cicada Monk, he just has not performed all day today. It's just an absolutely cursed comp. NXQ from Wolves gonna get the kebab on Yueshan, cutting through. Missed though. Be lifted up. Actually, not even no zipping ult, just cutting through with the Kylan ultimate. Yu is gonna get grabbed out by Han though. NXQ on the Yushan trying his best to peel, split up the damage. Skewer onto Xiaowin, stopping him from doing any of the damage, but it's not gonna matter because ASC with the commanding lead is able to find multiple kills and clean up Wolves. And now ASC not on match point. Are they gonna steal the last MVP of the day?
I swear to God, if they do that, oh my goodness.
Star's looking pretty stacked right here with the Kylan Hottie zipping. I can't recall watching them play this composition though.
I think they might have one so far today, but the main team we've seen play this is JL. JL's played it twice at least.
No, I don't think. I mean, in like the weeklies leading into this.
Oh, right.
I don't believe I saw them playing this once.
No, I don't think I did either. Maybe. Regardless, we move OUG on the outskirts, trying to loot up as best they can. No kills to their name, unfortunately. OA on this Frankenstein composition right here, looting up 2 kills. Are they going Yang? Would you go Yang with this comp? I think they have. I think everyone's has to. Shiol Akostianai.
No, why not?
Send it. I mean, you've picked this already because you're forced to. You might as well go Yang. All right. It's just
the only thing that's weird is fighting against Kurumi, basically. It's not like super weird. You can still just scoop her out of it, pressure on her. Can't really fight back in the mirror matchup.
Oh, wait a minute. JL up against OUG right now. TXJ forces the ultimate. No Bell available. But they're doing alright right here. The other two members haven't lost all that much of their health just yet. The zone is still relatively close by. They could make it out if they so choose. Ooh, almost grabs right there. SS. Just barely. Oh, wait a minute! Baby U out of nowhere getting scooped by the monk. And he hadn't even used his ultimate either. TXJ with the clutch, gonna be able to get that Soul Bloom. And OUG now on the back foot. Not looking good for them. JL making it work.
JL? They do have Baby U down right now. Shinyu is going to get a skewer onto One Fong, and he comes slashing through in his dying breath, finds a kill onto him. Baby U is going to go for the rest onto... Well, actually, no. SS is going for the rest onto Baby U, but he is going to cut to the south right there. Shadow Corruption building up very, very slowly. It is still very, very early, but the zone is so far away. Oh my goodness. JL though, tons of grapples. They are going to be fine right here, finding the heals. Still 31 people left alive. No one is just going full Ooga Booga, except Wolves. Wolves already eliminated right here. They brought us to this 8th round, and they decided, you know what, 8 rounds is too much. We're actually going to decide we want to get out of this lobby.
Oh, they're just like, we got our one, boys. Let's go home. Let's just send it.
Just send it. Let's keep up. I was thinking, I was like, maybe Wolves goes back to back. Maybe they have the craziest momentum, but the momentum was just too fast. Just
crashed and burned.
Oh my gosh, OUG's so deep and they're finding reses for each other. This Realm of Yang is gonna be the most Frankenstein matchups. We got
Wait, it's actually a mirror. It's a mirror matchup.
Hey, they have Valda?
Yeah, both of them have Valda. Both of them have Yushan. Both of them have Hardy. It's actually a mirror. That's insanity. The business casual Yushan's going at it. Dongxing with the uppercut. Gonna find the big damage. Unfortunately, not gonna be able to execute right here. Both Yushan's popping the ultimate to respond to the Hardys. Currently zipping around in the sky. Ivan tries to lock down the Valda. Not able to do so. A cube is gonna save him. Milk. Top the pillar, look at the drop down, catches the Valda, slipping, no combo break, forcing that ultimate now. Fat Milk about to be coming out of that ultimate as well. Doesn't have very much armor to play around with as soon as he comes out. There you have it, Fat Milk does come out of ult. 400 HP. Dongxing try and close the distance, and they do so. But DRG XLU, sliver of health, just barely making it out alive. But the Valda ultimate for Pampy is going to be doing work. Ivan, no armor. 5-2-1, still could salvage this one. They need to deny the heals and try and shut one of these players down. Ivan deciding to heal with a little sus G right now. The F2 is going to come on through, and there you have it. DRG being allowed to get the reset, are going to come out on top with the numbers advantage, claiming the first Realm of Yang alongside SS1. Also winning their Realm of Yang. JL going for a Spirit Well, it seems, collecting Draco Storm. Oh my goodness.
JL has been forced out of Realm of Yang from their early starts. It's kind of like their speed bump, but it's a speed bump. At the end of the day, they've always made it to the second Realm of Yang, and then even navigated towards endgame. They did not really let anything slow them down. So just different problems for them. They are on this booty comp though. Junks is going to have the purple armor, and Baby U already putting him in a tough position. 2 shoves already to his name. Down right here. Kurumi ult's going to be invested. They do have Draco Storm. Oh my goodness, like I'm saying, we have Draco Storm. We're still having a problem versus this Hottie composition. Now granted, TXJ hasn't popped his monk ult. This building area is definitely not going to get any value if they can't drag this fight out into the open. F1 going to be invested by Junks. He does get a slam over. And now finally TXJ going to go with the double jump. Looks for the slam onto SS, but SS gets out of there and gets scooped into zone. Now can they get value? Junks bouncing on that little bit of rooftop. Oh my goodness, the damage coming out. The flying knives just cutting through SS, and OUG's going to lose their IGL right here as Baby U trying to fight his way out of here with Shinyu. But the Draco Storm pressure from JL going to be cutting through. Shinyu is going to pop the Yushin on. Baby U fighting his way. He's not magging up anymore. We're throwing light attacks in. He is going to get a half charge though from Junks. And again, Junks with the crossberry fighting back from Baby U. Back-to-back focus attacks. Wait a second. OUG is bringing this back right now. No armor on anyone from JL. Just one slam through. Kurumi's going to pop her F3. Baby U is just getting these fan RMBs through. It's not going to matter though. JL finally puts them out of their misery. Get that out of here, Baby U. No more of that. Looking at the overall leaderboard though, SR already up to 9 kills. Away in SS1 though at 6. Same thing with ASC. Same thing with JL. Still anyone's ball game. 5-1 at 7, but with Yang depletion, man, Duncan. 10
OA has 6 kills.
Match point, dude. 10. It's still anyone's game, but OUG already out. Wolves already out. It doesn't look like the lobby's slowing down at all. Everyone is pushing for this Yang depletion, trying to find opportunities. No one's slowing down and hiding in a bush. Everyone wants this MVP to secure the win. I feel like if you're in the bottom, like not 11 and 12, but like 7 through 10, you should push to MVP the round because you just jump up to first place. The first place is literally double your points.
We'll have to see if anyone manages to clutch it up right here. If all these players at the top, all those teams are going to be denied their victory. 5-1 forced to come online right now, forced to pull the trigger on these ultimates as their Yang depletion is ticking down. 51 seconds and counting. They need to make something happen. They're trying to chase down these players. OA in the mix, GG as well. So many players are circling around this area, trying to find a way in, trying to catch some eliminations. The huge Zai V2 chain whip's going to come on through, forcing out this Kurumi ultimate. Two-Tick going to pop that ultimate. Water sitting on the Kurumi cycle with a sliver of health, trying to survive. GG jumping in, less than 10 seconds left. They only have one member of Yang depletion, but still, would be nice to not have to go for the res. LXM is going to get knocked sky high, and there you have it. He goes down to Yang depletion and gives the kill over to Bowder. OA with the Shiol ACOS Monk popping off right now. Oh my goodness, Cuckoo 2 hopping around as happy as can be. Living his best life. Bowder with the Zai coming through, locking down Kiki. What's going on?
Shiol's actually not that bad. That's why when I saw it, I was like, I mean, she's basically a support character that doesn't heal anyone else, but her defensive ult allows her to tank so much. We are going to see away Cuckoo fall right now as Bowder's going to be fighting in zone for a while. Remember, Shadow Corruption, not that bad in this situation. NY7 on the Zai again. And this is what he was known for in Alliance. Zai, unfortunately, has been falling out of the meta. Nice delay tap dodge, able to dodge GG's pressure right here, but no one to heal him. He needs to find a white heal as the zone's going to be cut in. We are going to cut over to JL inside the realm of Yang. DRG on the hottie, pressuring TXJ, and Junks doing a good job of kiting and peeling for his teammates. One Fong, no armor to his name on the Kurumi right now. Has to be careful. Don Q is going to pop the Enor ultimate, try to get onto the Kurumi, but One Fong is going to be able to get his ult off in time right here, and now it's just binding their time as they're going to be popping off their Takeda ult next. Ooh. Oh my goodness, Don Q 9 taking a mass amount of damage as they go almost peeled from his teammates, but it's not gonna matter. Junk's able to get these shoves through. He has one more to his name. Looks for the light o'clock onto XL's U, and JL is gonna go ahead, find that first kill. Now 2v1 or 2v3 situation, it's not gonna matter. JL firing in all cylinders. It looks like they're gonna take this last round, Duncan. It looks like it, but are they gonna break his heart one more time, losing it just barely?
I would certainly hope not, for their sanity's sake. But OA go quietly into the night right here. 2-tick. Sending out the grabs left and right. There's nowhere to go, and GG close out the Frankenstein composition right here. And we're down to 21 players total, 6 players in soul form, 15 currently on their feet, and JL closing in on GG. They spot this out. Fully sending it, RMB into the LMB trap, forcing out the combo breaker, but instead of chasing this down, they're going to do a little bit of looting. Refresh their resources after the Realm of Yang. Decide to chase them down later on. SR? That's 12 eliminations for SR. Wait a minute. Could be SR's game to win right now, actually, or game to lose, potentially.
Yeah, they've been doing very well on the Kylan Hottie.
I mean, this comp seems to be performing pretty well consistently. Across the board, when JL played it early on in Game 3, even though they didn't get the MVP, they got to the MVP threshold off of that game with around 10 kills. You know, it did well. And
also, they also fought SR's Transformers inside the Realm of Yang. And it just looks like Hottie, you just can't get any value out of your Monk because of the cube from Hottie. As long as your team kites correctly, Monk struggles to get any value off of it. Now, it could be the line isn't figured out. The exact ult rotation can probably be optimized a little bit further than where it's at. But at least for today, Hottie has taken the best out of the Transformers, even inside the Realm of Yang. Now, endgame and Spirit Wall, kind of up to the question. But as we're seeing here, SR 17S on the Hottie right now, Bob and Weave and Loye on the Monk, gonna find the first grab on to Zhao, but Zhao able to mash out very, very quickly. This is Tessa Monk shenanigans right here. That's all that's gonna be coming out. 17S double tap dodge, able to iframe a lot of that pressure right there. Goes for the delayed cross overhold onto the fairy, but U1 comes down, finds the F2, finds the silence, but it's not going to matter. His one charge is going to get punished by 70S. Looking for the parry, sticking to the side of him, but the fairy ult is coming out. Not really doing a ton of pressure though. Everyone's staying very, very healthy as Rico, the zipping of SR, pops his ultimate, keeping everyone topped off now. Now is the tough spot. The Tessa ult finally going through, getting the stagger, but everyone's just so durable. Everyone got picked up to full health. Rico's coming with the peel. There's no more health pool for Shuwan to work with. And we see SR just showing that Hottie is definitely here to stay, at least in this current state of the game. Everyone's getting a ton of value off the cube, and the fact that he's very, very mobile, he can punish Enor and even Yushan still.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the best things about it actually is that Hottie can open up the fight every single time, drops cube, and then at the same time he can pressure the enemy team, or can pressure one of the members of the enemy team and force an ultimate. You know, he can kind of dictate the pace of it and force out the ult that he wants to force out, giving them a more a better strategy, or a better ult rotation, one that benefits them. Obviously, it's not something that you could achieve all the time, but it definitely negates a lot of the Viper Cyrus stuff as well, I would say. As long as the Hottie is able to pop the ult, put the cube at a decent distance away, you know, you're not really going to be able to stop them from using it. And then if Hottie does somehow get silenced and executed on, you have the zipping ultimate, and then you have the Kylan who can pop ult in response and drop it and try and come in and peel. But anyway, there's still a lot more research needed. We have to figure this one out moving forward. Because at the beginning of the day, it looked sus-G, but now it's looking pretty solid, so who knows? But looks as though JL, SS1, Bowder, GG, DRG, all going to be trying to consolidate on top of this Spirit Well, and SR is going to be gifted a Spirit Well on the other side of the map inside Temple. Oh my goodness, Zhongxing just exploded! What?
The flying knives, the stomp from Lawyer.
Jesus!
SS1 has been contesting Spirit Wells all day today, and it looks like SR, he immediately makes his way to the other side with the Kylan, and he comes dropping in as they claim the Spirit Well. Be able to get a refresh on this ultimate, and he's like, get off this. No one's getting anything right here.
Oh my goodness.
SR comes flying in right here. Still has his ultimate's name though. And with 19 people left alive, looking at the scoreboard, SS1, Bauda, SR, JL, they're all still in the running for this. There's still a lot of players alive. Still anyone's ball game to ship this tournament. Remember, you can be in 10th place and MVP at this point and still take first place. Unfortunately, second place is pretty much cinched up from JL. They can only really get second or first at this point. It's a good problem to have, Duncan. A good problem to have.
That's true. That's true. But I'd imagine in JL's perspective, if you ain't first, you're last. As they have been essentially first all day, they'd probably like to come away with the win right now. You know, even though SR currently on 12 eliminations, JL, they've managed to cleanse 1, and they're certainly still in the running with 9 elims. 3 minutes and 10 seconds or so to try and cleanse. Oh, big Tessa charm on GG inside the cave. I'm not going to see any significant follow-up. The tether is active. Oh, yes, we will see significant follow-up. CJS just immediately pops and instantly gets cooked. GG trying their best to defend, but there's nowhere to go. You can't escape SS1, and they're coming in and stealing all these away. 10 kills now. GG. Lonely Karumi up on the top. Beautiful parry coming through. ASE gets knocked back. GG still trying to fight this one out. 3-3-0 is going to get grabbed by the Takeda F1 though, but JL. And JL's going to be the one to pick it up. Cleansing 1 more as well. Oh my goodness.
Only Karumis for JL needs a cleanse right here. We're going to move over to ASE's Han. Has missed with the gold armor on Kylan, trying to pick up heals right now. Multiple teams looking in over at ASE though, raining down cannon shots for them. Han's going to de-transform while JL's TXJ going to transform now. Fresh Munkle coming in, trying to cover Junks right here. Junks does get picked up right now, but his armor was stripped away from him, as One Fang does have to invest the Kurumi ultimate. 1 minute and 51 seconds for JL right here, as they're trying to stabilize right here. Use the cover to find some heals, but it's not going to matter because Bowda's going to be piling in. Same thing with SS1, but JL's going to make a dash for it through the cave right here, making their way to the opposite side. Wait a second. They live to fight another day. Up to 10 kills. SR still at 12 and SS1 at 10. It's neck to neck between all of these teams right now. SS1 did lose their Tessa though, while Yuan is getting fried out of the fairy mix. Loye still has his Monk ult for him, but this terrain not very good for Monk right here. The weird thing is a team going to opt to go into the cave in order to try to play the heal-off situation and ice stuff? I can understand a duo and solo. The Spirit Well up top. I feel like we need to give one more fight to send off everyone watching right now. Just one more slugfest. SR though with Draco Storm, 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Who can really stop them at this point? Up to 12 kills. This terrain though might stop them. Xiao's doing his best to find some slashers right here, but Junks, wait a minute, I spoke too soon. Junks stuck in a tough place, getting trapped by the buttery rocks, finally able to scale rush to the top, but SR does not care. We're not letting anyone go right now. Triple ult for them. overextend to throw their game, though. If they force SS1 to ult right here,
I think JL might have advanced group here. I think that's the only reason they survived just then, because I saw Takeda get topped up, and he definitely did not heal himself. So I think they may have had it. That might have been the clutch factor for JL that's keeping them alive at the moment. Zhao coming back online with the ultimate once again. Constantly getting healed up by this Draco, by the zipping F. And now we're in the middle of the storm, Raiden. The tornado is passing over. The eye of the storm before chaos ensues once again.
I mean, there's only 11 players left right here. JL has a full roster left. SR has a full roster left. ASC has a full roster left. DRG only has 1 member left alive, and Bauda has 2 members alive. So it's really between ASC, SR, and JL. We're very, very dicey. There's a duo and a solo lurking on the outside, though. And like I was saying, it's just, if you want to survive the situation, going under is not a bad bet with ASC. It's just, depending on where their zone pulls right here, you could get trapped underground, and everyone could be watching you funnel out. So it's a little bit risky to go play that way. But if you don't have good cannons right here, you kind of have to play that way. JL's doing a really good job of pressuring other teams who are probably slightly more looted. And now SR is like, wait a minute, you can't do that to us. We got cannons too. They should start blowing up JL on the opposite side. But now the solos, DRG and Bauda on the rooftop, able to nade down as well. JL is actually happy to get them out first, but it doesn't look like SR wants to cooperate. They're mainly biding their time to possibly kill the team of JL. Coming down to the wild, your 2 picks, Duncan, JL and SR. Who's going to take this last round?
It's about to get oogly, Mr. Raven PLZ. TXJ monking up, trying to get active, throwing those hands. Bop. The cube, no, get back down here, buddy. Come here, yeah, buddy. ZU gets grabbed up. Junks claims the kill. The flying knives coming through, giving the soul bloom over to his teammate. TXJ not going to be able to pick it up. Unfortunately, the tether is currently attached. The ultimate is going to have to come through from the Karumi. SR trying to find a way in and looking to try and engage that golden spear on Zhao. Is going to do a lot of damage when he pulls the trigger on that ultimate once again. TXJ flying up to the sky. They're trying to stay airborne. They're trying to stay out of sight, out of mind. SR Zhao is going to be activating that ultimate, sending it onto ASE, who are huddled up in the corner, trying to protect his teammate Rico, who's getting a little bit of focus from the enemy team. Mist is going to be coming through. Han popping that ultimate, grabbing 17S, denying anything from this hardy. Junks does get grabbed. The flying knives comes through. The tether does get popped. He isn't going to take very much damage, but Han's ultimate is going to be running out very, very soon. ASE Mist again goes very low, but the zipping coming in, healing him back to full HP essentially. TXJ does get parried, knocked down, or does get a parry and knocked down with the Kylin F. TXJ trying to farm up a little bit more rage. Only has 1 cannon shot left in the bank. The sap comes through, hits from Mist. The bell is going to be available, but he's got 1 HP in a dream. Oh my god! The quintuple parry coming up through. He just needs a little bit more time to get the ult, but it's not to be. He goes down. 12 kills each. SR creeps forwards, gets 1 more. 13, 15. But ASE, stay alive! Who's gonna take it, ladies and gentlemen? SR are gonna take the win after 8 games! Bi-weekly 3 champions for trios, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my goodness!
Called it, Duncan. Called it, Duncan. I said
2025 NBPL 秋季赛第3双周3排周冠军，让我们恭喜 SR 战队，有请17S Lyrical 小航来到舞台中央。哇塞，今天的比赛真的是给我们带来了一个很大的惊喜，好波折啊！鏖战了。到了第8把，以这样的方式拿下了这一个周冠军，也是让我们非常的意外。此时此刻站在周冠的舞台上，想对大家说什么？之前
没有辜负粉丝的期望吧。还有一句话，前5位你看到了吗？
再一次拿下了一个冠军啊，也是在上一个季中赛冠军之后的第2个小冠军，再一次站在冠军的舞台上，还有像上一次冠军时候那么紧张、那么激动吗？
我感觉这次是我打过最紧张的比赛，我不知道为什么今天就莫名的很紧张，然后心很慌。
是因为比赛这个赛程久，还是因为到最后这个阵容不好选呀？
感觉是分水问题。我们今天一来就是这样，也不是说打到比赛打到这样的，就是今天我们一开始到场馆就是这个状态。
其实今天的比赛确实很有意思啊！别笑了，马上就问你，最后在你们选出这个我们。大家可能都会开玩笑说，最后一局已经到拼好阵的程度了。你们在选完张哈音阵容之后，有没有预想过其他的队伍会用出什么奇奇怪怪的阵容呢？
有的，各种各样的都有。但是我们有王苹果这个顶级教练，所以我们有这个阵容。
你们当时对于最后一把的这个策略和预期是什么样的？
正常阵容应该只有3到4支，剩下的强度都不如我们，所以我们觉得我们能拿冠军。
来到最后一把的时候，其实也面对着非常强劲的争冠对手，也就是目前积分榜的第1名 JL。当时最后在决赛圈的时候，有没有预想过另外一支赛点队伍是 JL 呢？
有，因为他们非常的厉害。
当时有没有会觉得，感觉面对 JL 心里面会有点慌，可能这个冠军就拿不下了呀？
没有，因为我相信我们队伍能拿到冠军。
能够看到 SR 面对这一次的周冠还是有非常十足的信心的。那么接下来就有请我们的工作人员为 SR 送上属于他们的冠军卷轴，有请。当然，其实，在今天的比赛里，因为我们鏖战了第8把比赛，我们也看到非常多的队伍给我们贡献了很多意外并且高光的镜头。无论是一直保持着高水准的 JL， 还是刀非常硬、非常接近冠军的521，都给我们留下了很深刻的印象。但是最后还是由 SR 拿下了这个周冠军。来，我们派一个代表拿上我们的竹龙印，先向我们的摄像机展示一下。
Today really give us a lot of excellent performance today. And now it's time to show stamp. And now it's time to stamp your name on the scorer.
来，我们拿上话筒，再一次回到舞台中间。其实距离上一次，没关系，都一样的。其实距离上一次我们刚刚拿下这个季中赛的冠军，过去的时间也不算太久，1个月左右吧。既然话筒在17S 手里，那我们就率先问一下17S。其实，在拿下季中赛冠军之后，再次回到 Nbpl 的比赛上面打比赛是怎么样的心态？
就是每次的话，我们只要打到预期的话，就是打好我们自己该打好的就行了，也没有想过说一定要拿这个冠军。
那接下来我们问一下小懒，来，我们把麦克风递给小懒。其实，在今天的比赛里 ，SR 并不算是比较早开启赛点的队伍。当你们看到率先开启赛点的队伍，包括 JL 也好，包括基基也好，这些都是我们印象里面很强的队伍。当时还觉得这个周冠比较有希望吗？
还是有的，狼队天下第一。
是从狼队那一把觉得很有希望，是不是？
是的，因为我们有最正常的阵容，所以我们很有信心。
太棒了，非常有信心，特别看好你们。来，最后一个问题，我们给到小豪。其实啊 ，SR 我们知道这个赛季仍然会去提。你们是新组成的队伍，但是在这个赛季 SR 拿到的这个成就是比之前要高很多很多的。你觉得这个赛季的 SR 是一个什么样的状态啊？
冠军姿态，
冠军姿态，相信在拿下这个周冠军之后 ，SR 一定会一路扶摇直上。让我们再一次恭喜2022 Nbpl 秋季赛第3双周3排周冠军 SR
Biweek Final Championship of Trials game, which belongs to Team SR. Congratulations!
Wow, ladies and gentlemen, SR take it back-to-back. Spider in solos for bi-weekly 3, and again in trios. They do it at EWC. They do it again. From the depths, we go the distance, Duncan. And I called it. I'm not gonna lie. I thought it would be game 7, but it was game 8. I didn't think Wolves had it in them to bring it up because they just had such a slow day today. But even then, it really goes to show that within the pro league right now, there's just so much talent in the league that it's not just anyone can really do it in the top 10. Anyone can take an MVP and have a 20 bomb game and bring it through. And it doesn't matter whether or not it's game 1 or game 8. Someone can steal it away. But it's pretty heartbreaking, even though JL, they do get their second place, first to lose, but they have such a consistent day. They showed their dominance, and even all of their team compositions probably performed better than any other team compositions that we've seen today. So their picks were there. It's just right when they needed to finish it out, they just couldn't get it over that last little hump. And it wasn't the same team. It was always a different team in the league just getting in their way right before greatness. But like SR was saying during the interview, this is not the main focus. This is just one of the qualifying rounds, even though it's just this third week's bi-weekly finals. The main goal for all of these teams is the NBPL finals and later on J-Cup this year.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you have to always be pushing further and trying to think about the next goal and not just be happy with, you know, the singular win. And I mean, it makes sense. You know, they SR, and along with all these other teams, you know, we've talked about it time and time again, how they're always pushing, they're always trying to innovate and improve and adapt to all these, you know, these new things being added, the rule changes, etc. It makes sense that you have to stay hungry and stay active, keep learning and pushing forward. But yeah, 0.8 between ASE and SR. JL 14.5, 3.5 difference. And the thing is, at the end, it was a similar situation to our fifth game. Was it fifth or sixth? I can't remember when. JL was just. Oh no, it was the seventh game. I can't remember. We've had so much NARAKA today, where it ended up, you know, being in those last final moments. TXJ, the guy at the end, he hit like a sextuple parry. I've never seen someone parry that many people at once, all at the same time. It was insane. But here we are, taking a look at the highlights off the back of that game. Game number 8, brought to you by China Unicom. SR being the MVPs in the very end. 17S. Oh my goodness. This new comp, the Kylin Hardy zipping, it's taken Nbpl by storm. No? It's just, I wasn't expecting this, you weren't expecting this. I don't think a lot of people were expecting this to do this well, but evidently it's definitely something to take a look at.
I mean, I expected it to a certain degree. That I felt like Hadi was still very, very strong, even though he was nerfed significantly, damaged, his ability to get demacked and then not being able to heal. I still felt like in trios, his pressure is still undeniable. Kylan did a good job of kind of CCing, and the same thing with Syra, but it's still a ton of value. Zipping definitely paired off. Really, really helped him out. Like SI was saying, the coaching in the end here, with no points being left, really paid out to be the difference. And just, I think in the future, strategy is just going to be so big, and having a good depth. A lot of these teams were smiling in the end, looking at the bans of just like, oh my goodness, what are we going to pick at this point? Game 8, we don't really expect it to go this far. Now, I mean, looking forward, I feel like a lot of teams can clean up to make sure they clutch up in these situations. But if it does go the distance, it just really goes to show that this current meta isn't really fully figured out as far as the character picks with the current rule set. And I mean, in the future, we're still going to get the new character, the new weapon. So a lot is still going to change going into J-Cup this year. But this really goes to show just how exciting all the new things being added to the game are looking like. It was nail biting all the way to the end, and it's just more teams have a chance at this point at doing better. And I would say overall, Duncan, the rounds were a lot more exciting with everything after everything is said and done.
Yeah, absolutely. They were all nail biters. You know, we were on the edge of our seat for every single one of them. And hey, SR, the champs at EWC, the champ in solos yesterday, and the champs today, once again. They certainly deserve it. You know, it's not that they're slacking. You know, they didn't have the best early few games of the day, but they brought it back. They came through and they clutched it. Props to them. You have to shout out JL as well. Oh my goodness. You know, we saw the top 2 most kills, most damage right there, being TXJ and Junks. We've seen them be consistent throughout the entire day and just be a hair's breadth off of winning so many times. You know, it's insanity. And then you have teams like GG, OUG, just like SS1 coming in big, you know, Wolves coming in the game number 7. It's just across the board. It was insane. You know, even at the very end, when it was all said and done, Bowder at the very bottom. You know, even the bottom 2, 11th and 12th, even they managed to get up there. You know, they were above 50 points, almost like 60 points, and it shows that the entire league, the entire lobby, was very competitive. It wasn't, you know, every single team put in the work and put in a lot of effort, and actually, you know, got pretty good score lines by the end of the day. It's just, oh yeah, that's a lot. That was a lot of NARAKA. That was very exciting, but oh my goodness, that was a lot. And I'm assuming a lot of these guys are going to be going home and just passing out, because that was tensions high all 8 games. Oh my goodness.
Most of the teams looked like they were smiling, and at the end of the day, even though SR didn't come in as consistent as JL, what really matters is they took down a W in the end. That's what the new system is designed for, that you're never really down and out. And I think a lot of teams before, and in the excitement of the league, wasn't as high, because a lot of times the top 4 teams would run away with it and it would just be a blowout and no one could really compete. But you see it here, SR dominating again, trios and solos. Just big wins from them at the MSC, at EWC, and now at this bi-weekly 3. Kaboom. Big win for them. SRG did win bi-weekly 2 for trios, but you see Spider having dominance this season over Mike.
Yeah, 3 in a row.
We saw like a little bit of stance. I didn't get to touch on it while we were looking at all of it, but that all leads into the bi-weekly finals. It's pretty much solidified. The only thing on the cusp is Alliance and Bowda for that 12th spot. If not, actually I take that back, it's gonna be top 6 for the last chance qualifiers. So everyone's still gonna be fighting it out. This last chance qualifiers for solos, for trios. The top 6 automatically make it to finals, and the next 6 do get a chance for the last chance qualifiers to make it through. But this is gonna conclude the bi-weekly 3. Make sure to tune in later in the week for bi-weekly 4. We're gonna be kicking it off with solos as always. And man, Duncan, it's been a while since it stretched out to full 8 rounds. I think earlier this season it happened in solos for sure, stretching all the way out, and it's the same thing, just like 10 players, in this case 10 teams, all at match point. Very exciting, and very awesome that the top of the league isn't really punished for being very consistent. JL, they go through the whole day, and even though they don't ship it, they still get second place afterwards for having the highest amount of points. And I was saying it before, is like they're either going to win or they're guaranteed second place at this point. And everyone was fighting tooth and nails all the way until the end. Very different end games. So we had a lot of the times less than 15 players going into these end games. Everyone was fighting for as many kills as possible, but still very exciting. We saw a lot of interesting 2v2 situations, and even though it was very scuffed heal off situations, this time we saw TXA get a ton of parries right at the end. It's still not being enough.
2%
exciting stuff. A lot of exciting stuff. Very fun day for everyone, and congrats to SR. They managed to find a way to win in the long run. It's a marathon, not a sprint, Duncan, and they did it.
It certainly did, and it's they're bound to be very happy about it at the very end of it all that effort going in, and it does finally pay off. But, ladies and gentlemen, after 8 games, after all of that NARAKA, that is all we're going to have for you today. I've been Dunkin' Donuts, joined by the legend Raven PLZ. It's been a pleasure. I hope you all take care, and we'll see you next time on the NBPL.